I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you step like a bull, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you step like a bull, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. 47 space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. Too. Welcome back to DPA Open Mic. Oh, that's a poor connection. Like, the very, very hardcore and suddenly so puny. Okay, again. We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic and episode 116 of where I titled this Open Mic Europe in Massive Identity and Directional Crisis after USA jump ship. So USA basically led the way. They imparted all the level 99 skill about how to become woke and be authoritarian and control your population, control media and brainwash people with fake news, and then suddenly USA jump ship, and then they'll leave Europe, in the massive conundrum. Like they now have an identity crisis. They don't even know what they are now. They don't even know who they represent, who are they siding, because the big brother now has changed. The big brother have a sex change, have a gender reassignment, and now USA is a Chad, and suddenly Europe don't know how to deal with it. They are still very gay. So anyway, so I gotta drop the link for you guys to join, and so give me a second. Let me pull out my copy and paste. So. Dun, dun, dun. This is the link to join, and then I gotta back it into this paragraph, and I gotta copy, I gotta paste. So I have pasted into the YouTube live chat, and I pinned it, Rumble live chat. I have posted it to the Twitch live chat, and I have pinned it to. I'm going to put it on the private chat of the Open Mic speakers. Yeah, and I think they'll be joining very, very soon. So hi, Baba.
Hi.
Yeah, I realized I forgot to put on my headphone. Give me a second.
That was a pretty interesting speech from JD Vance.
Yeah, give me a second. Speaker. You're right. Okay, I hear you now. Yeah, you say JD Vance, is it?
Yeah, that was pretty interesting what he said. And I don't think the Europeans really enjoyed that speech very much.
It's crazy, right? He's basically saying all the things that we guys know, we sane people, logical people are saying, and then we have been pointed out to be like pro-Russia by saying all these things that we say, like Romania's election and all these hypocritical stuff, the censorship of speech, the illegal immigrant crisis thingy, and then whenever we say all these things, we are being pointed as pro-Russia. Then suddenly now United States in front of the international community just blurted out everything. Like JD Vance in a 20-minute speech says literally everything that we have been saying for 1 year or 2 years. And it's shocking. It's like, now I think the Europeans have no idea what the hell they are supposed to do now. Oh, Vaughn. Oh, he's still there.
I'll go.
I didn't think you were going to be done that quick. Sorry.
If I was to give you my 1 minute elevator pitch on the whole thing, I'd compare it to the U.S. is broken up with Europe, and it sounds to me like Europe is kind of like a dumped girlfriend who doesn't want to admit that she's dumped. So they're kind of confused and frankly somewhat in denial that their world order is now done, as Wyatt said. and everything they've been working on these last few years, the propaganda, the lies, the deindustrialization, the lower living standards, like all of it is just for naught now. And they don't know how to pivot. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, in general, considering what's, all happened this week with the Munich conference and all that, once everybody gets settled in, God damn, mute yourself, Nika, for fuck's sake. No, but I was just thinking we should try to, like, keep it organized so we don't keep going back and forth. Because, I mean, you got the Vance speech, you got reactions, you got the peace talks, you got Zelensky. That way we don't, like, go back and forth over the same material. I mean, there's plenty to go on and on about. So whenever everybody's ready, we should probably, I don't know where to start because there's so much to go through.
We can start anywhere. I mean, we can start with the macro first. How the Europeans are now. Like what Nunya say, very confused. It's like, why do you break up with me?
Well,
what did I do wrong?
They also seem to have not gotten the memo too, right? Because just yesterday, Trump came out of the blue, and I think it's a great idea if they can actually do it, but he came out with this kind of idea for Russia, China, the US, the world, I guess, to cut back on military spending. Like, that's completely counter to this NATO, this European force and all this other stuff. So it doesn't seem to me that, like, they've really been drawn in and brought into the fold with whatever it is the Americans are doing. Go ahead, Nika.
Yeah, do you think with that leadership in Europe, you can expect more? What do you expect? They are waiting orders. They are waiting tasks. What they will need to do. They are like school students who are without a teacher, so they are going havoc. They don't know what they do.
Yep.
They weren't like taught to think by themselves, so they are lost.
So you said it's like a girlfriend that got broken up with. I think it's more like a pot-smoking, unemployed, cross-dressing kid living in your basement. And 4 years ago, you told him to get a job, put some pants on, quit smoking weed. And, everybody just ignored it for 4 years. And, they kind of been hinting, you need to start paying rent. You need to start paying rent. And they ignored it. And today, they come home and found their bags packed, thrown out on the sidewalk.
That analogy works too, I think. It also makes sense.
I was going to say with this thing with Trump saying, reducing military spending and all that, we joke around in the VC about being on different timelines. And then, like, I joked around about with Elon Musk being, such a prominent figure in the, in this American timeline of history, that now, there's a show called For All Mankind. If you know about it, you know about it. If you don't watch it, you'll like it. You'll figure out the analogy. But, there's it's an alternate history. And at some point, you have this, the three, let's just call it the three poles. They all kind of work together to try to get to Mars. So maybe there's just more that, we're on that timeline now. We reduce spending, China reduces spending, Russia reduces spending. And then in the miracle unicorn world, we all work together for humankind to advance into space. But I kind of doubt it. Maybe someday, but probably not in the next couple lifetimes. But I don't want to get too far off on that. It's just something funny, I thought.
I don't think it's serious. I don't think it's a serious proposition. It's the way that Trump like throw in 10,000 ideas, then maybe one or two, but even inside America, I don't think that idea will stick because you have a big military business who will shut down, and I don't think they will go easy.
I kind of wonder where it came from. I kind of wonder if it didn't come from the discussion with Putin the other day, because it doesn't seem like something that Trump would come up with on his own, to your point, right? So maybe in the chat with Putin, it somehow came up. If we can somehow reduce military spending globally and to your point, use it for better things in the world, that can only be a good thing, right? So that's where I don't have any evidence, but I kind of suspect that's where it maybe came from.
There was a statement by I think Xi a week ago or something, and he's and Trump had said something like President Xi and President Trump, plan on working together to bring peace to the world. And it was just a generic kind of statement, but maybe there is some kind of, maybe not current situation, but maybe down the road kind of idea of some kind of cooperation once things settle out, more, or there's some more clarification on maybe the U.S.'s position on Taiwan. And, maybe the U.S., if they get their ship going where they want it or it's in the right direction, maybe they kind of acquiesce Taiwan or just kind of let it slowly be absorbed, like Hong Kong or something. But I mean, there's a lot of things going on. Who knows? Maybe they talked about something like you said, but she said that. Then you've got Putin saying and Trump saying that. So who knows? New guy.
Can't be a bad thing in any event, right?
Super chat, NGS, you cannot imagine how strong social and quasi-legal forms of censorship has been and still is in Europe post-Feb 2022, especially on Ukraine. So we would like to give the new guy, Jared, to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Jared. My parents are Americans. I was born in Sweden and live in Switzerland.
Yeah, so tell us more about yourself, or about DPA.
Okay, I've been discussions for a while. I find them interesting, even though they usually represent a different side of the coin than my side. But I like hearing the other side, so that's why I enjoy listening to these discussions. And yeah, I'm happy to contribute if the topic comes out that I know about. In terms of what's happening right now, or Vance's speech and what the U.S. direction right now, I don't think the U.S. has acted in Europe's interests since the Marshall Plan, basically. So I'm happy for Europe to. I mean, obviously in Switzerland we don't want to be too close to Europe, too bonded with Europe, but at the same time, I prefer to have closest cooperation with the rest of Europe than with the United States. We sent, not Switzerland, but other countries in Europe sent their armies to Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't think either of those were good ventures, and I actually like this direction where the U.S. goes its way and Europe goes its way. That's my bottom line, and I just hope European leaders can be smart about it.
I agree. Rather than keep just following the U.S. Direction, and it's like is without their own foreign policy sort of things. Yet they have to pretend that they have. I think that's quite painful. Like it's even for me, it's painful to watch. On the other side of the globe, it's like, what the hell are these people doing? So
yeah, welcome, Jared.
So didn't Trump's kind of tweet or whatever after he talked to Putin, didn't he mention arms control? And I believe everybody kind of assumed that was about Ukraine specifically. But it could have been, what was it? Conventional Forces in Europe, CFE treaty that they had in, I think it was the late 80s, sort of as the Cold War was sort of melting a little bit. Something like that wouldn't be a bad thing. And Europe actually can benefit from this. They've been in limbo for so long. They've not had to make a decision. They haven't had to chart their own course. And if they're forced to, they do have the option of doing something good for themselves. Like they've just been living on the couch. It's going to be uncomfortable for a little bit. But I know a lot of people on this, seem to think Europe is dead. There's 450 million people in Europe. They have you know, an economy combined that is every bit the equal to China. You know, their population is, I mean, it's a significant population. It might be dropping, it might be old, but that doesn't mean it's irreversible. I mean, they still have life in them to chart their own course.
The statement about the arms control, from what I when I was doing all my research, I found it to be spoken by Marco Rubio. I don't remember hearing from Trump. Maybe he did, because he said a lot of things. No, I listened to the presser, but maybe I missed it. But Marco Rubio actually did talk about it. I covered in my headlines video. He say it's very complicated, so they need to talk about. Let me see where was it. Yeah. There's many sensitive issues to discuss: territorial claims, arms control, language and cultural issues. All of this has to be settled. And when I saw this, I was like, this is unusual, because this is totally the Russian point of view. It's not a Western. Americans have never talked about all these things because they never cared about what the Russians want. So clearly, this came out from their discussion with Russia, and the Russians raised all these issues. Arms control for Ukraine, territorial situation. How do we settle? Who is where, and then language and cultural is totally Russians' concern about Ukraine. So that's why I find that this is definitely from the Russian side. Fun.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I wonder if it's just because I don't know if they've talked yet, or if there's been any contact, but they were talking about Putin assembling his dream team for the negotiations. And I think one of the guys was, I'm assuming he's some high up in the intelligence, industry of Russia. I can't remember what directive or whatever, but it sounded like something that would be in charge of, like, knowing all the information about the war, like casualties and projections and all that kind of stuff. And I just wonder if, with DNI Gabbard and the switch in the intelligence community in the U.S., that maybe someone gave him some sober numbers and some sober reality. And because Trump's, people complain that he says crazy stuff, or he says, millions dead, or, hundreds of thousands of Russians. And, most people here don't agree with those numbers. But he does also say lots of times that, it's way more worse than they're lying to you about how bad it is. There's hundreds of thousands of dead, which doesn't pertain to any side, so you can't really pin him on that. He's stating facts. He's bodies litter the fields. That's true. We've seen it. Everything's destroyed. Cities are flattened. You could pick any number of the large cities in 22 and 23 and 24. They got hammered pretty hard. Maybe not so much now. I don't know if you would consider Volodar a small, city, but, if Pokrovsk got pounded into dust, that would be something. But the Russians aren't up to doing that. The only places they really did is where the Ukrainians stood. And usually it was suicidal stands, like in Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, Bakhmut, Soledar, Avdiivka. They're always a day late and $1 short, so I don't expect that to change.
Yeah, the most flattened is the Mariupol and Bakhmut. These two is the most flattened, and Soledar. This few, because this few places where the Ukrainians really stay for as long as they can and fight. Like Marinka, those flattened ones. Yeah, Nunya.
Well, here's the thing, and hopefully we start to see more of it written in the media in the coming weeks. But keep in mind, Putin's always talked about coming up with a security framework for Europe, right? So when you start to piece together all of these data points, like the Xi comments and the reduction in military spending and pulling out of Europe and all this stuff, I kind of get the sense that perhaps that's what they're now working towards is, how do we create some sort of understanding within not just Europe, but the entire world of, where those spheres of influence are and aren't, as well as, finalizing some sort of agreement that Russia can be happy with, as well as Europe. We need to bring them in at some point, but I kind of get the sense that that's what they're working towards. So if that's the case, right, if and when they do achieve that agreement, well, then you start to look at, Is there a need for all this military spending? Is there a need for this European army? We've got this treaty with the Russians. It all starts to come together. I know that I'm being obscenely, optimistic that this all works out this way, but I kind of get the sense that that's what the framework is that they're looking to work towards. Go ahead, Jared.
So I speak and understand Russian, and I watch Russian TV frequently. And I can tell you that the mood in Russia right now is extremely imperialistic. So the idea that Europe does not need to defense spending is exactly the opposite of what I think. I think Europe needs to ramp up its defense spending, because I'm not going to say if Russia is going to attack Poland or any of that stuff. I'm not going to speculate, but I am going to say that the mood among common people in Russia and the mood among government officials and the mood that you read on TV is extremely imperialistic. So European defense is extremely important to me. The other thing I want to say while I have the mic is about language and culture in Ukraine. I visit Ukraine often, and I know people that want to be part of Russia, and I also know people that don't want to be part of Russia, and all of them speak Russian. I basically don't know any Ukrainians that speak Ukrainian personally. I'm sure there are some, but I don't know them personally. I'm in Switzerland. French-speaking Swiss people don't want to be part of France. German-speaking Swiss don't want to be part of Germany. Just because a Ukrainian speaks Russian doesn't mean they want to be part of Russia. From what I've seen in Donetsk and Lugansk, the majority of people who remain do want to be part of Russia, because the people who wanted to be part of Ukraine left in 2014. Some of them even came to Switzerland. Some of them are my neighbors. Same in Crimea. The majority of people that are left in Crimea want to be part of Russia. And I think even in 2014, the majority already wanted to be part of Russia. In Kherson and Nikolaev, the majority want to be part of Ukraine. Anybody who tells you that people in Kherson actually voted to be part of Russia, the Russians went around with glass ballot boxes, and there was a woman carrying the glass ballot box. There was a guy with a gun next to her. That was how the voting happened. And they could see exactly how the person voted when they voted. So the vote in Kherson was not a real vote. The people there want to be about 70%, I would estimate, want to be part of Ukraine. Same in Nikolaev and Odessa, most want to be part of Ukraine, but there's also some that want to be part of Russia. So that's what I've seen from my personal experience there. But the main point is that just because you speak Russian doesn't mean you want to be part of Russia. It's mixed.
Yeah, I personally don't really believe much of the referendum. The referendum of the annexation of the 4 territories is that it's clearly either the people that state is pro-Russian, so there's already a pro-Russian slant, and then of course, nobody can verify how it's done. So.
But at the end of the day, does any of it matter? Because this will ultimately it'll be determined by the Americans and the EU, and they'll come up with some sort of security arrangement. Unfortunately, Ukraine's not really going to have a say,
And the guns will decide.
Sure.
No. Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be decided by Russia. I mean, like I said, unless Trump comes up with the miracle deal that somehow appeases everybody, I mean, it's probably going to be decided on the ground by Russia. And I mean, I still think Odessa's on the table. You just got to bide your time. Wait till there's no more Ukrainian soldiers left. And that happens every day, every week, every month. Maybe by the fall, you cross the Dnieper and just drive to Odessa. I've talked about it before. I mean, may not be this year, but the clock's ticking on Ukraine, and it's really all up to Russia, how much they want to take and when they want to stop and what deal they want to take. And the hardest part is going to be the security agreement that's going to be ironclad. and they've already said that they're not going to stop fighting while there's negotiations. So I don't really see the negotiations being anything other than the finalization of whatever territory Russia takes and whatever agreement the West is forced into. I mean, there's really no momentum going the other way. So, I mean, they could do it the easy way and give it up, or they could just take it from them. But the end result will be that more than likely Odessa and all that will be Russia too. And there really won't be much Ukraine left.
It is
So I
really
heard,
disappointing, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Babo, you go first.
So somebody kind of commented once that there's about 25% of them in Ukraine that want to join Russia. There's probably more, that want to stay part of Ukraine, but there's a huge amount in the middle that just want to be left alone, and they want to cash their version of Social Security checks, go to work, raise their kids, and whatever. And to them, at least in the past, they didn't really care which country it was. It's a financial decision. I think a good number of them that want to join Russia, it's a financial decision. They have more opportunity. Like Russia's pensions are higher. That's just, Russia did better post Cold War than Ukraine. Now, I think the same goes for the pro-Ukrainian point. There's a large number of those people that are, pro-Ukraine are just looking at a way to join Europe and go there and get higher welfare checks and, immigrate and all that. But the middle doesn't care which one they're in.
Well, it's not just the welfare checks. It's also they see what happened to Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, and they hope that their life, because the lives of those three did really improve. It took a while, but they did improve. So they're hoping that their lives will improve as well if they join Europe.
Yeah, I want to ask Jared a question. You talked about people's sentiment. I understand that most, as Boba said, don't care at the limit because it's the same culture. Their life will be improved at minimum. But how you see the conflict as geopolitically, and how, as I'm not talking about the individual level. I'm talking about geopolitically. How did you see it, and how did you perceive the conflict?
Well, I want to talk about the sentiment first, because I think it's true what Bubba said until 2014, that most people didn't care. I think the percentage of people that care is much higher now, and especially since 2022. Like I know people that were completely pro-Putin and only listened to Russian TV, and as soon as the bombs started falling, their direction changed completely, and they became nobody's pro-Zelensky. You have to understand that the people that are actually pro-Zelensky, it's an extremely small percentage. Pro-Ukraine is different than pro-Zelensky.
Yeah,
and by the time the war started,
that's why I didn't ask
like Zelensky.
Yeah, this is why I didn't focus on the personal level, because it can change. One event can change everything. But I said on the geopolitical scheme, how did you see the events happen?
Well, from I guess I would disagree with the people who think that NATO is the main cause of the events, because countries voluntarily join NATO. And I believe that countries should be able to voluntarily join a defense alliance. You're saying in quotes like they don't actually, but I believe that all of the countries that wanted to join NATO. I mean, look, Poland and Hungary and Czechoslovakia, while it was still Czechoslovakia, they were begging to join NATO for years before they were finally admitted. They put in the first application in '92, if I remember correctly, and they were only admitted after NATO signed the founding agreement with Russia that laid out exactly the terms of new members joining, including the number of soldiers that they could have from foreign countries. They put a maximum number that foreign new NATO members could host foreign soldiers. They put limits on the number of arms they could have in new NATO members. There was a lot of limits that made sure that new NATO members wouldn't be a threat to Russia.
Yeah, but do you think like
like
putting
they
nuclear-
stuck to those limits? Everyone knows they violated those limits, and they
Yeah,
used whatever language they could to put whatever weapons they wanted in there.
Why I did this? Because USA don't have any interference in those populations and don't do anything to pressure those populations to push that to that side. That's why I did like the. We know there's a lot of like
So I think
peaceful protests that are not paid at all, but USA and even now it's.
I think
it's
the
clear,
countries that were forced to be part of the Soviet Union or allies of the Soviet Union did not need to be pressured at all to join NATO. There's a few people with the opposite opinion in those countries, I mean, but the majority of people in all of the countries that were either part of the Soviet Union or Soviet satellite states before, none of them needed
we're not talking about them. We're talking about Ukraine. We're talking about Ukraine, but Ukraine did.
Sure.
There is a revolution happened in Ukraine. Don't forget that.
Sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, and Ukraine was not the same story. I agree with you on that. That Ukraine is not Poland. Poland wanted to be part of NATO as soon as they were given, before they were even given an opportunity. They were begging for years. Ukraine, no. There was a very divided opinion in Ukraine about being part of NATO because I mean, don't forget a lot of people think that it was mostly Russian soldiers that died in World War II. It wasn't. There was a huge number of Ukrainian soldiers that died in World War II, almost as many as Russians. And Ukraine remembered that, and so many of them didn't want to be in an alliance that was against Russia. So I agree with you on that one. Ukraine, there's never been a clear majority in Ukraine in favor of being part of NATO.
Yeah, I'm from one of those countries that you say that population was very eager to join NATO. And that's not true. Nobody asked people. People didn't care. It's their military and the governments that wanted it. They were eager, not people. People didn't care or didn't want to.
In fact, even I think Finland didn't have a referendum, right, on NATO.
Nobody has a referendum about joining NATO. There's only referendums about joining EU, but they keep, and not every country has a referendum on joining EU.
So at least with Poland specifically, they wanted to join, and they had very good reason to join.
No, every government. No, there's no reason. There was no good reason. No population. No population was asked to join NATO. It's the governments and militaries that
but the people wanted to join NATO.
No, not true.
In Poland.
Not true.
I'm not talking about Croatia.
No, not true. Not people didn't care. People didn't care. It's the military and governments that only cared.
I don't think, respectfully, I don't think you can give an opinion on behalf of all the people. I think it's always a percentage.
You just did.
But
you just did.
But you did
you
that.
Guys did.
You just did that.
How is that? And you're not from those countries? And you did
You just did that,
but
man.
I'm not qualified to do it.
Okay.
That's interesting.
I'll admit that when I was talking about an opinion of a country, I meant the majority of people, not a universal opinion.
No, it was your opinion about some people, because you cannot say majority and you know how much 100, 200 people.
Yeah,
that's not the majority. Man.
That's true. I don't.
When we talk about that, we talk about statistic, at least with polls, at least, and even those can be like skewed. And even polls said that the majority of people didn't want to be against the Russian Federation, because let's be clear here. Going with NATO is like going against the Russian Federation, and you can like practically deploy nukes against the Russian Federation inside Ukraine. Like we're talking about like few hundred kilometers away from Moscow, and the time the response would be like so minute that they cannot
If you're talking about
even.
Ukraine, I agree with you. The
Yeah,
sentiment there was never overwhelmingly pro NATO.
no, they were against. They were against. Even the current government were voted on the premises that they will be against going taken aside, and they broke that promise.
They
Even
were
as
for EU. They're
yeah,
for
even
joining
as Euro
EU.
said,
That's
no
different.
one asked the population. No one cared about the population. We care about the population only when it suits us.
Yeah, even in Ukraine, 70% wanted to join EU because of promises of getting the laces, laces underwear, and that's now
Well,
talking
also
Georgia,
because
up about
yeah.
in Georgia they keep mentioning laces, nice underwear laced, and all of it because those are the promises, fake
But also
promises of
because
joining EU. You see?
yeah, also because the Ukrainian government has been corrupt since
Yes.
since 1991, basically. And some people, I'm not saying everybody, but some people think that joining the EU would reduce the corruption.
Yes, and that's what happened too with my country too. Yes, it reduced corruption, not
I
very
think it will get worse, right?
significantly. I mean,
I think joining EU, I think the corruption will be
If,
worse.
if I may intercede here for a moment, the statement that Ukraine actually wanted to join the EU is not quite correct. EU wanted Ukraine to join the EU. Let us not forget that Turkey has tried to get into the EU for the past 20 years, and they've been always pushed on the back line and always being said, oh, poor little puppies, Turks, we'll get you in, but you just take some time, They're NATO partners. They still haven't gotten into the European Union. And all of a sudden, because the Europeans, so the elites, want Ukraine because it's on the Black Sea and it's pretty much the part of the Black Sea that they want most. Of course, with Turkey being on the Dardanelles, the entrance to the Black Sea, they have a certain importance. But Ukraine back then owning pretty much all of the Black Sea. This is what Europe has always wanted. And it started with England or with the United Kingdom from 1854 with the first Crimean War. So anyone that thinks that Ukrainians wanted to get into the EU, wrong.
it was 70%, around 70% in a referendum on EU, joining EU, in totality in Ukraine. Of course, it could be fake number, but it was, let's say, 60%.
I would imagine it's
So
accurate because it's very sexy to want to join EU, right? European
yes,
Union is a
yeah.
very sexy thing. It's just that the normal people don't understand the intricacy of the economics, right? Then the moment you actually if there's a simple way to explain to them how much it will cost them, I think they would then a referendum, then they will probably think differently. Geoffrey.
Thank you. I heard a couple minutes ago someone kind of make a differentiation between Zelensky's government and the popular vote, and then there's also the Russian faction within the country. And it seems to me that lots of the nations around that area have that same tri-unity. Like it always seems like there's a small faction that like runs the government and doesn't necessarily align with the popular vote of said country, and it might apply across the board. I mean, that's just what I seem to be noticing or recognizing. And yeah, everybody wants to get into the UN, but they don't really know the deal with the devil that they're signing.
Yeah, I think.
But what
Yeah, I
what
think
deal
that's
what deal with the devil? I mean, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, they're all better off now than they were before they were in the
Well,
EU.
why did
How
That's
they
Brexit
lost?
exit? They
what?
They're
would
not
you
better off. They're
would you
not better
agree
off.
that
What
they
what does
like
it mean better off? Come on, man. Do you know that
Well,
15% of population left Baltic states? 15% left Baltic states. Majority of them suffer under the debt. They lost their houses. And after the houses were taken, they still have to pay off the differences. And that's why they left, because they had to keep paying it. So they left for Europe to pay the debts that were burdened by them onto them by the unexperienced people that don't know what a bank loan is, how it works, how what. And in the transition countries, they didn't put the same limits on the banks as in the West. They allowed them to have three co-signers in order to get a loan. So when the people lose a job, which is they did, because majority of the industry in Eastern Europe was tied to the Russian or Soviet Union industry with the standards and all the types of machinery that was working. So they had to close in order to integrate within European type of standards and manufacturing. Okay, so they lost a lot of jobs, but they got burned by loan and the three co-signers with them. So if the person that lost the job had a loan, they lost the house, and the difference was put on those three co-signers. They had to keep paying, even though they didn't have nothing. It's a crazy west, crazy wild west for East Europe. It was completely demolished industrially.
are you
You
talking?
have imagined, you see the big cities. Yeah, big cities look better. Yes, they're improved. There's money for repairs, but rest of the country is completely devastated. It's only big cities that look better. That's the only thing.
Are you
But
talking
people
about
are
the 90s?
devastated.
Are you talking about the
No,
90s and
not
early
just 90s,
2000s?
even still today, even today. And do you know that in the Eastern European countries, if you pay off the loan earlier, you have a penalty. You got to pay penalty. So when you sell the house, you will prepay the loan. You will have the penalty. You will have to pay all the interest. Okay, the penalties, the all the interest that was supposed to paid during the contract. So even though you don't know anything anymore, you paid it off, you still have to pay the interest for the rest of it. And you also have the loans that you have to pay the interest first, and then you start paying off the active or the main loan. Do you understand that? It's a
Sure.
wild west. It was destroyed. All the industry was destroyed in Eastern Europe. And Poland was allowed to benefit because they were switching from Germany as a bulwark against the East Russia now to Poland. Poland will be bulwark against Russia. That's why they improved Poland a little bit, but rest of the EU, just like all industry, is devastated. We are supposed to like have benefit of tourist country. Croatia was supposed to have a tourist, employment and everything, but no, we don't have developed tourist industry, so we have like 3 to 5 months somewhere, 10 months of tourists coming in, but it's 3 or 5 months. Rest of the year, people cannot work. So you have a lot of people in the tourist industry employed, right? But only for 5 months. It's just idiocy, absolute idiocy, intentional destruction of East Europe. Population don't like it, majority, but we just try to find it,
So
find and survive.
so for context for Jared, Euro is from Croatia, right? Yeah. So
You just
anyway,
said that, yes.
yeah. So just in case, just for
Sure.
context.
Croatia is a very
JS
beautiful country. I love it.
John Steele, super chat. Jared is an intellectual neophyte. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Fight, who has no place on this panel. Come on, we have a lot of intellectual people. And one more super chat. So, the Voss Da Silva. We need some diversity on this panel. You see, JS is wrong. So, anyway, don't go too deep on this black hole. So many things happen over the week. What the hell you all go into the black hole?
So
Bubble.
I know Australia is not part of the EU, but it's kind of the same culture. And you were talking about that he mentioned diversity. So I don't know if anyone watches the TV show Alone, where they drop them off and they got to survive and film. Well, there's Netflix.
I love it.
They have the Australian Alone, and you have a guy on there who is way whiter than me, talking about how he's a proud black man and what his ancestors went through because he's an Aboriginal national. And there's another guy who's maybe he's the same color as Nika. And he's talking about how he's First Nation and he's Maori or whatever they are. That's the kind of diversity and European values that these people stand for.
This is so lame, right?
Can I
All these
just
racial
plug in
things are
right
lame.
now. I mean, we all have our own opinions, and as I heard in a movie, I don't remember which movie it was, but opinions are like a-holes. Everyone's got one. And if I want to hear yours, I'll give it to you. But thank God we have a sane person back in the White House who will say what A is and what B is. That is, there's a male, there's a female, and there's nothing in between. If I want to identify as a carrot or a celery, whatever, so be it. That's my personal opinion, but I can't force that on anyone else. So if anyone wants to say that, they're this,
How
they're
dare
that,
you,
or
man.
whatever,
How
fine,
dare you, man.
do it. And
How
if you
dare
feel
you.
offended because, yeah, I know, how dare.
I always
just,
identify myself as
freedom of
handsome, so
speech,
it's all
freedom of
right.
opinion.
I identify as rich as fuck and as handsome as fuck.
I mean, it really is.
His pronouns are
People need to be
handsome.
locked up in asylums, some of them.
I'm a strong black
just
woman.
But
just
that's
for
my 2 cents.
unnecessary disclosure, my phone I call it the Yen Dao phone. Yen Dao is a Hokkien word for handsome. So then my Wi-Fi, the name for my Wi-Fi is also Yen Dao. It's also handsome. So
The
I
best-
guess
the
I
best
identify
one
as
is-
handsome.
The, she, and it. Because I am the shit.
Okay, so I want to drive our conversation back to what the hell happened over the week, because I think talking about those history is a bit crazy because it's a black hole that we cannot get out of. So coming back to the title, title, I don't know which direction. Europe seems to be now in a massive identity crisis or directional crisis. Like, they used to take hints from USA on what to do, where to go. Then now things seems to, like, they have been stranded alone. Suddenly US and Russia is more in sync. And even China has came out and actually put a statement and say that, you see, we were always right. Because India was also on the side of Trump. India literally said that, we totally support Trump's initiative. And China basically came out and said that, we have always been right, because their position is always that peace, don't go to war. And basically they also use a one big loop around to say that they support Trump's position on Ukraine war as well. So that makes Ukraine and Europe all on their own, no? Europe is all on their own on Ukraine. And it's very shocking because after Pete Hegseth speeches and JD Vance speeches, you can see that Europe is still hell-bent their positions, because I personally I just feel like politically they have overcommitted. There's no way they can turn back right now. They can't just take a U-turn because it will destroy their political career. So what do you guys think?
I mean, they have inertia. It's more like they have inertia than their own decision. Initially, they were resisting U.S. Initiative to have a war in Ukraine. British mostly, but I mean mostly initially British, but then United States. Then Europe was actually kind of forced to go in to support Ukraine. But then, because how they accepted it is by, of course, United States promising them that they're gonna loot Russia, or at least Ukraine, or at least Russian assets, right? To loot that, and they can compensate for losing the industry, the military industry, because now they have to buy everything from the US. Right? No European industry anymore. No Leopard, no Challengers. The Rafale is only one that's surviving of the avio industry. So they have to lose it, right? Completely. That's big hit, and so they have to buy from United States, and they will compensate by looting Russian assets, right? That was probably how they got to go for Ukraine support. And I believe that mostly because it's suddenly these personal emotions are involved. It's not anymore like really political decision making by the so many the governmental bodies in Europe. It was they're personally, emotionally want to do it, which means they're promised riches. They have the scheme how to enrich themselves, right, and their kids and their families. That's what they keep, and now suddenly that's no more possibility. What they're gonna do? They don't know how to get any benefit out of it. Now they have to probably spend a month in order to get some plans how they're gonna at least get even in this geopolitical situation. I think that's when they're gonna start voicing their plans or something, what they want. That's my opinion.
Super chat. That was identified as a white woman from North Korea. So
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying too, because you can see it early on in the war with people like Lindsey Graham and stuff talking about to the last Ukrainian. Then he pivots to the 15 trillion in resources, and Trump's talking about it. I mean, it's obviously on their minds. And I mean, I agree with him. I mean, the way like Macron and some of these other people were freaking out when Russia really started picking up momentum on the ground, we're going to put troops in Odessa. We're going to do that. I think they really were panicking about the money they thought they were going to get, the riches they thought they were going to lock in for who knows how long, just slipping away every day. And that's when they started talking crazy about ATACMS and Storm Shadows and striking deep into Russia. Like, I think it's just a continuation of them flailing around trying to figure out what they're going to do, because all the little plans they might have had in the background are just falling apart every day. And then you got Trump coming in and probably wrecking things even more, or making sure the United States gets their share first and screw everybody else. And they're freaking out about that.
So let's cut them a little bit of slack.
Sorry, it was my fault. It was Jeffrey, then Hotep.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds to me like the Europeans, put all their eggs in the Biden basket, and they put that fraudulent pile of excrement into the White House fraudulently, and they had all the power in the world at that point to do all kinds of nonsense across Europe. Then, the American people spoke, and obviously their eggs were all in the wrong basket. And now those eggs are all crashing to the ground and breaking because I'm not very politically knowledgeable, but I can see that I can totally see exactly who the globalists who were in bed with that fraudulent government that was in control of the US for the last 4 years. And as soon as they lost that power, then they start scrambling around like chickens with their heads cut off for a reason, because I believe I'm witnessing the end of the Democratic Party in America.
It's not just Democrats, though. You had McCain over there. You have Romney. There's a lot of. It's more of establishment DC people.
McConnell.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell, all those guys.
Yeah,
it's not just Democrats. It's these old school guys that are making the deals to make the money.
So, but one thing is, it's not just the money. These politicians. When was the last time you saw a politician in any country completely reverse course, go up there and say, we messed up. We made a bad mistake. We went the wrong direction for 2, 3, 4 years. So it's not that it might be Macron maybe is making a fortune off of this, but even if he's not, he was so adamant. All the European politicians were so adamant that they had to take Ukraine's side. It's career ending for these people. And that is their career. It's their entire career is politics. What's he going to do? Get up there and tell France that we messed up. We killed all these people. We went horribly into debt and I was wrong. And then ask them to re-elect him?
Zariel.
I think the whole thing is the problem. I'm sorry, guys. I have an echo in my earphones, so it takes me a little time to get used to it. I think the problem is that the French, the Germans, all in all, the Europeans thought that they would make a lot of money with Ukraine, first with weapons, and then they had Biden backing them. Now Trump is in office and he says, we want to do this, we want to do that. And I've seen this also in Israel. We're going to do this with Gaza. We're going to do this with Ukraine. I think the people who live there have something to say about that. And this is the big deception that the Western world still has not realized, specifically the EU. Everyone wants to take a part of Ukraine, but actually, the fact is Russia is in Ukraine right now, and Russia gets to decide what is going to happen, who is going to get what. And if they don't want anyone in Ukraine, they're just going to roll straight through. They have kept back for quite some time. And yes, they have sacrificed quite a few of their soldiers, whether it be 500,000 or 1 million. It really is not a matter of contention right now. The fact is Russia decides what happens. And after that, then people can come in and say, well, let's negotiate. We would like, because yes, the United States did invest a lot of money, much more than the European Union ever did. And they want to get something back. And Trump is a patriot. He is a nationalist. So he is looking out for his country. And that's good. For the first time, we have a president in, I don't know, since he was in office, but before that with Obama, Clinton, etc. We have a president looking after his country first. The European delegates, starting off with Senator Ursula von der Leyen, all the way down to whatever politician in Europe you want to look at right now, they're only interested in one thing, and that is this: follow the money. And I think Putin will first and foremost tell them where they can stick it, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Your cat totally agrees with you. He said, yes, yes, yes. No, I personally, I find it, and the more weird thing is, why is the Europeans not just know about spending all the political credits into Ukraine war, but is if sometimes it feels like Zelensky have something on them. It feels like they have taken money or taken some cutbacks from all this money that flows into Ukraine, and maybe some of them flow back into their own pockets. And it seems like Zelensky has something on them that make them go all in. It's like, how it's unimaginable that Europe plans to go alone against United States wishes and want to go alone into Ukraine. That is unimaginable. It felt like, Zelensky had something, and you see the way how Zelensky speaks, as even in the Munich Security Conference, he's full of confidence. He's like, he's like the president of the entire Europe. Then it's like he's the leader or the emperor of Europe. It's like, and he said, you guys need to form the European army. It felt like something is amiss. And I felt like, maybe this is a possible explanation. I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
Yeah, backroom deals. That's what I think. And you're right about him.
Yeah.
Look at all the money that went missing in Ukraine. Obviously, it's in Ukrainian oligarchs' pocket. The first strike. Go ahead. Whoever's going to go.
No, you remember the Zelensky last week said, because Trump said that, we sent $170 billion to
Yeah,
to
there's
Ukraine.
100
Zelensky
I don't know where
immediately
it
said, no, we only received 70 billion. So it's
Exactly.
like, no, maybe that is like a passive threat to Europe. It's like, I know where all the 100 billion went. No, I just don't want to tell you.
Yeah,
So-
when
Yeah, but
exactly.
they increased
No,
it.
we know
They
that.
increased. They said 300. We sent 300 billion. US said we
you
sent
see, CIA
300
got him, you
billion.
see.
Yeah, the fact of the
Because-
matter is there's a lot of it that's unaccounted for, and guess who's in there in office now that's going to find out exactly what happened, and then heads are going to roll because of the fact that this travesty, obviously this world war has been not wanting to be called one, but ever since the COVID virus, that was the first bioweapon that engaged this whole nonsense that we're all the way, 5 years later, still dealing with. I still don't understand how a country with the security prowess that Israel has can have 2,000 terrorists enter their country, maraud the area for a good 7-hour period, and not have military choppers landed in their pathways of their withdrawal routes. You would think that if a small militia came into that country, they would get cut off, and when they tried bringing the hostages back into the terrorist territory, they would get annihilated or put into custody. But no, it almost seems like that was some sort of a false flag allowance to create all this rigmarole, because that same week that October 7th happened was the same week that people I'm not sure how it happened, but we lost our Republican secretary of, who was it? It was McCarthy. We lost him. He got booted out of office for trying to do a deal with the globalists to fund Ukraine some more money. We kicked him out of office. That same week, October 7th happened. It's like, it seems to be this huge globalist cabal that has all these backdoor meetings that affect all of humanity, but we can't seem to put our fingers on it. But now we got the right guy in office that's going to be able to put his finger if he can stay alive. And obviously, I almost seen his brains all over the podium once before, and I hope it doesn't happen.
Nobody wants to talk.
I have so many things against what we say, but we'll get through them. We still have time.
So, if nobody's got anything to say, I don't normally watch a ton of these channels, but I was watching Willie OEM or whatever he is, the Australian dude. And his last video, he made it sound like he might have information from his friends, contacts, that there could be a really mass desertion, fallback, disobey. not the small scale stuff that we've been seeing for 3 years now, but kind of what's come out over the past week, 2 weeks, that the Ukrainian troops very well might look at it and go, if I run away, I might survive this. And that's the first time they've really had a hope of, if they can get away, they can survive. If they can just make it 3 more weeks or a month. And he was kind of talking about, is that going to lead to massive changes? Are the Russians going to be motivated to charge forwards, knowing peace is, weeks away maybe? It's kind of like World War I. They agreed to stop shooting at 11:11 a.m. on November 11th, 1918. Some poor fool climbed up over the trench and was sent charging in at 10 o'clock that morning just to get gunned down an hour from peace. At a predetermined line. The same thing with the Korean War. There was, once the line stabilized, both sides just kind of tried to smash their head into the other line to be able to claim they picked up half a hillside, even though the line was already pretty much predetermined.
If I may go on the comment of Wade about Zelensky, I think he didn't look like a junkie like he has been looking in the last interviews he has been doing, and I don't think he was like overconfident. There was a role he was a play he was playing, because he kept saying different things, and it was actually quite improvised. He tried to make like stand up jokes all the time. Oh, because Russia is not one of our strategic partners, so they are not going to sit in our table, and little things like that all the time. So Zelensky was actually improvising, I think. And you say, White, that he was confident. Then look at the Europeans; they were all hysterical, completely hysterical. How things because they were not events to make that speech, and Vance was even made a joke. I hope you are going to clap further into my talk, my speech, and saying exactly that. You guys you don't know what you are going to expect. But if someone listened to the speech in Paris, you could guess. And I think the first meetings in Paris actually noticed that the Americans didn't get from the Europeans what they wanted. The Europeans somehow denied some type of negotiations, and the Americans just went for the really hard battle with Vance. And Zelensky is just the guy on the show guy. He was making the show for Europeans to feel good after all those hysterical reactions from Scholz, Baerbock, the French foreign minister, and so many others. They were really hysterical. So that's my point, Wade, of how I saw Zelensky.
So like in my headlines video when I did the coverage of the Munich Security Conference, so I put a point system. There's something I want to try. For all my headlines video in the future. So, but when something I didn't expect is that when I started to really plot all the points, Ukraine actually wins the Munich Security Conference. They actually gain the most. Like, they have so many guarantees from the Europeans, all the different partners, all say positive things or supportive things. And then United States is the biggest loser. Russia, in fact, was actually doing all right. As a result of everything that happened at the security conference. The Europeans are also one of the losers. Because despite they say a lot of things, they actually all saying against their own national interests. And like Ukraine is like the ultimate winner coming out of the conference, which is a surprise actually to me as well, because I didn't expect that. And when I started to plot out the points, it's like, hey, Ukraine actually won. Prata, you want to say something?
Yeah, well, in that point, you are right. They all try to portray the U.S. as a loser, as a bad partner, as a bully, in a really bad manner. But if you play it into, oh yeah, Oh, a voz do povo. But if you look at Zelensky, well, they gave all those guarantees, but where is the money? Many of those discussions was about how to get that money. They haven't figured out yet where to get the money for all those guarantees, for all those things they are promising to Ukraine.
Nika.
Yeah, you said Ukraine gained a lot of points, but you can guarantee whatever you want, but if you cannot back those guarantees, I don't think you can say it's a point. I can guarantee you, White, I will give you $3 trillion. Will you make it a point? No, because it's not realistic. You understand
it
what I
doesn't
mean?
matter. It's just that in this moment, for this conference,
but-
Ukraine came out
but
like a winner. That's all. It
they-
doesn't
they
mean
can-
eventually,
they
right?
can
Of course, we
guarantee-
all know who is going to win the war. It's quite
they
obvious.
can
Right?
guarantee the safety of Ukraine, but do we count it? Because do they really can guarantee it? You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
a show point. It's not like a real point. That's why I don't think they gain some public relationship points here, but
Yeah,
not actual points.
It's a psychological thing. So what I'm trying to say is that it's a psychological thing. Coming off the conference, the Americans are pissed because you have to understand that when they gave the agreement for Ukraine to sign about the energy, the mineral deals, right? The rare mineral deals, and they did not sign it. In fact, instead they gave another document back to the Americans to sign. And the Americans is like, what the fuck is this? And they didn't sign. They ended the meeting after an hour of meeting with very negative, I would say, politically correct but negative statement about what happened. So they say that they definitely have to meet again. So to find common grounds. So that means the whole meeting was shit. It didn't go well at all. Clearly, we can imagine how Zelensky speak and how he demand things because he have the European support, and then the Europeans continue to support. So going out of the conference, Ukraine felt like a winner because they managed to stop somewhat stop the American-Russian talks, peace talk, or at least throw a wrench into it. They got the Europeans into a more entrenched position where they get stuck further. They're even deeper. This time around, it's way deeper because now they are going against the Americans to support Ukraine. So so that's what I'm saying. Doesn't mean that they're going to win the war, or we know that Europe is going to go to shit, because of all these changes in the United States and the war thing. We know that Ukraine can't win militarily. So that is foregone conclusion. It's just that I'm saying that just the conference alone, Zelensky definitely went out like a winner.
Let's also not forget that this was in Germany, and the most outspoken were actually German officials that know in 10 days they won't be there anymore. Yes. So in a way, it was all staged for Zelensky to look really good. I remember when Zelensky made his first speech, he was like, everybody was like clapping a long time, like he was a real hero. And then, like you said, where are the real results? Yes, the Europeans are a bit more entrenched, but the Europeans you are talking about are mostly and foremost the Germans. German officials, they can't do any decisions now. They don't have the money to do them even. And in 10 days, we already know they are out of the game. Well, some others will come, but Merz, which also talked a bit, he was much more conservative in all those attacks, attacks to the Americans. And on the other way, I would also want to make a comment, and then I will leave you guys, which is about the way Zelensky talked about America, Vance, in a way that I think he's making out of the US their enemy. And in doing that, in those comments, in all those attacks that he also made personally, I have the feeling this guy has his numbers counted. The Americans are not going to accept that guy to keep on power, being so. After all the Americans did for them, of course, the Trump administration believes this was all wrong. This is obvious, but after all the Americans did for him, even if it was wrong, the way the ungratefulness that he's showing, it means that that guy needs to go. And I think in the next weeks, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah. Just want to yeah. I will give you an hour, but I think you underestimate what Russia gained by this. I think Russia gained the rift that is created between American and European is a big win for Russia, a very huge win for Russia, as one our friend said. Yeah, Russia will be like, it's one of the objective, the hidden objective of this whole thing is to do the rift, and the fact that it exists and it's clear in front of everyone in on the view of everyone is like a double win, another big win, you know. And
The thing is,
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Prada said because I think it's a good point. Like we need to keep in mind as well that a lot of these globalist politicians, it's kind of like if your septic tank backs up, you know, these politicians are like the septic tank shit, and we just got to flush them through the system. So that's what we're doing right now with Schultz and Macron and all these people. We're just flushing all that through the system. So Schultz is in a position now where he's got an election coming up very soon. He cannot change course, right? Because he's at a runway. So regardless if he believes it or not, he's got to go full NATO, full, anti-Russia, because they cannot, they're just out of runway. Like I said, they cannot change course. But, as soon as he gets flushed out, you'll get some more pragmatic leadership in Germany and other places. And those will be people that the Russians and the Americans will work with. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, I got to go, but I'll be back later. I just wanted to say another thing I don't think a lot of people realize about Ukraine. And I mean, I don't know how common knowledge this is in America, but I would imagine it's probably knowledge to Trump, or it will become knowledge. The thing you got to realize is, I mean, Ukraine made a really shitty bed. They opposed Trump when he ran in 2016. The fake Russian dossier originated out of Ukraine. You have the phone call where Zelensky basically didn't defend Trump and support Trump's narrative on that call and threw him under the bus. Then once he was gone, he's repeatedly talked shit about Trump and stuff. I mean, for me as an American, the fact that Ukraine interfered in our election is a problem. And it's not like I'm being hypocritical because we do it too. The problem is when we do it, we usually win because we have billions of dollars to throw in it. When some little pissant like Ukraine does it, that affects me directly. They took a shot at the country, at the king, and they fucked up. And now Russia's going to clean up that mess for us. That's the way I look at it. And I appreciate what Russia's doing to Ukraine, because I don't really appreciate Ukraine trying to get Hillary Clinton in office and trying to get Joe Biden in office and basically supporting all that trash shit that they were for. So, if that's what Ukraine wants to do, well, that's fine. You made your choice. Now you're going to live with it. And I'm happy for the way it's working out. And I think a lot of people need to realize Ukraine is in a bad position. They're in a bad position with Trump. They're in a bad position with Russia. And there's really not a lot of hope for them. And it'll play out however it plays out. But, yeah, I mean, Ukraine earned this fully and wholeheartedly. And they were stupid enough to believe idiots like Newland and shit and go full all of it, balls deep. And now they're going to pay the price. They'll be lucky if there's even a place called Ukraine when it's all said and done with.
You'll go straight to that list. Straight to that list.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that. I fully believe that he was involved because they used that phone call that Trump thought was perfect to impeach him. That's what they impeached him on, was the phone call with Zelensky. Zelensky could have went to bat for Trump, but he didn't do it, did he?
Do you think that doesn't stick out in somebody's craw?
Oh, it definitely does. And the worst person to piss off.
Sympathy from Trump?
Yeah, the worst person to piss off is Trump. And that's why Trump you're not even going to see him involved in this situation. He has his top foreign diplomat is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is going to handle all that nonsense. And then he has his other attack dog within America, and that is Elon Musk. Between those two men, he has our interior getting cleaned up and our foreign policy is going to get cleaned up. And he just has to sit there on his throne and look orange.
Jared.
There's one thing that's being said here that's not correct. Zelensky in 2019 said very clearly in a press conference that Trump didn't blackmail him and didn't pressure him in any way during the phone call. So Zelensky did in a way back Trump's side by saying that Trump didn't pressure him or blackmail him.
Yeah, my point is he didn't go on the news every single day and defend Trump like he should have, because Trump's the guy that gave him javelins, right? Trump's the guy that was going to save him from Russia. I mean, if that was my hero, I'd be out there singing his praises far and wide. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. He didn't go on CNN and defend Trump. He didn't do shit. He said one statement and then he'd faded away and let Trump eat all that shit.
I think he tried very hard. He tried very hard to keep a balance between supporting the current president and defending Trump. I don't think that was easy.
No, he wanted his globalist buddies to continue running America.
No, I would say Zelensky, when he first became president, was a much better person. He was really genuine, but it was, as he became president the first year or two, then he realized that it is a hopeless job. And then he started to play ball with whoever is controlling, pulling the strings. Like, he did indeed try to, go to the Donbass front line to pull back the troops. He did try. The troops refused to listen to him. They refused to withdraw. And then he did talk to Trump, and then that was really just a normal phone call because he was really trying to investigate what happened previously. Now, Trump asked him can you investigate what the hell happened between Biden and the previous president and whatnot, about the prosecutors and and Zelensky at that moment when he first became president was really genuine, like, oh, okay, I didn't know, then like he really was genuine. But I think after that, I think he maybe someone got something on him. I'm not sure. That he suddenly just switched and become very.
I think he changed his mind after the meeting he had with the Azov guys, because they said we're gonna kill you if you keep going that way. We're gonna kill you.
Might be. Or maybe it's someone is selling him the the white powder. That he's like, oh, if you want more powder, you have to listen to us. That also is possibility because I mean, it's not like you get the powder from the sky, right? You have to get it from somewhere. No, who knows? I'm just talking nonsense, but CIA, US aid.
Oh, I'd like to comment. I'd like to comment on something before.
Yeah.
The thing with Trump is that he tried to call Zelensky and ask him to, clear his name in this whole Russiagate stuff, and Zelensky actually fell in his back. He stabbed him. So I think Trump has remembered that, and he is just doing the exact same to him right now. He says, you got everything from Biden, and now that he's gone, and you stabbed me in the back, screw you. I don't think he wants to, and this is something that Alex and Alexander from the Duran have said quite a few times. Trump wants to get out of Ukraine. He wants to get out of Israel. What he wants to focus on is China. And yeah, Wyatt, go ahead.
No, because I watch the presses, because I don't believe the mainstream medias or people just post online. So I watch the presser. When Trump talks about the Ukrainian side, like during the question and answer, you can see from his demeanor, the way how he slight smirk, like he really don't trust the Ukrainians at all. Like he really feel like these guys, that's why he makes some jokes, like he makes some jokes about like Zelensky is the greatest salesman. That's actually, although it sounds like a joke, it's actually him cannot hold back his disgust with the Ukrainian side. He's just like he have to crack a joke just to let it out of his system.
Yeah, I think the Vance
Right, and
even
let's not forget that Ukraine happens to be the
Vance even despises Zelensky the most. Were you the one with the finger, Zarael? Then go on.
He was talking before.
Because I replied Zarel, so
No,
this is why.
I'm
okay,
sorry. I just wanted to remind everyone that that Ukraine happens to be and still is the most corrupt nation in Europe. Okay, so let's not forget that. Trump knows this.
Because of America.
How dare you?
Because of
How dare
America,
you?
they're the most corrupt.
No.
No!
How dare you?
Yeah, but
guys,
I wanted to.
I've seen the
let's
corruption.
remember.
I've seen the corruption
All this
in Ukraine
200 million.
firsthand. It's
I wanted to go back to Wade's comment about when did Zelensky change? And Zelensky changed, and you are right, he changed a lot. And he changed after during the pandemic. During the pandemic, he had the lowest popularity rates ever, something like 15%. Everybody hated him. And as the pandemic went through and Europe decided to, and it was obvious that was going to be a big war, that's when things start to happen. And one of the triggered moments, and you are right, was the first assassination attempt of Zelensky. There was one in 2020, and then he got paranoid. Many parties people started to being put it out. And during the 2021, Zelensky started to prepare for the war. It was obvious. He left. He made comments that were incompatible with the Minsk agreements, Minsk agreements 2. It was one after the other. And when we got in November 2021, there was no Minsk agreement anymore. He said he was not following anything. And that's when we had the first drone attack in Donbass and bringing back really heavy artillery. And yeah, but there is exactly that moment in 2020 when things starts to heat up and he gets paranoid and people start to preparing that war in Ukraine. And anyone that was watching the Crimea Platforms Summit and all that process understands that Zelensky changed and something big was going to happen. And that's when people say all the time in this conference, in these summits, like the one in Munich, oh, the unprovoked war of aggression. No, this was completely provoked. Russia was provoked all the time. Zelensky was the instrument for that provocation all the time. Sorry.
Sorry,
Jared, about Trump's hatred of Zelensky, I think a lot of our Democratic politicians, their sons were over in Ukraine developing bio laboratories and profiting. And Trump knows if his sons would have been doing that, they'd all be in prison. So he really has disdain for American politicians profiting abroad. And a lot of that's going to come to an abrupt halt.
Jared.
Well, we know that a lot of the money was used to pay for Democrats and some Republican senators and Congress people in order to pass all those bills of support for Ukraine. So the money came back to the US. That's why Zelensky say, I don't know where that money is. And a lot of Europeans, and that's also one of the reasons I think in this case, many of the Europeans are really afraid. So Zelensky also have them in their hands somehow. It's a theory.
Jared is next, right? Jared.
If I may, Prato, the money never left the United States. 200 billion that left allegedly to Ukraine. I would say roughly, and here I have to actually agree with Zelensky and say that he is telling the truth. He might have gotten 50 billion, if as much, maybe 60 billion. The rest was left in the United States to pay for weapons for the deep state, for everybody paid off, 10% for the big guy. And what was supplied to the Ukraine was given up to this. Zelensky, as we all know, is an actor, and he says, I didn't get all of this money. Of course not, because he was snorting white lines on the German autobahn as if it was no tomorrow.
I saw dancing
But
videos.
being serious now. Yeah, the money just went into different institutions, into different estates.
I think the term biolabs and bioweapons labs are sometimes used interchangeably. There's no proof that there were bioweapons labs in Ukraine. There were labs in Ukraine that were producing antidotes to Soviet weapons, and they had samples of Soviet bioweapons in those labs, and they were producing antidotes to them. I'm not going to say exactly how, but I have some connection to this at work. I haven't visited the labs myself, but from what I know that there's evidence that there were biolabs producing antidotes to Soviet biological weapons. I don't know of any evidence that they were actually producing new biological weapons. And I think that's important.
Could that be the reason?
But the cook lady, she said, in Congress, she said that there is a
yeah, but Jared is right. Jared is right. He's trying to make a difference between there are military biolabs, but they were working into vaccines or antidotes against some diseases. But many of those diseases you are saying they were developed during the Soviet times. I doubt it. Some of those diseases were really bad strips of well-known diseases, and it's reported even before the war that many people were getting sick really badly in Kharkov, in Mariupol, and other places. So they were experimenting on people. They found one of those labs in Mariupol where they have all the registered of people they were paying for taking part in those experiments and how bad it was for them. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, usually I try to avoid this topic entirely.
I have to agree with Tata on that point because
good for you.
But the fact is that Victoria Nuland actually admitted in front of Congress that they did have bioweapons in Ukraine.
The fact of the matter is
Russia MOD did report a lot of it.
Laboratories.
So Russia MOD, because they invaded in and then they actually captured a lot of stuff and then they write long reports on it. Then they write really, really long posts on it on Telegram. I totally just know. Like, I'm not gonna talk about it because it's entirely cannot be backed. Because it's very, very one-sided. Like, because it's only the Russians talking about it. The evidence on their hands. Who knows? I don't even know enough to really talk about it. So I totally avoided the topic because it could literally terminate my channel for making up shit. This is a very dangerous topic. I mean we can talk. I mean I'm not saying you guys cannot talk about it. I'm just saying that I didn't dare to report on it because it's so dangerous as a topic. I think
we heard in the first intervention. We heard in the first intervention that one of the spots of the Russian special operations was going directly to those biolabs to steal documentation. They did report several stuff.
Kharkiv, right?
In several places, also in Western Ukraine. Actually, there was also parachuters, special troops. Breaking into some biolabs in some strange places in the west of Ukraine. But the thing is that I actually once had some access to, which I think it was unpurposed, but I got from the Russian foreign minister. It was actually for other people in the United Nations, other diplomats. And I think the Russians never published too much about them. If the information was published, it was like the ones I saw. It was not very profound. It was an analysis of what was being done and what kind of documents they found. But they had a lot of documents. They were still processing all the information they got. And let's not forget that the general that was killed in Moscow recently was the general responsible for analyzing those documents And after that, Ukraine tried to say, "Oh no, this was a general that made a bio weapon attack in our troops and so on, and then that's why he had to die." But the thing is that it's quite suspicious. Why did they had to attack to kill that general? But that was just mostly just making speech declarations about things they found. Yeah. I don't think it's the most important thing in Ukraine now. It was one of the motives, and things has changed so much in the Ukrainian war that the biolabs and all those minor stuff, they don't matter anymore. Probably in the deal with Ukraine, the Russians will also oblige the Americans not to permit any more biolabs in the ex-Soviet countries, because actually the Russians are not just complaining about biolabs in Ukraine. They are complaining about biolabs in many Central Asian countries, in Georgia especially. They do complain a lot about them in Georgia. Yeah. Go on, Garrett.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that how some of this commentary has already been centered around Trump, specifically what Foreman said just a few minutes ago about all of the relations that Zelensky had with Trump and should have praised Trump. Is it really what they want, that the American president should be making international deals on America's behalf to secure his personal electoral benefit?
What's the question?
Depending on the alternative, I believe it would have been the correct choice instead of the globalist Freemason.
Okay, the Freemason stuff is bizarre, but I don't know how you guys talk about globalists when America has been foremost in imposing itself on the world. I find that a very odd perception.
And still.
No, you're correct. America has been infiltrated by the same
Aren't you British?
people that you're taught that I'm ridiculing right now. And now Trump is obviously not part of that faction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a bullet by his ear.
Maybe it started in America. Why you say it was infiltrated? Maybe it started there.
No, it never started here because that globalist.
It's literally called the Washington Consensus.
That globalist entity actually, I believe, was installed the people that started the French Revolution and put the first Antichrist into a position of power, that short little guy named Napoleon. And then once Napoleon failed at taking over the world, they just switched their money over to Germany and then brought up a new Antichrist, which was Hitler trying to take over the world. And then they did a really good job of using America to try to take over the world, but they could never get that top dog position solidified
you're skipping
until they
the communists
put
trying to
Biden
take
in
over the world.
position.
You're skipping the bit where the communists try to take over the world.
Yeah, and Putin, right? And
well,
not Putin. No, Putin is the only one invading another big country.
No, so, there's another candidate. Bibi.
China.
The Bibi.
Bibi is not ambitious. He only captures like this small little strip of land.
No, Bibi controlled America, man. He's captured America already. And America is doing the job.
That's funny because last week I saw Bibi standing next to Trump and he was pretty surprised. He had a pretty surprised look on his face when Trump said, Israel ain't going to take over Gaza. We are going to, because we're sick of this nonsense that's going on.
What a big difference. What a big difference, you mean?
Yeah, you're right. But at least it's not Israel. At least it's not Israel.
It's the same, man.
Okay, well, I do believe they're probably going to punch a canal through there. I do believe there's going to be a lot of money that America's going to make there.
He's more right wing. he's more right wing than the most Israeli right wings. You understand what I mean?
Okay, so
I didn't hear you. You were
this is
quiet.
also very much the American way. Biden sponsors the massacre of the indigenous people, and then Trump steals their land to make a profit. I mean, it couldn't be more blatant.
And no, he's talking
and now
about
they're
that in
supposed
front of
they're not
the person
globalists. Trump
who
is
bought
not
that.
globalist.
Not at all, man. No,
Oh,
he just
okay,
want
well,
to gain 3 countries. Only that.
We've
Only
allowed
that.
Gaza to try for how many years now? Ever since Israel
Who the
started, so
fuck are
back
you
in the
to
40s.
allow? Who give you the authority to
Since
allow?
1948. What are you talking about?
Who's allowing?
Yeah,
By
since
what authority?
48. Since 48, they haven't been
these
able to get their situation handled. And I
Maybe
don't know
because
if it's
Because the
maybe
UN
because
backing them at every turn.
maybe because they had a gun on their head.
please, let's move on from that. We never
Why?
gonna
It's a
go
topic.
anywhere with Nika and Americans when it comes to this matter. Let's move on from that, please.
Okay, so we will ignore this topic then.
Yeah. Forever, not just tonight.
And
Forever.
then why we're talking
No,
about
we
it then
can't
too?
ignore it
No, but
forever.
there is
It's
a
we
a done
can't
deal
ignore
too.
it.
but
It's
there is a big thing
It's a
that
actively
done
part
deal
of our
happened.
lives right now.
But there's a big thing happening in Gaza. If you want to talk about
Israel
Gaza,
is good, Palestine is bad. We all know that.
no.
Let's
The
move on.
hostage.
Yeah, but
So Hamas.
Is America taking over Gaza bad? He's
It's the
saying
same
it is.
shit. It's the same
Well,
shit.
it's absurd and disastrous, so it's probably bad. Yes.
Oh, well, we'll see in 20 years.
So
No, I think they're
since we
going
are
to
on
see a lot
Gaza,
sooner than that.
anyway, since we are in Gaza, I just update what is the latest situation. Hamas released 3 prisoners. Then Israel is supposed to release like I think 400 or something. But I think there is still a date. There's still a
I want
deadline
a
tomorrow.
correction. No. They released them. The thing is, Israel wasn't like following the agreement, and then when they accepted and they start entering the big vehicles, what's their part of the deal, they continued the deal. I posted in the group, but I think it wasn't like very prominent. It went quickly. So the pause of the deal was because, sorry about the noises, guys.
Yeah, get the cafe to shut up. Shut up!
Yeah,
No,
the pause in the deal was because of Israel is not like committing its side, because there is a lot of things that Israel wasn't allowed to enter and had to.
Nika, I thought we agreed to move on.
No, I'm just
we
updating the
did
latest
not.
situation. So Nika tried to correct me on certain details or add in more certain details. I'm just saying the general point now is that 3 hostages was supposedly released. Israel is supposed to release like a few hundred people.
It's done. It's already done.
It's already done. Okay, so
it's already
there
done.
is still, however, there is still this deadline that's set by Trump, which Israel is now going to follow. Israel actually
It's
warned that
already
they
done.
want they want all the hostages.
That timeline was passed already. That time, Trump. That deadline is
so
passed.
during the presser, Trump said that he does not know what Israel is going to do, but he said that they will back whatever Israel.
Of course, he doesn't know anything about anything.
Yeah, because he said that this is an Israeli thing, so Israel will decide. No,
No, before. Yes, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to add a couple points. One on the whole definition of globalism, just to put a bow on that one, and then I'll talk about Gaza. But basically, Gareth, to answer your question about, is Trump a globalist? Yes, of course he's a globalist. Like, he's just a globalist for a different set of globalists who are trying to wrest control from the existing set of globalists. So I don't think it's any more complex than that. How is he different? I don't think he is really. Like I said, I just think he's trying to wrest control from the current group of globalists. But their aims are power and control. Regarding Gaza and the whole idea of America going in, yeah, it's a terrible idea. But I don't think Trump was necessarily serious. The way I kind of look at it is, okay, we're going to do this. You don't like it? give us a better idea. And that's kind of what's happening now. Like
Any
you're
idea
seeing the
is
Arab
better than
states.
this idea, for the love
Right.
of God.
So he's
Any
like,
idea is
okay,
better
world,
than this
you don't
idea.
like it? Give me a better plan. That's basically what he said. And now you're seeing the Arab states come together. And from what I understand, I think they're working on some sort of plan. What that looks like, I have no idea. But at the very least, at least they're talking, right?
Nunya, you really want
No,
Go ahead,
he made
Nika.
it much worse.
Go ahead, Nika. Sorry,
Gareth,
I don't know who was next. Gareth, go ahead.
It's Gareth.
Sorry, go ahead, Gareth.
Okay, thank you. The main issue with that Hamas had with Israel was that it was not sending the tents that it had agreed to send. And that's very significant because, of course, they clearly don't want the Palestinian population to settle down again. They want them to keep them moving so that Trump's ethnic cleansing plan can be carried out. I did disagree with the claim that they are now talking. All it's done is cause the Saudi Arabians, for example, to point out that if this happens, there is no hope of recognition of Israel because it'll be yet another. It'll be the complete defeat of the Palestinian cause, and the Arab states are going to have to answer to their own populations for that. So I don't think that this intervention has helped anything, and certainly it's a bizarre and grossly unjust plan. So I don't think that it has any legs. I think it was a stupid idea that is unlikely to ever happen, and if it does, it'll just drag America into another permanent, ongoing war. So it's a foolish idea, typical of Trump.
And like I said, I think Trump is just saying to the world, come up with a better plan then. And that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, usually Nonya and I agree a lot of things, but now we disagree about that. But I think
because Nunya wants to be Yankee.
Stupid. It's stupid.
That's his chance, you know? Trump wants to say Canada.
He's becoming
That's his
American
chance
soon.
to be American. So you
within
are
4 years he will be
Nika.
American.
It's not with you anymore. He's a Yankee to be.
The problem is he hasn't been here long, but that Quebec law, it just gets into your blood and it turns you into this asshole. So go ahead there, you French asshole.
Question.
So I was sorry, guys. I was talking. So the thing is, he's still pushing it until now. Even everyone was opposing to it. He's still pushing it, and he's threatening the Jordan and Egypt with the cutting funds and stuff. So he's actually serious about it until now. After all the refusal from all the Arab countries, he's still pushing it through because he's protecting his buddies, Israel. So this is one thing. And secondly, I forgot what I said. Secondly, oh my God, I forgot, man. Okay. Yeah, so the actual is just proposing it as a solution is messed up because everyone like agreeing that they need to rebuild Gaza with Gaza inside. No one was like saying something different about this. It's the details that we're like arguing about, but the fact that Israelis don't want it to be rebuilt because they want the population to get out. That's the thing. He wasn't like pushing for a better solution or for a solution. The solution was there, but the details of that solution isn't like materialized because they are like still in the first stage of the peace deal, and they refuse to even negotiate the second part with which will be preceding the rebuilding. So the Israelis who are the ones who don't want to go to that part. It's not. He's just like pushing the far right Israelis agenda as much as he can.
Yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. But like that's the reality we're in though, man. Like unfortunately for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, but there's a one good thing. One good thing in all of this. Sorry, one good thing in all of this. He actually managed to unite the Arab countries. He managed like to make Egypt oppose USA, which was like something unthinkable about. He managed to make Saudi Arabia Jordan, and Egypt opposed to USA, and this is fucking damaging to Israel and to US.
So
Go ahead,
would
Jeff.
the Palestinians prefer the Israelis to govern them or the Americans to govern them intermediately so that we can build the country up enough so that they can actually
They
have it
want to
back?
get everyone guys out of
Would
the
you prefer to be
fucking
governed
their
by the Germans or
territory.
the French?
They don't need anyone to govern them. They can govern themselves if they have their rights back. This is the thing that everyone doesn't understand. So I'm
Yeah,
not
Jeff,
hearing.
they've seen this movie before, man. Like they know that if they
Nonya,
leave, they'll never come
Nonya,
back.
Of
Nonya.
course,
Yeah,
If you want the young passport, you need to stop agreeing
and they can't,
with Arabs. You know,
Oh, I'm sorry,
that's
sir.
not
I'm
that's
sorry.
and they
not part
can't.
of the deal.
They also
Go ahead,
can't
Chris.
trust anything America says because America has betrayed them over and over again.
No, we see that America is not. America and Israel is the same thing. There is nothing that can differentiate both. Both are pushing the same agenda. Both are doing the same thing. Both want Israel to
And
conquer the area and conquer the region. So it's the same thing, Israel or America, the same genocidal mentality, man.
So
it's the same
Gaza
American
has
bombs dropped from American aircraft.
Gaza has had what basically the last 15 years to do it themselves, and they really haven't. They 25 years ago when you still had the Israelis actively occupying it, I 100% agree with you, but they really haven't done anything successfully in the last 15 years.
And you know what?
How can you do
You know what?
things in
Wait.
that
They've
place?
been locked in there.
You
How
know
can
even
they? They've been in prison.
you know even allowed a fucking paracetamol. How the fuck are you gonna do things?
So
You know
hold
what
on,
they are
hold
doing? I
on.
will give you an example. I will give you an example. I will give you an example. Palestinians don't have the right in Gaza to have any external trade without the approval of Israelis.
So
Any food that enters, you know what they did? They calculated the calories that needed for the Palestinian to just survive, not to starve, and that allowed only that amount. Anything that exceeds that amount, they will not allow it.
so
They not allowing anything. So you are telling me you are free to do whatever you want, but in a prison
so
when I control everything. That's
give me
crazy,
a
man.
second. Give me a second, if you would. I'm not
One thing,
really.
one another thing, and I will bomb you for like every 2-3 years. I will bomb you and kill some
Mow the
people.
lawn.
This
Yeah.
is good, huh?
Yeah, no,
Snipers
I'm not.
everywhere.
I'm not saying the existing system is good. Okay, don't take that as me saying that. But
Come on, man. Come on.
Well,
no,
Bubby, you just said, geez, these guys, they just can't seem to get it going. They
but
cannot seem to
wait,
figure it out. If only they could figure it out.
no, but they did have some chance to try to get something a little bit more
How?
functional working.
How, man?
I understand,
Yeah.
but what your solution is go back to what it was. Yeah, like that clearly didn't work. Okay, we can accept the old system didn't work. Okay, Egypt doesn't
Okay, well
want
then
it.
how about actually bringing back the peace process? Let's remember that at the moment, the United States is supposed to be forcing Israel to make good on its promises to return territory to the Palestinians, and it's not doing that.
So
there is an
In fact, it's
upvote
just
for
aiding
it.
the Israelis.
No winners
The
is going
thing. The
to
thing
give
with
up
you
land.
guys, America
What?
on the right side.
No,
You know what happened. That place is wrong.
yeah,
But none of you guys talk about it the way you should.
but what I'm saying is, with Gareth, I normally disagree with you on most things, but on this, you've got to separate Gaza from West Bank. There is no Palestine. The two are not the same. They are two separate entities. Okay, now
Well, they've been
philosophically
forcibly
you could say
disconnected,
they're the
yes.
same, but
They are just different. They are literally different place. since 1948.
They are
So
literally the
one is
same
governed by the
genes, the
Jordanians.
same population.
So they're two parts of a country that have been separated by an occupied corridor.
Okay, but that's
so
all
they're
over
different
the place.
after 50, 60 years, right?
It's
After
like
80
the
years, they're gonna
same
be
thing
different.
as West Germany and East Germany. It's the same
or
thing.
or
So it's like
Austria and
saying,
Germany, or Canada and the United States, or Canada
no, that's
and
different.
Great Britain.
That's
No, it's
different,
not.
man.
Or Singapore and
Yeah, that's
Malaysia,
different.
right?
Yeah. No,
So
we
we
give
need
it
to-
enough time. They were going to be different. So they may
But
be the
we are
same at the
losing,
beginning.
man. You guys, everyone is talking about this, and Palestinians themselves say we are the same. We want to be the same. We want to be united. Everyone is like,
Yeah, I mean, of course they will say that, but I'm just saying that even culturally, West Bankers
they are the
and the
same culturally,
Gazans,
man. They are the same, man.
the people
The
have different
majority-
experience. For the past 20
the
years, they're
majority-
not the same. One is in the
So
kingdom
what?
of
20
Gaza.
years is not
The
enough.
other one is in the state of Palestine under the Palestinian Authority. It's different rules. They grew up different. The people think it's different. Yes,
Because they're under occupation by Israel.
The same experience.
No,
they are both.
they both
of
have
them
the same
bombed.
aspiration. No, they both have
No,
the
no,
same
both-
aspirations.
both
no,
of them-
they have different rulers. You have to understand. They
Yeah,
have different
so what?
rulers.
So what?
If you ask the
So
Koreans,
what?
the Koreans are going to say they want the united Korea. But I can tell you, they are different people already by now. The Koreans are different. Even they will tell you they want to
That's completely
reunite. I can
unlike
tell
the
you when
situation in Palestine.
So I know, but when they reunite, they realize that they are totally different people. The
They are
West
not,
Bank
man.
and Gaza is
I
not
know
that
the
bad.
culture. They are
It's
not. You
that
cannot
bad.
even differentiate. Even themselves, they cannot differentiate themselves because.
No, that's not my
let me
point.
explain.
I know it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're different people in that sense. I'm saying that in terms of the entity they are two different entities right now. They are actually literally two different states. One is West Bank, which is totally fractured and totally divided by the Israelis.
But only because it's been forced on them by an occupying army.
They are not occupied. They are conquered people. Just accept it. They are conquered. No, they fought 3 wars over this. No, get over it. They are conquered.
Yeah,
lost
and
the
how,
war.
how does that really work out in history?
So
No,
this
they
is
see-
not a right and wrong.
Looks
This
like
is not
someone.
the
about.
problem-
Oh,
the
there's
only
definitely a
difference-
right and wrong.
Looks like
no.
someone wants Trump
They've-
to go to Singapore.
They fought 3 wars. They have lost all of them, and people came in
So
from
what?
outside to help them. They lost all 3 wars. The only difference, in any other conflict, the only difference that the conquerors will always absorb the population. Israel is the weird ones that don't refuse to. They go
Not
into
all
an
of them.
apartheid situation,
Why?
and
Why?
thus they
don't-
created
maybe you
this
should look up
weird
the
situation that they
colonization of
created for
America.
themselves.
I will
I'm not
give you
saying
an
that they
This
are
is just
correct.
colonialism.
Yeah,
I will give you an
can say
example.
no. This is imperialism. If you ask me,
Why?
it's just
Why?
imperialism in a weird way.
Colonialism.
Because
It's a settler colony, Israel.
Yeah, I will give
Where
you.
got
I will
colony?
give you an
They're not
example.
inside the colony. They're not inside.
They are a colony.
If you
They
are
are
They're
saying
not-
literally
colonial
Europeans who
means-
came to a piece of land that they forcibly seized.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's over.
That's
Get over
colonial.
it.
Huh?
South Africa is
So-
also partly white. No, just get over it. It's over, man.
So,
It's already
you know,
history. You
why-
cannot just
okay,
keep going
it's-
back to
why-
It's not me
Why,
you need to
100 years
convince,
ago.
it's them.
Why? Why?
It
You know,
not
you
gonna
know,
stop
majority-
fighting.
I don't need to convince them. That is the reality. It's just like you're trying to say that, you
So
have
the
to
reality
convince
is
the
that they're going to
Ukrainians.
keep fighting.
You don't have to convince
only-
the Ukrainians that Crimea is gone forever. You don't have to convince them. It's gone forever. You
Yeah,
don't
Wyatt,
talk to them.
Wyatt.
It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. It's gone forever.
So,
the same
Wyatt,
thing.
there is
Not
Israel
forever.
right now
Some realities.
Forever is too long.
until Palestine one day they really united, form a country somewhere, even if it's outside of where they are right now. They become powerful and then they reinvade and reconquer. Yes, they
You
can
cannot-
take it back.
Wyatt,
certain
That's exactly why
circumstances,
Israel
just
will
get over
never
it.
allow
It's
them to
not.
have a state.
Wyatt.
Yeah, of
you
course,
cannot,
that's why.
You cannot ask someone.
So then
who's
they've got
oppressed
nothing to gain.
Under, can I just one second. You cannot ask someone under occupation to unite. Unite with whom? You are already don't have any power. You are under occupation now. Can you ask someone who's like on gunpoint to have a free will and to unite and to? You are asking the impossibility. I give you an example of that. The only way that colonialism works is like when the colonial population will eradicate the native people. It happened in in America. It happened in North America. It happened in Australia. Where it doesn't happen, the only solution where that the colonizer, the body that colonized that territory will go away. You see it in France and other ways. The only solution for the colonizer to stay in that land is to eradicate that population. This is the only way. You can see it historically. They need to kill the majority, like 90% of the Palestinians, and make them live in reserves so they can like really conquer that land.
So
But Nika,
the reason why I wanted to separate Gaza and the West Bank is way more of a mess, and I'm not even going to comment on how to fix that. Okay, that's a disaster with the settlements and everything. The West Bank is sort of functional, but unbelievably broken. Gaza, I feel like if you don't have to get rid of the Palestinians, you don't have to allow the Israelis in. What they need to do is block all contact between the two of them, reopen the Egyptian borders without Israel, interference. And they need jobs. They have to, okay, that, want to solve unrest. Nobody's doing gang and terrorism stuff when they're working. They need, that's the fundamental problem there. This isn't about what happened 60 years ago.
Can I ask you something? Are you American?
Wait.
Yes. So the American that went against the Ukrainians, against the British are terrorists. So that movement, it's terrorism actually. British like treated you guys when you wanted to be liberated as terrorists.
It's always been like this.
The same. So it's.
But the difference is the Americans won.
It like this.
The Palestinians lost.
Yeah,
that's it.
They would. No. It's still.
Yeah, but we've got better weapons these days.
You lose when you surrender. They didn't surrender yet. So it would be going until they surrender.
You're locked on when you're still fighting. You can call them.
Wait. Super chat. Utis, Palestine got their tents. Also, the exchange went through and the truce held. After Trump's comment, weird things keep trending. Please. And there's also one more. Also, Illyrian Putin, thank you for the memberships. And also one more, Melkor. You all need to grow up. The whole world has been built through conquest. The Palestinians have lost. Cope.
I say when you lost when you throw your weapon and you surrender. That's when
you
already
lost. They already surrendered.
No.
Okay, I tell you why. Nika. You have to understand. Originally, there was no Palestinian leaders per se, because it's the Arabs that came in to help to fight. And then for 1 war, 2 wars, all gone. They have already lost. Then they created the resistance movement. Then suddenly they have some kind of leadership. Then there's a PLO. Then suddenly, they haven't lost. No, they already lost. This is the guerrilla movement. And then they managed to get some legitimacy. They were offered land. They were offered independent. They offered the state. They refused because they want the whole of Israel and Palestine.
They were never offered a state. They were never offered a state. That's not true.
They were offered a state.
No,
they were not.
Even under Donald Trump,
never.
Don't go there.
That's bullshit.
Right, don't go there. They never.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, man. That's propaganda.
Yeah, please, let's
really
move on.
Propaganda.
Please.
Can I ask questions?
I'm begging you, please. Let's move on.
Can I ask 2 questions? Not an opinion, 2 questions. First question, why was there no movement for independent Palestine when Gaza and West Bank were part of Egypt and Jordan? That's first question. Why was there no movement for independent Palestine when Gaza and West Bank were part of Egypt and Jordan? Second question, does anybody know why Israel wanted to keep Gaza and West Bank? Didn't they realize back in 1967 that they would be nothing but problems? Anybody know the answer to those questions?
I know the second one. The first one is, of course, no. I don't. The second one is because Egypt didn't want them, but Egypt actually rejected taking Gaza. From my understanding, like Israel want Egypt to take it, and Egypt like no, they don't want it. So that's what I understand. Jordan, on the other hand, they really wanted West Bank. They really wanted at the beginning, because what happened is that okay, so I ended up by answering the first question. After the Arab-Israeli war, the Jordanians really wanted to annex West Bank, and the whole Arab world rejected. They go against. They say that you cannot have it, and then Jordan, they can't do shit about it. So, and then somehow then they have the other Yom Kippur War, the other 6-day war, which also didn't work out that way. Which I'm not sure if the Egyptians really wanted,
the
but
6-day wars
they kind of
the
bluffed each
Israelis.
other, the different Arab states.
It's the Israelis who attacked. The 6-day wars. It's the Israelis who attacked everyone. That's just a reminder. It's not like the Arabs who attacked them.
Yeah, depending on
okay.
depending on what perspective you want to take, who attack who,
Can I ask
the reality is that the Arab world were prepared for war. That is what it is. They are prepared for war. War is brewing. War don't drop down from the sky. People know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of who fired the first shot. So
I will try to answer the first. Go, Gareth, and then we'll go.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Wyatt, you're making a major error in looking only at regular army formations. You also need to study popular military movements and the like. The answer to why there was no demand for an independent Palestine is because the Palestinians under Jordanian and Egyptian rule were not being ethnically cleansed off their lands. I mean, that was just not a thing that was going on at the time. And secondly, there is no real drive for Palestinian independence as such. What we're really looking at is a people who have been driven off their land. They were not a formal state to begin with, and the idea of their becoming a state has only emerged as a theory of how this conflict can be resolved. What the Palestinians have always wanted, and what they've been granted by the United Nations, is the right of return to their original lands within Israel, which Israel is still on the hook to implement, all right, or at least since 1976. The point remains, though, that this effort to create a Palestinian state has been an Israeli demand, not a Palestinian one. But the Israelis then changed their minds and said that they will no longer permit a Palestinian state, for the not unreasonable belief that eventually, if it actually were to become strong enough, it would then try to contest the territory again in a conventional military manner. So Israel's practical objective is always towards the ethnic cleansing of the territory. That's it. They don't want any Palestinian state. They don't want a right return. They don't want anything except all the land for themselves. Done.
Super chat. Stall on Rumble super chatted, but there's no integration, so I have to type. Trump is a Zion cup. So anyway, okay, you can go.
I wanted to answer the first one because it's for a non-native person from the region. It's difficult to understand the sentiment, the mentality of the people in that region. You know that the whole region. It's difficult for a Westerner or European who have like deep identity, state identity, to understand the culture, the Arab or the culture, especially the Arab culture. For example, we don't see if I was assimilated. I'm Tunisian. If Algeria wanted to assimilate Tunisia, I will not fight it, because I don't consider all those borders are artificial borders created by a Westerner, practically. So this is why what we see it. So if Palestine was under Jordanian government or under Egyptian government, we don't care, because it's one step toward the reunification. We all like share the same ambition to be united one day. But the problem is the governments are not like aligned with the population needs. We had like a lot of possibilities, a lot of not possibilities, a lot of attempts to be united, but there's a lot of things that didn't allow that. But in the public mindset, it doesn't for me. I don't care if I am a part of the Algerian state or Libyan state, or we all are part of one state. I don't care, because we share the same culture and the same identity. That's why.
But you guys care whether Palestinians get kicked out of Gaza?
Yeah, of course, because yeah, of course.
They are your brothers.
No. Listen,
So suddenly the border matters now.
We know if they will go out of their land, they will lose it forever. We know that. It's an experience.
But why would it matter?
The only reason
It matters because it's not.
the only
Because
reason
it's
you
their
don't
land.
want the only
Yeah,
reason
I
you
know.
don't want I know that, but the only reason you don't want them
You
is
just don't want
because
Israel to win. That's all.
is for Israel. Because if that was for Saudi Arabia or whatever, you'd say, "I take it." But because it's for Israel,
It's not
that's
take
why
it.
you guys
It's
don't.
not. It's not. You don't need to think as a Westerner. You're not in a Western region. You not
I'm
think
no
like
Westerner.
Westerner.
I don't want to be
No, I'm
one.
not talking to you.
Okay.
Kind
Thank
of. I'm
God.
not talking to you. I'm talking to the.
Okay. I say super chat first. No. Will Iran fall in the near future? DRC war, M17 war, or civil? Will Gaza have their independence? Oh, that's a mouthful of questions. Yeah. You can continue, Nika. Sorry.
Now we need to move on.
We need to move. Yeah. If you want to move, I don't care. If you stay, move. I don't care.
If you keep
But
going
I
there,
hope- I
I'm
hope-
not gonna let that go. This is the topic is love.
No, but you need to understand what I say in summary. You need to
I know you
understand the
love.
mentality.
I know how much you love your Arab propaganda in this panel. But
Every
come
Arab,
on.
don't worry, it's not only me, it's every Arab love this propaganda. So this is what I want to say to Jared. It's you cannot like think with a Westerner mind to find the solution to understand these regions. I mean the Arab regions. So you need to understand it in Arab mentality.
Fine, and you think the Kurds and the Yazidis and even the Iranians want to be part of the Arab world?
We were so close to getting away from Israel,
Okay.
Palestine,
Sorry,
changing the subject.
My bad.
I don't know. I personally think that Moroccans are not Arabs. No, they are Moroccans. No, Libyans are Libyans. No, but
They
anyway.
are Arabs.
We don't.
Trust me.
No one care about. We see it as Arab, so we don't care what someone else will think about it. We don't care. Yeah, it's
For
you
me,
can say whatever you want.
For me, it's just a simple
and I know
thing. As
these
long as the
people, they
people
are
have
Arabs.
So
They
for
are
me, it's
Arabs.
simple. As long as they have a place to live, they can grow up and to raise their family, have peace, don't die. Who cares if that land is going to be Israeli or not? Israel is going to run into demographic problems or cultural, demographic and political problems in 50 years' time.
Yeah,
So
that's
they
why
will
they
collect
need
on
to-
their own.
Israel
Don't
will
worry.
not. If Israel were not massacring the locals, then maybe that would be reasonable.
You also have to remember, even the knights from Europe, no, they ride all the way to Middle East, conquer Jerusalem, and they lost it too. Eventually, don't worry.
Yeah, but you need it. They
At least the
needed
people
to
don't die
push.
now. Once the
They
people
needed
die, they come
to
fight
be
later.
pushed. They needed to be. There is a push. We are doing this push,
Oh shit!
Yeah, it seems to me to say that the conquest is done and also it can be undone.
You see, we say too much evil stuff. We summon Jesus. Jesus is here to purify us.
He's naked again.
Oh, so sorry, Jesus.
That super chat mentioned the Rwanda and DRC thing. I didn't hear anybody talking about that. Do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Well, for a second,
No one cares about Africa.
For a second, it's actually quite interesting.
We never
Actually,
talk
it's quite
front lines anymore.
Yeah,
And
well, we
also,
will.
The Palestinians helped the Brits fight the Ottomans in exchange for independence. They are all bigly. It's the Turkish fault. It's the Turks' fault. It's actually not the Israelis.
So for Buddha's comment on yes. So for Buddha's comment on DRC, it's quite interesting because since we have started these open mic as well with Ukraine and all those resources being sold, the thing in DRC is about resources. This is not about ethnic groups and like people like to discuss a lot. Might have some ethnic background, but the reason here is pretty much about resources. It has been a very long discussion about it, and it is curious. And this is the part that is very important to underline. It is curious that just after the European Union signed a memorandum of understanding with Rwanda to explore rare earths and minerals they don't have, that suddenly Rwanda, out of the sky, decided to help those rebels. Well, they have been helping them for a long time in trafficking minerals to Rwanda, which are sold all over the Western countries. But suddenly, Rwanda troops are in DRC and conquesting more terrain. Exactly in those areas, they are very rich in minerals. And this is interesting. And this is something the Africans and the global South will probably massacre Europe after this, because this is like a kind of hidden secret in the West, but everybody's talking about it in Africa. And it's really sad. This is a neo-colonial war. Again, this is impressive. It's not just in Ukraine, where these guys are like, go on, White.
Oh, you can continue until you finish, because I want to let D-Boy introduce himself first.
We got new guy.
Oh, I'm finished. I see it too. Neo-colonial war. Okay. Everybody's looking for the resources of the other guys.
D-Boy, introduce yourself so that you can join the conversation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Very good. Very good. But you sounds like he's delayed. Yeah. Can you hear us, D-Boy?
Did he say he's Ukrainian?
Nope, he's British.
I think my internet connection is not.
You can try go to your settings and reduce the video resolution, so that
yes.
So that so that you can have a better connection. Yeah, I think it's settings below, next to the.
What is this first world connective problem?
Yeah,
the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go to settings, camera, then you go to the camera resolution. Set it to a lower setting.
I'm on StreamYard.
Lack of investment in neoliberalism.
So the settings.
But we are listening to you very well. We are listening to him now.
You just a bit behind.
Yeah,
so
we can hear.
Dida, are you British?
Yes. Am I the first British person to appear on DPA?
Nope.
No.
Several.
Okay.
Gareth is practically a British.
You're not even top 20.
Okay. Wait. I bet I'm the first Welsh person.
Oh yes.
That's probably you're probably the first Welsh. Yeah.
No, true. I think there was another Welsh. Go on.
Please don't talk Gaelic. Please don't
can't
talk
tell the
Gaelic.
difference between the Welsh and the British, so most likely you are the first.
Oh, please do talk Gaelic. It's beautiful.
He knows. What knows?
Oh, it's in the whiskey. The Welsh also produce some whiskey, and the English don't.
Oh, and the famous longbow, the famous warbow. The Brit comes from Wales.
D-Boy, more.
So, D-Day, is Britain going to invade Russia?
Not D-Day.
They say they are preparing to invade Russia.
D-Boy, not D-Day.
Well, D-Boy, yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
If the British are preparing to invade Russia, because the British foreign minister meant that war is coming in 2 years or 1 year with Russia, and
That's not the same as invading. War is
sorry,
not the same as invading.
Oh, you're spoiling my joke.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, I'm an optimist. I'm hoping for a ceasefire by May this year. I think that's what's going to happen by May. Yeah. So I don't think there will be any need for British involvement, or let alone the capability, right?
Yeah, you need to do your job in the next election. That's all. Maybe that will help.
Like in Romania.
You know what would be hilarious?
Vote wisely.
So there was talk of Trump attending the Victory Day parade. So what if they did the Victory Day parade? The Russians did it through Kiev. That would be hilarious.
Talking about Victory Day, do you think Donald Trump is gonna attempt this year?
Yes.
I think
Donald Trump is a sucker for military parades. I think he's a sucker for military parades, so I think he will go.
I think if there is a ceasefire by May, I think this is one of the main goals of the Russian state, because that would be an ultimate sort of propaganda kind of coup, because then that will tie in with the 80th anniversary of May 1945, Great Patriotic War victory, and they can say, you know, yes, we've won, despite the Pyrrhic victory with all of the losses, the tragic losses that they have suffered in the Russo-Ukrainian war.
Actually, D-Day boy,
I'm gonna pay to watch that.
Not D-Day boy, D-boy.
Yeah.
Wait. I super chat first. Let me get rid of the words in the on the screen first. FE said, a Europe cannot leech of Russia and USA is a terrifying for me as an African. I hope USA and Russia will resume providing for Europe. Okay,
yes, because otherwise they will go for Africa. Yeah, but D-Day boy, it's actually a very good argument. It's actually a very good argument because, you see, Europeans are kind of fascinated with this kind of coincidence in dates. We have had this type of stuff all the time in this war. And now is the 9/11, and now is that, and now is that, and you'll be in that day. It's like this coincidence stuff. But you are right. If Trump goes to the 9th of May parade in Moscow, that's a revolution, and you don't need to have Ukrainian war with a ceasefire whatsoever. The world stops.
And imagine the kind of fanfare that, you know, the way how Putin will introduce, will welcome him, and then, you know, all this glamour and everything. Then all the European leaders are going to look so stupid, you know, like, what the fuck?
I just want to understand something.
Can you see that live on BBC or CNN? Can you imagine that live on TV? What they're gonna say?
Can I ask a question about?
Yes, I can easily imagine it, and what they will say.
And not just that. Well, I add one more point before Nika. Not just that, because the Western Europeans have never really watched a Victory Day parade ever. Like, you know, I also never watched a Victory Day parade until the Ukraine war. You know, they will be shocked. No, if Russia really put out the show, they will be shocked by the amount of military equipment they have.
You never heard that. Ooh-ha! Ooh-ha!
So I wanted to ask D-Boy, maybe he can answer me. I don't know why Europeans are so obsessed with dates. Russians, especially in this war, never like obliged by a date, never like did a promise that we will do this in that date or whatever. In each date, I think it's used like a false flag win, because Russians will conquer this place in that date, and then they will not do it, and they say they failed because they didn't do it in that date. But Russia never talked about any strategic move on a specific day. I don't know why they're so obsessed about dates. Maybe it's their mentality, how they work, and they want to project it to the Russian.
It's winning condition, right? No.
More than the European.
My husband was hospital, therefore I will be on the 9th May parade for the first time in 10 years. Congratulations, Madeline. Hope he's well, and I hope you enjoy the parade.
So the thing about the date was kind of a joke, but it was brought up. And no, I did want to say something about the Ukraine war, if we're going to go there, is the one thing we haven't seen that I do think will be a sort of a tide turner is what we haven't seen is whole units and officers surrender. So if you look at how the U.S. Civil War ended, okay, it didn't actually end with Lee's surrender and the Army of Northern Virginia. But as soon as that happened, everyone else realized it's over. Okay, the first Indochina War. It was I can't even say the word really. Nguyen Bien Phu and the French Marshal surrendered there. Okay, World War.
Come on, White, give us the name.
Nguyen Bien Phu.
White, give us the correct name for once.
Yeah, Bien Phu.
Okay, even
Must be
if you look at World
DNB
War
approved,
II,
surely.
if you look at World War II, sort of, if in my opinion, where everything kind of reversed was when Paulus surrendered with what was that, the Eighth Army? So that was the first time you had
Sixth Army.
Okay, sorry, but what we haven't seen in Ukraine is entire units with officers surrender.
Yet,
And,
but
and I
yet,
think no,
yet
yet.
that will be the moment that
So
it's
that's what
breaking
I'm saying.
apart.
You know what? You know why you never
Respect
gonna
the
see that?
finger.
You know why you never
You're
gonna
jumping
see
the
that?
finger, Prato.
Because
So are you.
okay, go on.
All right, thank you. First of all, I doubt Russians care about dates. I don't
Yeah,
think the
they don't
Russians
care.
care about dates. We have had a lot of talk about this has to happen on such and such day, or they're doing this because of the upcoming elections and so forth. That has been in the military chatter, but I don't think the Russian MOD actually thinks like that. As for surrenders and sudden collapses, I am kind of expecting that the Ukrainians will collapse suddenly, perhaps soon. But it's also the case that this war is very spread out over a very long area, and we don't have the kind of troop concentrations that we saw in the American Civil War. So I don't think we may never see tens of thousands surrender in a go. And then thirdly, the Ukrainians are driven by an ideological zeal and a great belief that in nationalist ideology, blood and soil. So it's moral and right for a person to die on a piece of land and sanctify it for the nation. So it should be remembered that the Germans fought all the way back to Berlin. The Ukrainians might choose to do the same. Thanks, I'm done.
No, it's a very good
One
argument.
thing for sure, these
It's a
people,
very
they are the same. Russia and Ukraine, they are the same. There is no way these people are gonna surrender. They're gonna go
I think
all the way. If they have
but
to, they're gonna go all the way.
it's a very good
Surrender is
argument
not
from
an
Garrett. It's a very good argument from Garrett. But my impression is that if we are going to that point, it will be one that will happen when you're not expecting it to happen that moment, because also we saw the first masses of generals and officers and with their soldiers surrendering in the World War II was a bit out of date. Of course, we knew the German was losing, but nobody could say they still had so many soldiers and officers. There is nothing that could tell you, well, this is start. But once it started, it was like a snowball. It happened, an avalanche. It started. Everybody was starting doing it and trying to save their souls. Somehow, not to get. So the thing that we could see probably it will be a kind of a chaotic retirement to the other side of the Dnieper, like Garrett was saying, to going to Kiev. But this will be already the mass breaking down of the Ukrainian army suddenly, because they will go hysterical, moving towards like the river in the sense of the last barrier to save Kiev of something like he's describing. On the other side, I'm more inclined to understand what this image will create in the European elites, these disillusioned elites, like we saw in this conference in Munich. They still believe Ukraine is winning. Many of these correspondents and so on, Ukraine is still winning. Wade was saying, Zelensky presented himself like a guy that came as the winner of this conference. He's winning as well. So,
I want to share my part. The main reason why we are not seeing that kind of mass surrender is that the Russians did not create the condition for that to happen. Because if you look at World War II, how you have the entire army group surrendering, is because there was a massive pincer encirclement, and when they closed the encirclement, the entire army group, they just got surrounded and they surrender. This does not happen in this war. Even the mini encirclements that we are seeing in various front lines, the Russians always allow the Ukrainians to escape most of the time. They never really shut the encirclement in a very quick fashion to purposely destroy entire units or capture the entire units. They deliberately want to grind them out. So they close very slowly, and as the Ukrainians start to get desperate, they withdraw. They start to get FPV drone strikes, sniped, or taken out. And also another thing is about this: the modern warfare. In modern warfare, the units at the front line is very few. You're talking about like one squad defending maybe 1 kilometer length or maybe half a kilometer length of front line, like maybe 6, 7, 10 guys for every 500 meters. That's very few. No, you can hardly capture a few thousand people, and the officers they don't stay at the front line. They're all in the rear positions. As many sources have already said that the officers always gave the instruction and then they just never go to the front. So that's also the reason why you never see the officers. The officers will keep themselves alive and then send the peons to the front line and die. So that's the main reason why we're not seeing the same. It's just a different war, I say. D-boy.
Yeah, and something else.
Oh, sorry.
Something else.
Sorry.
This mass surrender of entire units, this happened at the beginning of the war. It happened in the 2014 incursion into Crimea. And so
Kherson. Was an
what
open
happens?
city.
So what happened after that is that the Ukrainian intelligence service, along with the CIA, did a massive operation to avoid, and they probably established all sorts of protocols to avoid that from happening, like commanders not being involved in the front and all that sorts of stuff, because they had to face that problem that entire units would defect to the Russian side, and so we're not going to be seeing that in that sort of way because of how it happened before, and so there was already protocols established for that. But the thing about the dates and all that sort of optics style warfare is that it's not particular to a place, but it's a condition of circumstance. And so, like, you have mediocre or weak men in charge of authority positions, and so their lack of power compels them to establish a veneer of power by coinciding, by like directing their operations in an optic fashion more than in military fashion. Well, strong men or great men, they don't try to follow dates. They establish their own new dates, for future celebrations. Go on, B-Day, D-Day, D-Boy, Day Boy.
It's D-Boy, yeah.
Everybody struggles with D-Boy.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's D-Day Boy.
Okay, so going back to the issue of surrendering, I'm really intrigued as to what happened with the deal between Russia and Turkey and Ukraine when after the fall of Mariupol, we had a lot of the the infamous Azov brigade surrendering, and with the leader, and then going to Turkey, and then being held there, and eventually being released by Turkey. That was like, why? What the heck happened there? And why did what did Russia do diplomatically? What did Russia say diplomatically to Turkey about that? Because they are now back on the battlefield. The commander of the Azov brigade, as far as I know, is back on the battlefield. That's like it's completely fucked up.
Yeah, short answer is Erdogan stabbed Putin in the back. Basically, they had a deal, and then Erdogan got pressured to release him, and he did.
Or maybe,
I think,
or maybe Russia told Erdogan,
it was a back.
let them go so we can kill them.
It was a backdoor deal, but we could also realize that perhaps the Turks didn't have a hand on it. The guy just ran away. He was not living in the prison. But anyways, if he's back, he's probably going to have this. It's a guy more, like so many and so unfortunately they have been dying in this war. He's just another guy, and he's an infamous person. Perhaps he will clean Ukraine of Zelensky. So perhaps there is something good on it.
Brother, remember one thing, yeah? You can't kill people who surrender.
No, but Zelensky didn't surrender.
I'm not talking about Zelensky. I'm talking about the Azov guys.
Yeah, but
now they are back. They're allowed to get killed.
Well, if he's in the front law, if he is in the front, like Nunia was saying, then obviously he is committing himself to a destiny that is the same that we have been seeing with hundreds of thousands of men, which is to die.
This is why every time Russia encircles them, they always leave a door open so they can run. And when they're running, that's the best opportunity to kill them.
So, Vozdupov, are you telling me that nobody is dying?
They're dying.
No, he's saying maybe that was intentional.
The reason why the Azov
run
guys,
away, so we're gonna kill them.
The reason the Azov guys were returned is because that's Ukraine's preference in POWs. They always want their Azov guys first. They don't give a shit about territorials or anybody else. That's why they got Azov. I mean, the other day there was another body exchange. It was like 700 and some Ukrainians for like 20 Russians. And the other thing about surrendering, there's the thing with the Russians is that they've made it very clear. They've made the offer to surrender. You have a timeline to surrender. If you do not surrender within that timeline, they attack you and obviously probably kill you. And they're pretty strict about it from what I've been able to see. And the problem might lie in that you can't surrender because maybe you're not in a position to surrender because there's blocking units around or other units around that might shoot you in the back. Maybe there's an armored vehicle that's watching you. I mean, maybe you just missed the opportunity, or maybe you're whatever. But I mean, I'm sure guys want to surrender, but sometimes you just can't do it. And maybe some people obviously want to stand and fight. But I mean, the people that want to surrender, I think a lot of times they might just be stuck in places they can't, contact the Russians or walk out and surrender because of the drones and stuff. We've seen videos where they've blown up their own prisoners. So
yeah,
it's not unheard of that, I mean, think about it. If you're out there and you don't know you got a clean shot to run to the other side, are you really going to risk it?
I'm loving the super shots.
Super chat by Toronto Brad. Russia keeps winning.
Yeah, unfortunately.
By Toronto Brad.
I'm from the EU. I live in Portugal, but in this case, yes, because these people provoked this war. These people deserve to lose badly, to be exposed in the public for their crimes, provoking this horrible war. These European leaders that we know who they are. We have to be careful talking to them, especially if I'm in Germany. They might sue me. Yes, it's a new thing in European Union. Like Van said, like if you say something they don't like, they sue you in the court for thousands and thousands of euros. It's quite delirious.
So D-Boy need to be careful. UK is a bit crazy right now.
Yeah, too.
Can we talk about Romania, please?
Yes, so go on. But just for a second, go on, D-Day.
D-Boy, for the love of God, brother.
Okay.
This is
something. The subject of the European Union and including UK now, and attitudes towards the Russo-Ukrainian war really fascinates me because my experience of it being in the UK is that it is absolute heresy to go against the general kind of narrative of the sort of Kiev, Washington thing, right? And there is there's absolutely no protest movement or anything about the war, and it's just I find it very strange because I've seen that in Germany and some other countries, they have protest movements. Don't send arms to Ukraine. That's absolutely unthinkable in the UK here. Like it's even me, if I just on social media say very sort of humble things about, or maybe it's not the way that you think. It's crazy. It's very.
So you better be.
The
So you
narrative
better be
here.
careful. They are watching you.
Yes, absolutely. I'm well aware of that.
Oh, go on.
Super chat. When Azov run and it will be task overload for the British police. They can't protect everyone from our 13-year-old urban youth. It's so funny that Robinson and Griffin aren't allowed out between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. I actually don't understand all the context, so yeah.
No,
Well,
Azov's not going to
well,
run. They'll stay and die. They're not going to run.
The thing historically is that many of those Ukrainian Nazis were sent to the UK
Finger.
and from the UK to
Come on,
and from the
brother,
UK to Canada.
There's no Nazi in Ukraine. Come on.
Okay, so I think
Come on, guys,
Garrett
just get on with
Garrett Garrett is the South African living in the UK, so it's a kind of D-Day contemporanean guy. He should
That guy is not South African. That guy is not South African.
yes, and
He's in
Joseph
Poland,
is an
right?
is an Angolan. Is an Angolan
Poland, right?
living in the UK as well. So Britain is today well represented. So go on, South African, Garrett.
Thank you. I just wanted to say it's true that the political climate is basically very pro the conventional interpretation of the war. Pretty much everybody follows that newspaper interpretation. All the more galling because in the period between 2014 and 2022, there was actually quite a lot of coverage in Western media about the Ukrainian Nazis, but now they're unmentionable. On the other hand, they definitely aren't watching you. There's no security service in the world that has the manpower to actually watch people all time in any given great number. What they actually do, if they are noticing you at all, is record you, and then if they have a reason to be suspicious of you, then they can go back through the recording and find something that might link you to whatever it is that they're looking for. But they really can't, they don't have nobody has the power to do that. I mean, the whole reason of having these systems automated is precisely so that you don't have to do it by hand. And I certainly get away with saying all sorts of anti-state and revolutionary and pro-Russian things on social media all the time. Nobody's ever knocked on my door.
No, it's not a case.
Democracy
It's not a case.
101.
Sorry. Can I respond? It's not a case
I'm not
of
that
there's
for
gonna
you,
be, it's not a case of there's going to be a knock at the door. That's not a worry. That's insane. Maybe in Russia, if you were countering the narrative, yes. But the issue is it's more cultural or something like that, because it's kind of like a cultural heresy. The cultural maybe is not the wrong word, but social. It's such a minority view to deviate from the sort of the whatever we're calling it, the Kiev, Washington media narrative. It's just I seem to be like an outcast for my views, and that's why I really value DPA, because it's been like a beacon of, like, as I see it, of neutral information.
No way.
He's a proper Russian propaganda.
Bro, if you like DPA, man, now that you've been on here, you're gonna love the voice chat.
No!
And the lounge. And the Open Mic Speaker Lounge. Yeah. Anyway, I D-Boy, I already emailed you the link to join the exclusive chat for Open Mic speakers. So yeah, that's what they meant by voice chat. Anyway, Toronto Brad super chat. Photos revealed of Chinese nuclear carrier 120,000 tons. I haven't seen it yet, so probably it's the same one. Maybe it's Fujian.
I personally liked that Iranian carrier of drones carrier that made everybody scared. It really looks like a
Hey, what, isn't
small
there another
aircraft
country
carrier.
that announced they're building some more carriers too, or somebody else is building carriers? Like they were going to become another country. They're not big. Who the fuck was Turkey or
Turkey is
Somebody.
building
Yeah.
Turkey is building a kind of a short aircraft carrier. It will be interesting what kind of airplanes they will use. Probably
Yeah, because
First World
they
War
wouldn't
stuff.
specify like what the type of aircraft would be. So I'm assuming they're going to build it and hope something fits.
It's something fits in a very short lane. But Vaughn, you have to understand, Iran is building an aircraft carrier for drones. Can you
With a
imagine
container
that?
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool idea. I mean, it's smart.
Yeah, it's just
not
not
a cool
military
idea.
use,
It's
so
not a cool
so
idea.
it will
Not a
sink
cool
quite
idea
easily.
if you are Israeli.
So I want to show
Well-
the what Toronto Brad was talking about. So this is the carrier. So this is Type 4. China has already 3 aircraft carrier. The latest one is Fujian, the number 3rd one, which is the most advanced one with the magnetic electromagnetic catapult. So this is allegedly the 4th one, the design between 110,000 to 120,000.
So, well, it should be the size. It's probably the size of
Chinese. We need
it's
to stop
probably the
Chinese.
size. It's probably the size of a Nimitz class. Then I don't think it's as big as like the newer ones, like the Ford and stuff. But it's probably.
This is
If
bad
this
if
is
you wait
supposedly the
communist.
largest, bigger than the US 100,000 ton one. So, but yeah, I mean the Iran one is interesting because but the thing
We
is the
need to
container
talk-
ship. Will it survive submarine hits? I'm not sure. That's the thing. And also, the photo shows the modules in the yard. Oh, so they are already building. So according to Toronto Brad, so yeah. So no,
I
so
think
the
it's
Americans
evolution of
start to get
the
panic.
I've got a question
aircraft
for
carrier.
fun. I've got a question for fun.
Yeah, but the thing is, what do the Chinese want those carriers for? So, aircraft carriers to project power. Where do the Chinese want to project power outside of their area of influence? Their area of influence is short. It's a kind of come on, wait. The Chinese don't need aircraft carriers to take over.
You need aircraft carriers to
Singapore.
destroy Hawaii, Guam, control the Malaccan Strait. You
gotta have carriers. You gotta have some real carriers if you want to fuck with India.
So
yeah, and
I
India.
think part of this is it's what they call battleship diplomacy or gunship diplomacy. It's not just about force projection; it's about politics projection. China's new 120,000 ton carrier and a carrier group show up off Malaysia. Malaysia agrees to go along with something. It's just it's another means of politics, and I think Iran. It's just a way for them to have
Thinking
some
like a Westerner.
influence in Eritrea or something. It doesn't have to be that forceful, but just the fact that it's there is sort of an act of diplomacy, aggressive diplomacy.
I think with Iran, the carrier's more. It's a cheap stopgap. I mean, it's a good idea because you can put drones on there with different capabilities, and provided you're not going against some like massive superpower with way more advanced weapons, maybe you can use it to do things. But I mean, obviously, it's not going to go against the U.S. Navy or anything like that. But it's a good platform. It's probably good. Yeah, it's for local.
I've got a question for Vaughn. What kind of game is the Trump administration playing at? Because J.D. Vance's speech is too good to be true.
It's a declaration of war to the European Union.
Yeah,
J.D. Vance is
They
secretly a
left,
DPA army.
they left the whole European Union. They left the whole European Union in hysterical modos. They are they are all hysterical. They don't know what to say. They all are screaming like, fish sellers. Yeah.
I think somebody said it earlier. It was kind of like we're just restating the policy. Like the United States wants to be in charge. We're supposedly in charge. So I guess maybe we're just reestablishing in the order
In
and
charge
putting
of
in the
what?
people that this Western bloc that's running around
Go fuck
Ukraine.
yourself.
This was one
I'm
of
not
the
saying
most
it like it's a good
humiliating.
thing. I'm just saying maybe they're trying to consolidate the power, like take it away from the one group,
Go
and now
fuck
they're going to have
yourself.
it for them.
Go fuck yourself all the more.
Oh, well, okay.
Imagine
Just
every
answer the
time
question.
a European ambassador around the world or employee tells someone how they have to deal with their democracy. They can say, "Do you remember once he's told us that you are stopping free speech, that you are against democracy."
Yeah.
This is the humiliation of the European Union to degrees that we never saw. It's impressive. And why did this happen? This is the most interesting
I don't know
thing.
that it's a humiliation.
The guy
to
is
the
in German. The guy is in
Yeah,
German,
it is.
and he's
It is
judging,
Garrett and
the
Vaughn.
European Union, and no one is saying fuck off. And then
They are saying
behind
fuck
the closed,
off.
now they stop saying because it's not there anymore anyway. When it was there,
but
everyone just was looking.
The thing is that, but Wojciech, why did Vance said that? For me, it's because negotiations like the US wanted to go through didn't go through. They refused to negotiate with the US, and they just launched the bomb. And the bomb is immense. This will have repercussions to European diplomacy on really large scale. Whatever the Europeans are going to tell other peoples around the world, they will split in their faces. What about Vance? What did he say? He said, "You guys don't respect democracy. You are authoritarian, neoliberal cons."
We got a lawyer in the house.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but that's absurd, because how on earth can Vance talk about democracy when we're looking at Donald Trump running the entire US government through an unelected, unappointable, unaccountable crony and suing news organizations that he thinks badmouth him and basically demanding everyone bend the knee? I mean,
but Garrett, that's amazing. Yes, but look at the point.
Well, I'm thoroughly enjoying the fall of the United States. But that's not embarrassing for Europe. Okay.
Oh, it is. They are all hysterical.
Guys, if
Come on, Garrett,
you would be if the United States just threatened to declare war on you, as you yourself said. And Vance then went off to talk to the Alternative for Deutschland. So they've basically made it clear that they're intending to carry out regime change in Europe. I don't see much other way to interpret it.
That's a really strange way of saying that the wrong party wins an election.
Last week,
it's regime change. This might be why they're criticizing European democracy, because like when a party that isn't the
because it's subject to American interference.
No, wait.
Vice President has just gone to talk to a neo-Nazi party in Germany.
Garrett, hold on.
I think
you always say that you are pro-Russia. Yes or no? Trump is on your side and you against him.
No, wait. This is not the question. The question that Garrett is saying.
Please, can you shut up and let me talk, guys? Please. Listen, I was talking and you're just rambling on. Look, this nonsense about like you're on Russia's side or Europe is embarrassed or Mr. USA is embarrassed. States do not have feelings. They don't get embarrassed. And you're not on the side of any state. You're an individual. States have interests, right? They have billionaires. They have very large shareholding blocks. What we're seeing with America and Europe is it's nothing more than Trump doing what America, the state, has threatened to do for a long time. Look, there's a war going on the border of Europe for 3 years now. Have a look at how much money European states are spending on NATO. Nearly all of them aren't even meeting 2%, right? So here's the thing. Europe doesn't want NATO. It's really obvious. What you see Europeans saying in the press is one thing, right? When they make nice, when they're, quote, diplomatic with America. The reality is Europeans do not want to spend their money on American weapons supplies for like
they don't have them.
Valid reasons. The thing is, Prada, please, let me finish. The context here is you've got Macron saying yesterday. Macron said that he wants to push towards a more secure, sovereign Europe. Right? He used his words very wisely. This is in response to Trump. What does sovereign mean? Well, sovereign means no NATO. You've got Mike Lee, the senator for Utah, saying it's time to leave NATO, right? NATO's done. NATO is a busted flush. And the reason is because no one's paying what they're supposed to be paying. The Americans, Trump has said this pretty clearly. America is paying for the military defense of Europe. I'm not sure he's defending it from. It sounds a bit like a protection racket. But in any case, America is paying. Europe is, the European countries, and especially the European Union, don't want it. They want their own system. They want their own military production. And this is the conflict between America and the European Union. And I'll tell you another thing that's going on.
The problem is the Europeans don't have the nuclear weapons to protect themselves. They only have 400 nukes. They don't have enough nukes to protect the continent. They need 5,000 to counter Russia.
But that's not the point. Nobody can use. Come on.
Let me finish
it.
Let me finish it. There's also an aspect that the European Union, the same European Union that wants NATO gone, does a heck of a lot of trade with China. And in the world today, there's basically two arms of globalism, right? There's American-centered globalism, because it's not like Trump is against Americans and billionaires owning shares in overseas companies. He's all for that. And there's a huge amount of GOP investment in Russia through the Andrew Mellon Bank and in other places. But there's also a lot of money from Europe that's been invested around the world that's global, but mostly in partnership with China, because both Germany, the UK, and France have traded huge amounts of stock ownership to Chinese in order to access the Chinese market, because the Chinese market is the big apple after America. It's huge, right? So in order to get access into China, a lot of Europeans, including a lot of the aristocracy of Europe who make up the EU, the Commission, they have basically partnered with China, and they're very anti-American. And so there's basically these two poles in the world. There's Chinese globalism and there's American-based globalism, which we're seeing being resurfaced. I can see Trump is trying to lever Russia away from China and towards America, and that's not new. Nearly all the money that went into Russia during the 1990s was American. There are long-standing ties between American GOP capital and Russia and the United Russia Party. This is not some crazy out of left field thing. And you can see that by the way Putin is responding to them as well. The idea here is for America and Russia to put down European-Chinese collaboration. And probably the end point of this is an economic blockade of China for the purpose of destroying that relationship between European Union capital and China. That's what's on the cards here. But anyway, someone else can go down.
Super chat, NGS. Europe also know that Russia is really no threat. And
I think
one more super chat. Madeline, everyone talking about Europe. American passport holders. Ursula von der Leyen, devote lost cancel. Boris Johnson, Kaja Kallas, Sana Marin, Israeli passport holders, Keir Starmer, Vladimir Zelensky. All these traitors,
Boris
man.
Johnson no longer
Garrett was first.
He was born in New York, but he gave up before running for mayor of
So
London.
Garrett is first. Go on. Garrett.
Okay, thank
then
you.
I go.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any sign that the EU is rejecting NATO as such yet, either in terms of public sentiment or diplomatic maneuvers. There is some disquiet about it, but I don't think there is unrest. Whether or not, I'm not exactly sure what the European state leaders think they're doing, because they seem both to be wanting independence now and also to suck up to America. And I think they've been caught flat-footed by this giant turd that Vance laid publicly. I think that very much surprised them. And it has had a quite a significant effect, because as Sun Tzu says that the first step in a war is to attack your opponent's allies. Well, the United States has destroyed all its own alliances just in a couple of weeks, so it's in a very precarious state now. And the second thing is that about this topic of military expenditure, the fact is that the EU had no real reason to spend even the 2.5% it was committed to, because it was in no danger. There was no war in Europe. The Cold War was winding down, which is when the 2.5% had been agreed. It was just unnecessary. The only reason that America spends so much on its military is because it's warmongering all over the world. There is no reason, or at least there was no reason for EU to match that. So this demand is definitely something that is basically, look, the Americans want to use NATO in the same way they use Ukrainians. They want us to carry their rifles to carry out their wars. That's pretty obvious. So I think that there hopefully will be a realignment, that Europe will be remove itself from, or that NATO will fall apart, and that Europe will be able to develop a military power that will make it independent of America as much as anything else. Thank you.
Yes, in a way, you Garrett are quite right. But I think the problem here is the negotiations as they are. Well, in a way, is why should Europe leave NATO now when it is so comfortable for them? But on the other way, the Trumps is saying now you have to invest more, well, buying your stuff. And what did they came to as a solution a week ago? The French were talking about, well, let's just telling 2% of the German GDP, because this is not a 2% of the budget, this is 2% of the GDP, is 200 billion. And the Europeans meeting in Brussels were talking about 100 billion to make a kind of a package. The European Union is going to weigh not each country independently, but the European Union is going to make a package, and they all will spend to just make Trump at ease. And they were talking about what? 100 billion. And then not to look too bad, the European Commission was saying, let's commit 500 billion in 5 years. This is a joke. The Americans should have heard this and said, these guys are joking in my face. You committed long ago the 2%, you didn't do it, 2% per year. And now you're talking and doing this. So this is why my reasons, the negotiations went wrong. The European Union thought they could just con the Americans, and the Americans are shocked. Actually, everybody's trying to con the Americans at this moment. So whatever Garrett says against Trump, the problem is another. But you are saying that, well, the US is without allies. Look at Modi. Modi was yesterday in Washington. Modi was yesterday and Trump was not very diplomatic with Modi, I would say. He said things like, you need to buy our oil after this. We want to be the bigger. And Modi was there and was just listening. It's like he was really being humiliated in front of everybody. Well, in a very pleasant way, of course, because you know how Trump works. But the thing is that going back
that's very different from an Article 5 guarantee.
Sure. And there is another, yes, but then it will be the article in the European Union Treaty of Lisbon. I don't remember the one, but it's pretty much the same as Article 5. But going back to what our lawyer from Australia was saying, which I just forgot the name, that's why I'm saying this way, is that the Europeans don't have the money. And they are all the strong European countries are in very big trouble. The parties ruling those countries are having a lot of public sideback. And one of those is like spending. And the German chancellor, which is now leaving the post and is probably never going to come back, fortunately, he was saying, well, we have to convince people that we have to spend so much because Russia is really dangerous. And But then we have to understand that if we have to do this, we have to take money from welfare state and so on and so on and so on, cutting on schools, on preschools and that. And the Europeans are not ready for that. And of course they shouldn't be. But this is a problem. They don't have the money. If they do that, the transatlantic mafia lose their power in the European Union, which actually is a very good thing. Go on, Buba.
So I'm going to start with the super chat that said that Europe doesn't have any threats from Russia. If they have to have a credible defense. I'm not saying Russia's going to invade, but Russia gets to dictate terms to Europe if Europe is unarmed. And on Prada's point that Europe doesn't have the money, that's crap. Europe has the money. They just choose to spend it on welfare and sex changes and saving the planet and sending it to Africa and all this stuff. I don't think Trump wants 5%. He says 5%. I think he'd be happy with 2.5 or 3 legitimately. But if a country can't spend 3% of its GDP to defend itself, that's a choice. That's not an economic problem. Like they
You're
have the
exactly
money
right.
where they can.
Yeah, but when Protestants,
No, I'm sorry, Buddha. Smaller countries in Europe really don't have the ability to spend 3% on defense because they destroyed their armies. They have to start all over.
The thing is, I agree with Prada to a point. They don't have the money to spend because they do choose to spend it on other things. And the thing is you're not going to get them to take money away from those things to put money into defense.
And the troops,
Come on,
also
guys.
the manpower. They don't have the manpower.
3%. If Belgium can spend 3% and it be less than France, Hungary can spend 3% and it's going to be less than Germany. Estonia, they can be spending 3% of their little budget. All it is it's not even impactful. It's just showing that they actually value their defense.
It's not 3D.
Okay.
It's not 3% of the budget. It's 3% of the GDP.
How much is 2% or 3%? How much is 2% or 3% of the national budget? This is from the GDP on the national budget. And then we are talking about 20 to 30% of the national budget just for defense.
That's not unreasonable with 20% of your budget.
Because that's what the US did. That's what the US did, but we choose to demilitarize. And so there's a whole process, the whole way we have been.
Not even 60,000 troops, man. 60,000 troops in the UK. Come on, man. You can't deal with Russia with 60,000 troops. That's the UK, second most powerful country in Europe.
We don't need to deal with Russia. Why do we need to deal with Russia?
Oh, because
the only reason we're in this problem with Russia is because of American meddling.
You know why? Because they killed Russians.
They're saying that Russia is
Garrett, they killed Russians. They killed Russians, and now they are expecting Russia to get their revenge. Because if you kill Americans,
yes, I understand that, but again, we're only in this problem because of the Americans.
Sooner or later, they know what they did, and they know that they are going to suffer. This is a question of payback. The Russians are going to pay back for what they did to them, and this is something people don't wake up. If you kill Americans, America is going to you.
The Russians won't do that.
They are going to revenge them the same way the Russians are going to do it. It's a question of time, and they know it. And they should try to do peace and not more war.
I don't agree with that at all.
Israel killed 200 Americans. They are best buddies now.
So I want to share in comparison, Singapore's military budget is pegged to 3% of GDP. But you know what is 3% of GDP? Is 22.5% of total government budget. That
it's
means
a lot for Europe.
More than one fifth of our total government budget is into the military, Singapore. Which is why Singapore's military is actually more powerful than Germany right now. Because we have more fighter jets, more tanks. Because Germany don't have tanks anymore. So this is, that means what Trump is asking for is not perfect. It's actually impossible. 5% is a bit too much, but I would say 3% would make sense. But he's probably trying to negotiate with the Europeans and say that no, you just need to do more. But no, they don't even do the 2% or 3%. So it's like Trump is just got pissed, and they are the one who say that Russia is dangerous. No.
The problem, if I may, is that because we are over in debt.
No, you may not.
We are in over debt. They spend so much money.
One more thing. I just searched through the AI to help me find the numbers. For the United States, the total military to the budget, military spending to budget is 12.5%. So it's actually much lesser than Singapore. So just to show a bit. So United States still can spend a lot more on military. It's quite scary to think about it. So I don't know who is next. So you guys decide.
I will just have a small comment. I'll just have a small comment. As an actual non-Westerner, I love this shirt / beef. I fucking love it. European and American. Keep up, guys. Keep beefing up between yourself. Maybe we'll have some respite from your shit all over the world. I think even Chinese idols fucking love those beefs between those two. I pray to God they will be bigger and they will fight more. It will be amazing. It will be more peaceful, actually, I think, as a planet.
It's going to be funny. Nika is going to swear to be the citizen of America within 4 years. It's like...
No, but for real, this is give everyone like some time to breathe. Just another thing, and then I will shut up. The thing of America is American the government wanted to be treated as a superpower and don't want to bear the responsibility of a superpower. It's like they want to gain the privilege but don't pay the price. Let's face it, you want to be a superpower, you want to be treated as a superpower, you need to pay the money or the blood or whatever it is. So cut the crap. You don't want to pay, you need to be as everyone else. If you want to be treated as a superpower, you need to pay by blood or by weapon or by money or whatever. You cannot ask your team to revere you as a superpower, as a god, and they pay the same as you. That's hypocrite. This is not realistic. I think Gareth.
Super chat. It's not just money; it's also manpower issue. He's on screen and he's super chatting.
I think that's a Canadian thing, you know.
Hey, okay. So I just want to say that this is also, as you've just been discussing, it's a huge demand for Europe to basically reorder its own internal economy. And as those figures show, for small, unlike the US, other countries are not going to be able to reach 3% of GDP or 5 or whatever with as much ease as the US is able to in proportion of its total budget. So this, when tied in with the fact that, as I say, Vance just went to meet with the AFD and all the threats against Canada, the United States is basically threatening, it's forcing away all of its own allies, disrupting its own power base in the world, and seems to think that it's now not just a superpower, but actual king of the planet, and that we are all its minions, and it can just tell us what to do. So even if Europe were to do this, it would require a lot of internal investment and a lot of tax raising, which is probably actually going to reduce trade with America. That could be a little blowback. But even if it does, it's going to make Europe more independent and less reliant on on subordinating itself to America. So it seems like a really foolish project to me. Thanks, Dan.
But Poland and Baltic states all spend above the limit. So
no, actually they don't.
Not saying it can't be done.
The Baltic states are a really interesting point here because you talk about Europe doesn't face any threats. If America leaves NATO, who's going to defend the Baltic states? They've been picking a war with Russia now, for decades. What if they get it? Yeah,
they're spending fast. No, they spend 3% of their GDP.
Even the Baltic states aren't even spending 3%. So
they're going to go down so fast.
They do. They spend more than 3%. It's guaranteed. They spend more than 3%. The Baltic states all spend more than 3%. Poland also spend more than 3%.
This is what they're promising.
They can spend their entire budget on defense. They'll go down.
So,
yeah,
but if you look at
40% of Europe's GDP goes in state revenues. So when you're talking about 5%, which is what Mark Rutte says, that translates into 12.5% of all tax revenues. That's an astonishing amount of money. Like to get to Prader's point, you're going to make serious cuts in other areas. Even 3% is a significant chunk of change. But the point is that Europe doesn't want to do it, right? And America is is facing a lot of social crises at the moment. So, you know, whether or not they're trying to push people around or whether or not they're trying to look after their own business, we live in a world where America has to do something to reindustrialize and to fix their social problems, or they're going down the shitter at a rate of knots. The other thing is, like, I don't think we should get too excited about like what Mr. Europe is doing, because the bottom line is that Europe is pretty much run by socialists at the moment. Gareth Boy Starmer is a hardcore Marxist. The socialist, the left-wing parties are in power across
completely
Europe.
Delusional.
Yeah, okay. And so this alliance between like the European left and China is quite a real thing ideologically. And there's also the left wing in America as well. So this is why I bring this back to this idea that there's two global poles emerging. It's almost like a reemergence of the Cold War between left and right. And when you have a look at what Vance was saying, he's talking about freedom of speech. He's talking about the persecution of Christians. Everybody's up in arms saying that he's pushing people around, that he's like destroying alliances. He's actually talking about fundamental values. Now, I'm not saying the two things are mutually exclusive, but Europe is a shockingly unfree place at the moment in terms of social liberty. What happened in Romania as well? No, Gareth is having a giggle, but everybody can see what the UK is, right? The things that Vance talked about, people being arrested for praying, thousands of people being arrested for social media posts, these are real things. Vance isn't making this up. These are absolutely real things. And the point I'd like to make here is the European Union is not nearly as strong or as independent as it likes to pretend that it is. Firstly,
exactly.
Europe has very, very few energy resources. So they are dependent either on Russian gas or on US-based energy companies for their production. They also depend really badly on access to the Chinese market, which is why I bring up the specter of a trade war that becomes a blockade of China, because that would cripple Europe. But the other thing to remember is America can make bilateral agreements with European states, and indeed it has been. The American relationship with Romania, the American relationship with Poland, the American relationship with the Baltic states, for that matter, or for any other European country, can really, really jeopardize the European project. That's why I recommend people have a look at what Macron is saying. It's really interesting. Macron is being diplomatic, rarely in this climate because everybody's being hysterical, but Macron is using diplomatic language. But make no mistake about what he's saying. He is talking about making a clean break from NATO. He's talking about a sovereign Europe. He is trying to rally the people around this idea of an independent Europe, presumably with France at its head. But that doesn't mean that that's going to be a successful undertaking. Europe has got astonishing amounts of debt. Right? It's got an astonishingly weak military. The European military is unbelievably weak, right?
Yeah, that's right.
France is losing its control of what it has in Africa, right? And America and Russia can both forge bilateral relationships with European countries. So what we could actually see with this polarization of a new Cold War between America and China is we could see the balkanization of Europe. We could see the end of the EU as a project because countries will be courted in bilateral relationships. I think Orban would be right into that. I think Poland would be right into that. And we really should watch with interest what happens between Russia and America, but also between Russia and China. The European Union is definitely in a conflict with the US at the moment, but this isn't new. This isn't some like new thing that just popped up. Arguably, the whole conflict in Ukraine was about this, and this has been boiling under the covers for decades now.
Super Chad, what a hypocrisy! Talking about Christian liberties and forget to mention Israel.
This is a very strange.
Canadians are fucking
today people they don't have the ability to talk. They decide to send super chats. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's all the Canadians.
Toby touched. I think Toby touched several.
That's the best way to support DPA. You know.
Okay.
That's the best way to support DPA.
I think Toby touched very focal points in the case of the European Union. You have Eastern European Union that definitely, and there's probably also some part of the Nordic countries, they want to keep NATO. You have some Central European countries that would like to go for more autonomous Europe, strategic autonomous Europe, and will go for their own little NATO. But the thing is that the European Union is falling apart. The most Western and Southern Europe are not playing and not feeling these exteriors that we are listening from the Nordics and Eastern European countries. So something is not going well. Also, like Toby said, the debt of the many European countries is so huge. Also, and aiding to that, the debt that the European Commission has been doing in the name of every country, and that in a few years they will have to start paying. This makes it impossible for especially smaller countries to even think about spending 3% of their GDP when they know they are going to have huge burdens with that in the very next years. The problem in that sense is not that we have to spend more for defense. It's because we destroyed the army. We destroyed our defense sector. And whatever we are going to try to do now, like people said, where's the manpower? We destroyed the whole structure of military elites. We turned them away. Where are they? Are we going to pick them out of the little people on the streets? Are we going to what happened with the police, where they pick up the criminals? You know, they pick up. There were several cases in Portugal where they couldn't find people to go to the police, and the criminals were going to the police, and then they used the police to do all their criminal stuff. So this is the point where we came together. All that old family dynasties that used to go to the army, that used to maintain all those structures, they're back. So we can buy equipment, but where is the military? Where is the defense? There is no defense. This is ridiculous. We gave all type of autonomy that we still had. We gave it to Ukraine. The Ukraine destroyed everything. They don't have anything. So that's why whatever we are going to do, it means that we are destroying the social tissue that we were built on. We are talking about since Maastricht. It was the project of the European Union with the Treaty of Maastricht to destroy the armies, the defense industry, to create a social Europe. And now we are like drug addicts to it. Whoever starts cutting on social on welfare state is going to be burned alive in the public streets. This is what's going to happen.
Stop going for the EU.
Super chat. Super chat by NGS. 3 to 5% can destroy social cohesion in Europe. By NGS.
They will.
And I think who is next? I think it's Gareth, right?
Toby again.
Yeah, thanks. The idea of an alliance between the soft left in Europe and China is completely batshit insane. It's totally ridiculous. They are completely different institutions in every possible way. There's no ideological relationship between them. And like, for example, Toby mentioned the Labour Party. You will be witch hunted out of the Labour Party in a moment's notice if they even get a whiff of Marxism. There's no Marxism in the Labour Party whatsoever. The idea that Keir Starmer is a hardcore Marxist is utter fantasy. It's just delusional.
That's ridiculous.
Secondly,
but Gareth, is there or not an alliance of our economical elites with China? There is, and these elites are also liberal in the sense that what people in the Anglo-Saxon countries are now calling the communists or the socialists. They are calling these type of Democrat liberals socialists. Of course they are not. They are perhaps that strange family from the Frankfurt School. Do you remember? You are in the Marxists. These guys are in the Frankfurt School. It's a different stuff.
We got proper communists in the house.
Look, the Frankfurt School is just some kind of weird myth that especially the American right got hold of. It's complete nonsense. But look, I wanted on a more practical. It's not true. Anyway, look, on a more practical grounding, I wanted to say that I think that the American turn on Europe is surely that's more likely to bring an alignment between Europe and Russia than between Europe and China. Russia is all sorts of useful and closer and shares contiguous land area and so on. Russia makes a much more sensible alliance. And if either way, what we're looking at, I mean, why not Europe and Russia and China versus the US? Because the US is basically declaring war on everybody.
Why do you hate the US? Why?
Because it's the enemy of freedom and justice everywhere in the world, and the sooner it's destroyed, the better for the planet.
I'm not fan. Trust me, I'm not fan. I'm not fan of the United States. But why don't put them together? You know, and just peace. Why do you want Europe, Russia, and China against the United States?
How can you have peace when the Americans are bombing everywhere and they kidnap our citizens and torture them, and they set up torture camps in other countries specifically for the reason of not having to obey their own law? Fuck the Americans.
Basically, you are British. You the same kind of thing like American. Whatever America does, you go there.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Britishness.
Hey, guys, you have become boring. Nika is even is sleeping. Nika is sleeping. We got so boring that Nika is fall asleep. Amazing, and he keeps following us.
We got proper communists in the house. Paul is back. Come on, Paul. Nice to see you again.
Well, the thing is that D-Boy said, oh boy, sorry, go on. D-Boy or D-Day Boy, he said something very interesting about the dates, the 9th of May. Do you know, guys, if Trump goes to the 9th of May in Moscow, who he's going to meet? He's going to meet Xi Jinping, Lula da Silva, most probably Modi. It's like BRICS plus one.
Maybe he will be part of BRICS.
Can you imagine? BRICS
maybe
plus
USA will be in BRICS. Imagine that.
But you know, it's a disgrace that Poland isn't going to attend. That's a disgrace.
That will be the Pentarchy. The Pentarchy
BRICS
of
plus one
the
is
world.
literally United Nations. Come on. That's literally United Nations. I don't know if I should put Voss on.
Right.
He's a cat now. He's
right. Everyone hates Americans. Let's be honest. Everyone. Most
I don't
people.
like every American. I just don't like the policy, especially those ones supported
we're
by
not talking about. We're not talking about the population. We are not talking about the population. I'm not
You're talking about the
population.
the deep state, yeah? But even the Americans hate the deep state. But now of course. But now we are talking more and more about European deep state, and that's quite evil as well.
They follow what Americans say. That's why they are lost. That's why. Sorry, guy. Yeah, go speak.
Sorry, thank you. This whole deep state thing is meaningless. It's. I mean, what concretely do you mean by that? Because everybody can attach any meaning they want to it.
It's a joke, Garrett.
Okay,
Don't take it serious.
Well, it's interesting that people hate the US. Let's call it like the way the US state does business, right? Because I can see why that's objectionable to a lot of people. But then again, the way all states do business is objectionable to any sane person. And so let's have a look at the way states do business. Let's have a look at communist China and the way they do business. Let's have a look at the European Commission and the EU and the way they do business. Nico, let's have a look at Arab sheiks and the way they share the largesse with their populations and their secret police.
When's the last time China dropped a bomb?
On the hill. Who are these wonderful non-Americans that we're all going to rally behind? Van der Leyen? Xi Jinping? Some billionaire oil baron from the Middle East?
That's an excellent point.
Anti-Americanism is all very well, but it's like, you know, tell me whose flag you're waving as an alternative.
It's a blue-collar, hard-working American person to become president, not backed by billionaires, and stop backing the corporate 1%. Someone that just cared about actual working, hard-working people, that would be someone the world could get behind. But right now, we got total corporate autocracy.
Why would the world get
and
behind the working class American? Why wouldn't they get behind their own country?
Whatever Israel wants, we got to do. We got to no, man. I ain't with that at all.
No, but that's why.
Toby, because each time you want to have a government or a population wants that, they get a bullet in the head or they get a revolution. You understand why? This is why, because you cannot be independent in this world system. Yeah, understand?
Jared,
What you were saying, what you were saying earlier. That's why it doesn't make sense to be for Europe to be with Russia or with China or with the US, because if Russia has enough power, if Putin has enough power, he'll be much worse than the US has been. If China has enough power, they won't.
Why much worse?
But Jared, do you know how much population? How much population Russia has?
No, that's complete nonsense.
Take a look inside of China. Take a look inside the United States. Where would you rather live? Would you rather live in the United States or would you rather live in China? And then you're going to tell me it's going to be worse if China was in charge or the United States in charge. Which is the country which is getting skyrocketing poverty? Which is the country that's taking poverty down? I'd rather be like China with a nice Chinese wife. You know what I'm saying? With a nice Chinese house, $300 a month.
Yeah, with
then
China,
in the United States, house with 1.5 million.
10,000% now go
Cannot
to
get a
United
wife
States
in the
and
United
China.
States. You know what I'm saying?
Jared, you're going to be out in the fields. You won't even have a timeshare and a donkey.
There was a very important point that Jared made, and I would like just for Jared to analyze how much population really Russia has. Where is their influence and what type of influence they do and how do they get it? And I don't see really military power being used by Russia in any dimensions ever possible to what the US or even China doesn't have, that they could achieve the potential. Russia has 145 million with the possibility of perhaps arriving to 160. But they are losing population. So who could they ever be a threat to? Perhaps to the Central Asian countries? Well, they know how to deal with Russia. Well, they are going to help one of those desert countries called Mali, Burkina Faso to fight the communists. How bad is that? No, Jared, really, we have to be to the ground. China is a potential problem, but going back to what Brad was saying, what's the bad thing about China trying to get out of poverty? There's nothing bad on that.
I actually have nothing against China. I have nothing against China. China has been very, compared to its abilities, it's been very unaggressive.
Don't say that loud.
Yes. And Russia's aggressivity is very limited in a sense. Don't you agree,
in your social
Jared?
Points. You're increasing your social points.
Thank you.
Russia has designs around a specific territory, which is basically all of Eastern Europe and the Baltics.
Central Asia.
No, it doesn't.
And Central Asia.
Central Asia mostly.
Yeah.
Maybe Kazakhstan, but not even
Central Asia.
No.
The thing is that
Russia
the Russians
is
made a decision.
Power.
The Russians made a decision. They left Europe. They don't have any interest in Europe anymore, and they won't let Europe to go inside. They centered in Asia now. If anyone should fear the Russians, if they ever should fear the Russians, should be the Central Asians. But the Central Asians are being helped by Russia like never before. They sell them energy at a very low cost. Their economies are growing extremely rapidly because the sanctions. Actually, Central Asia has nothing to look at Georgia. Georgia even is trying to become a more Asian country than European country. So that's not the point. And the Russians have had historically, since the end of the Cold War, a very constructive role in the global governments. Whenever was the problem, the Middle East or wherever, everyone was running to Moscow to try to have Putin or whoever was there to mediate problems around the world. And that's something we forget. It was when Europe decided to declare war on Russia in 2021, a little bit before, trying to make regime change in Russia, that Russians become very aggressive. And this is something everybody forget. There is nothing of this is out of a vacuum. Nothing started in 22 of February 2022. Nothing started. No, there was no Jesus born on that day.
Yes, there
You
is.
understand? There was something being prepared, and Europe is the cause of it. They declare economical and political war on Russia, trying to do regime change and later trying to make them, accusing them of all possible things about gas and this and that. So this is the problem. Russia hasn't been aggressive to other countries other than when they were bitten. What happened in Georgia 2008? Saakashvili invaded Ossetia. The Russians just reacted. Everybody forget that. We listen to all these neoliberal Europeans saying, "Look at Russia, 2008, 2014." It's all a lie. They were provoked.
It's not.
Oh, and NATO was back in Georgia to do that too. That was all like Bill Clinton kind of nonsense, Obama nonsense, right there.
The thing is, you're taking the polar opposite of what the official European opinion is, and neither is true. It's not true that Russia was a white angel and did nothing wrong and only Europe was at fault, and it's also not true that Europe was a white angel and did nothing wrong. Both sides did things that led to the war, and the same in Georgia. Russia had a bunch of
Russia
troops
spent more than 20 years
border.
trying to prevent the war.
But the troops in Ossetia, are legitimate. They were in the peace deals on the eve of the independence of Georgia. They were not illegal there.
Russia had a bunch of troops massed at the border before Saakashvili's men went into Ossetia.
Are you sure? Because that's not.
I was living in Russia at the time.
But that was
video on Russian TV of Russian troops massing at the border.
But you follow the timeline how things happen. Actually, the Russians took a lot of time to react to what happened in Tsinkali, or the capital of South Ossetia. Sorry,
no,
they were completely surprised. They was completely surprised. They took a lot of time to react.
No, it was within a few days, and they had massed their troops at the border.
Oh, come on! Look, Garrett, that's a very interesting point. But how could they have had so many militaries on the border and just react 2 days later in a complete humiliation?
Well, they decided to wait until it was full blown, and even then, it wasn't full blown. But you have to understand, it wasn't just one side attacking the other, and it never is. It was skirmishes between both sides. There were people in Ossetia that were also attacking Georgians.
No, the European Union just came out with a report, and they said.
But the point here was just to say that we kind of created this narrative that Russia is aggressive and is a bad element on the global governments. This is a lie.
Russia isn't. Putin is. Putin said outright that he wants to.
No, that's even worse.
That's complete
insanity.
We are talking about global
Sorry, that's
governance.
complete insanity.
You are talking about global governance. Russia has been a very productive element on global governance until things got completely blown away. They were helping to construct peace all over the world.
Overthrew that government in Ukraine.
And when the Americans or the Europeans went to a kind of a street without a way, how do you call it? Anyway, whenever the Europeans knocked a wall, they went to Moscow to solve the problems. And this is Merkel. How did Merkel become so important internationally? Because she could talk to Putin. Everybody was calling her, and she was calling Putin to solve all the types of problems around the world. And so many deals were made just with the help of the Russians. I don't see Russians being a problem. And if they are going to become more independent and stronger, yes, they will. But what's the hack? They have 145 million people. It's in a huge nation. They are not threatening anybody.
I'm sorry, but I think you just haven't listened. You haven't listened to Putin talk. That's all.
Come on, Jared. Come on.
What did Putin say? Come on, Jared.
I'm not.
What did Putin?
I'm not trying to big up Putin and Russia, but you need to know, Tobin.
Yes.
I'm not Russia.
Can we
I'm
just
Angola.
get on with it?
You know, but
Hush, Gareth.
guys like Jared need to stop that propaganda. That it's not Russia, it's Putin. It's like Vladimir Putin called everyone in that parliament in Russia, like, if you don't do this, I'm gonna kill you. They got laws in that country, and you say you live there. What the fuck have you been there if you don't know the laws of that country? Come on, be realistic. Don't come with that bullshit from the West world.
I just would like to know what did
No,
Putin
Prada,
say.
please. Other people are waiting, Prada. Go, Gareth.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that, first of all, it's ridiculous to compare the aggression that the United States has shown to the world over the last century with any other power. I mean, America bombed Laos, it bombed Vietnam, it bombed Korea flat. It's been at war everywhere, all over the world. So the idea that that Russia has done anything like that, let alone China, is just bonkers. And secondly, Putin is not personally running Russia. Russia is not an empire. It's got a proper system of bureaucracy and civil service. To try to understand what's going on by psychoanalyzing Putin is a propaganda device, because it invites you not to consider geopolitics and instead to psychoanalyze an individual. That's completely the wrong way to think about countries as a whole. Countries are not people. And thank you all. I'm done. It's pretty late, so I'm dropping off. Good night. I'll be back
It's
next
Saturday.
week for the
Come
next
on.
episode in Fall of America Watch. Good night.
2014.
Yeah,
Great
like
Western
Gareth makes a good point. Gareth makes a good point there, right? Like, but then he's guilty of his own. He's guilty of his own fallacy there. It's like he talks about like bad Mr. America. Well,
just say America.
Countries aren't individual countries either. NATO has been the bludgeon. NATO has been the tool for all kinds of regime change that benefits European capitalists in North Africa. I mean, anyone remember Libya, right? America has been the weapon that's been used for the benefit of the OECD corporations in places like Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria. It's like the point is that the American military is the tool that is used by the corporate world. It's not like European aristocrats.
I blame the Arabs for Libya. I blame the Arabs.
There's this really perverse thing going on where, like, Europeans preen themselves as holier than thou because they don't do war, at the same time as their elites benefit from exactly the same wars as the American elites benefit from. And this idea that Russian elites don't benefit from war, this is nonsense on stilts. Russia has a thriving military-industrial complex. And anybody that thinks that the sponsors of United Russia Party aren't making money hand over fist in Ukraine is not paying attention to what's going on. So I think that it's useful to analyze the emerging situation on the globe without getting too emotionally invested in any particular state. It's really a contest of elite interests. And that's why I say it's like the tariffs. Well, I don't know if you guys have talked about tariffs. I came like after 2 hours. But the tariffs are kind of interesting because when a country like America tariffs a country like China, right? that's not just hurting Mr. China. That's hurting everybody who's got factories in China, one of whom happens to be Elon Musk, right? So, and that's why Bannon calls Musk a globalist. And that's why when America tariffs Canadian industries that are Chinese owned, that have their supply chains from China, that again, Mexico as well, getting access into the US market through those countries, it's not just about one country against another. This is competing sets of elites. And this is what is going on in the world at the moment. You have competing sets of elites. And the America First movement that Trump is pushing, this isn't something that he dreamed up on his own, right? There's a whole bunch of American elites who are concerned that their country is going down the toilet, and that they're concerned that the anti-American elites in the world, who are predominantly based in China as their manufacturing base, that those people are going to eclipse them, right? This is the geopolitics. This is the global power struggle. And so when we see all these tariffs coming in, these tariffs are not just to increase revenues for the American state to pay off its debt, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt to have more income revenue, but the nature of a trade war is that, you get reciprocal tariffs, and so that, you basically lose what you get. The idea there is to reinvigorate an industrial base, but also it's to harm the opposition elites. If America can cut off the US market from, let's call them the Chinese Euro elites, right? Those people have got a big problem. And that seems to be the direction that the tariffs have been going in. And that seems to be the struggle that's going on in Europe. I don't think Europe is a monolithic entity. I've said before that I think that Europe is open for all kinds of bilateral relationships. And I think that the way that this pans out is that we're going to see like an exchange of tariffs in the world that attempt to isolate China, and particularly the Chinese Communist Party. Trump has already said, if you invest enough money in America, right, as an American corporation, as a foreigner, but you have to come to America and partner with American elites, then you'll get tax-free status and access to the US market. This kind of highlights what the whole game is about. This is about America first globalism versus China first globalism. But I've said that before, but I wanted to stress it again. To me, that's the geopolitics that's going on here.
You just don't like
so Toby sort of touched on something, then he went off. But I wanted to know what you guys think post-war Russia. So like we were saying, none of these countries are monolithic. And I do think part of us wants to say Russia is going to go back to, making money, maybe a baby boom, because their demographics suck. And I think there's a chance that the soldiers going back, start families, they do sort of a land rush sort of thing. But just post-war, where do you see all this going? Because there's going to be people in Russia, the industrial elites, that have made fortunes on this war. And did they learn the Lindsey Graham model? That's kind of my worry is, did Russia learn the Lindsey Graham model and they go, hey, we need to go get Nagorno-Karabakh or whatever in Armenia?
You won't find that kind in Russia. Come on.
I mean, at the end of this year, it's expected that Russia is going to add 10 to 15 fully equipped combat divisions to their army. So even if the war ends for the foreseeable future, I think Russia will be building up and bolstering its military against what they perceive as outside threats and concerns. So, I mean, I don't really see anything changing in that other than, how much money they make and how much they want to spend on their army. I don't really see them having any issues for the foreseeable future. I mean, the peace deal will matter, I guess, but I mean, I doubt that part of the deal is going to be you have to reduce your land forces. So, and even if you do, I mean, what are they going to do? Just throw it back in storage, and if they need it, they'll pull it out just like they did this time.
I think, as Juan said, Russia is, because of the American and European, became from a regional power to a superpower. I think they increased the potential, the military potential. They are battle hardened, equipment-wise and personnel-wise, and even doctrinal-wise. So the military is like top-notch. It's even, I think it's a part or even better than American military now. This is one thing. The demography is not like as bad as other European countries. It is bad, but it's not like for a Westerner country, for a developed country, it's not as bad. Don't forget that the injection of the money that the people who went to the military have, it can benefit positively for the rural areas too. Don't forget that a lot of money is injected to the poor side of the Russian lands, so it will enhance that those parts quality was of the living. So I think Russia is better off with this war than anything else. Yeah, in the economies, of course, is way much better than what we have before, and it's immune to any external like a tremor that can happen to the world economy.
Super chat. There is no way Jared has listened to Putin.
He does, just in different way.
Yeah, I think next is Paul.
I want to say that I think in Russia we will see a rise of nationalism after the war because they defeat the Occident, they defeat the great powers.
Yes, that's true. I agree with you.
Not after the war. There's already been a rise of nationalism for the past 5 or 6 years.
And also a racial identity, Russia, for the Russian people, for the Slavs.
Yeah, I think the Russians now is probably have a totally new identity. Like, they used to think themselves as European. Now they probably don't really think themselves as European anymore because it's like they find that Europeans are very disgusting. Like, the kind of values and the way how they betrayed the Russians. It's like they feel themselves as Russian,
and
They
are disgusting.
Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine.
Can I ask Wyatt a question?
Sure, go.
So you were mentioning that you identified as handsome or something before. On the DPA map, has the beauty salon been captured by Russia or Ukraine yet? Which one controls that beauty salon?
Let me check. I
do you remember that?
Already captured. Yeah.
Where the hell was that?
Already. I need to find, man. I think it's around the Andreevka front region, but let me find. I'll tell you in a while. I'm looking at it now.
The question about Russia, the answer rather to the question about Russia also depends if the other side has any effect on their future. So there's thousands, probably tens of thousands of Russians who left Russia when the war started and are quietly against the war, and there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Russians in Russia that are also against it, and I know many of them. So the question is, if they're probably not a majority, but the question is if all of those Russians will come back to Russia and if they'll have a change on the future of, if they'll affect change on the future of Russia or not. And I don't know the answer to that. I think we have to see.
Most of them came back after 3 months.
I know a number of them that are still living here. They're quiet. They don't talk openly about their opposition to Putin and the war, but they do oppose both. But they're not. They only talk about it to friends. They're just they're quietly living their lives, making working like all the rest of us. They don't.
Just real quick on that.
Yeah.
I think I've talked about it before, but I think when it comes back to when the war's over and people coming back to Russia or resettling in Ukraine, I'm pretty sure the Russians are probably gonna. If you went west, you're probably gonna get a lot better vetting than maybe if you went into Russia when the war started and hung out there. So I think that might be part of it too. I mean, I think there'll be like people wanting to return, but I think if they know you went west, they're probably going to put a probe up your ass before they let you come back. I mean, I don't know how effective that'll be, but I'm just assuming that they're not going to want people that were anti-Russian and pro-West coming back into their territory or their country. So they'll try. I assume they'll mitigate that as much as they can.
They don't see themselves as anti-Russian, though. I don't see myself as anti-Russian.
Oh, I know, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if you said something and they find it, or they have, whatever information against you, I mean, then that might be something to say, hey, you can't come back because, you posted all this shit online, 3 years ago. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Beauty salon is gone. As in, it disappeared from the map. I don't know where is it now. It's gone.
You can always check out New York Pizza in Bakhmut. New York Street Pizza in Bakhmut.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just before you continue, the Russian forces have entered Ulakli. So the encirclement of the pocket is now getting closed. So, in case. D-boy, continue.
Give us some update on frontline, Vaughn. You're the one who always.
The commander's here. That's the commander's job. How dare you?
D-boy was saying something, right? No, do you want to finish?
You are the one who always following that kind of thing,
Yeah, then I think it's either Paul or Toby continue because
Paul.
Frontline, I would do a report later. No problem.
Yeah, I saw your report. The Ukrainians were trying to break out across there, and they were trying to break those Russian encirclement around the city. That's the only thing I saw lately. I don't see anything else.
I did see one thing, Vaz. In Pokrovsk, there was a picture of Valentine's Day in Pokrovsk, and apparently that consists of you kissing your girlfriend while two guys with AKs stand there in the background. So it seems pretty romantic.
How long do we think it will take to, if or whatever, for Pokrovsk to be captured? Realistically,
I think they have to go north and at least cut that other road, but I don't think they're going to go in. But I mean, they got to surround it more.
America do not know how to fight.
So, I mean, if you get that on the north backside,
Yes, can we hit Paul, please talk.
I want to say the most important thing now on the map are the nuclear power station, because if Zelensky are very afraid or things going the wrong way, very, very important to secure the power station. And also, I like I say on the Steam many months ago, the Russians are in business to killing people, not to take territory.
Hey, so you would agree with me, Paul?
On the map.
If the Russians
that's what I said before.
So Paul, you would agree with me that if the Russians want to control the nuclear stuff, it's time to cross the Dnieper and head to Kryvyi Rih, right? Hell yeah, brother.
No, they must have some soldiers in interior. They must have Ukrainian, because you can put explosive in the power plant. So if the power plant is attacked, you destroy the power plant. So you must have something in Ukrainian government to not destroy.
Think air assault.
Super chat. No way a victorious Russia is going to be shaped by people who ran off to Europe in opposition. The Vets will not allow it if Russia had lost. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
So I just want to share a bit on the situation is in terms of the population is that the people who are anti-Russia has left early in the war because they thought that Russia is going to collapse. And what the trend right now is that a lot of ethnic Russians all around the world is returning to Russia. I literally, know at least one or two, at least one, in part of a DPA army. Then he's part of the DPA community, and he himself told me that a few of his friends who is acting Russians are also moving back to Russia. So this is actually a across the board trend happening over the past few years. And on top of that, you have some of the Westerners like Americans are moving to Russia as well. They started their own YouTube channel and whatnot.
Mexican Russians, the Mexican Russians.
And the Mexican Russian, the U.S. Marine vet.
Yeah. I remember when they left because they thought they're gonna be called to join the army. They left, and then after 3 months they came back. When most of these people I'm talking about, they are YouTubers, so they moved to the West, and people start telling, if you hate what Vladimir Putin is doing, you need to go back. We don't want you here. So they went back to Russia. And life is good for them again, because in the West it was fucking bullshit.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the Bubba asked about like the peace. I still haven't given up on nuclear war yet, but let's assume that the war does end.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about. No,
all right,
please.
all right. Let's just assume the war does end. It's kind of interesting to listen to the discussion about mineral rights and access in Ukraine between the US and the EU here, because there's a real conflict there. The British signed a bilateral agreement with Ukraine for like 100 years of support. There's a lot of UK-based corporations that are already exploiting a lot of minerals and gas in Ukraine. And in fact, that goes back a long, long way. I believe the first coal and steel power plant in Ukraine was actually started by British hundreds of years ago. But the thing is, Trump is coming in and saying, we want access to Ukrainian minerals in Ukraine. But here's the interesting thing. That doesn't mean that Russia loses and that an anti-Russian Ukrainian government grants those mineral rights. Let's imagine that the US gets what it wants. Zelensky has elections, he loses, you get a conciliatory government in Ukraine that's willing to play nice with Russia. That doesn't mean that Trump can't get what he wants. You see, if Ukraine ends up being neutral, which realistically, so outside of NATO, again, this is what Trump is putting on the table. If the deal is that you get like a rump Ukraine that is essentially pro-Russia, that doesn't mean that Trump can't get his mineral interests. You see, there's already a huge amount of American capital invested in Russian mineral interests. Gazprom's second biggest shareholder is the New York Mellon Bank, which is a GOP investment firm. So when we look at the potential peace in Ukraine, European corporations want the mineral rights in rump Ukraine, and Trump also wants them. But what Trump might be saying here, and what it seems to me he is saying is, if there is a peace negotiation and Russia gets a government in Ukraine that is acceptable to it, we still want access to those minerals. Now, that is a really interesting development because Russia could absolutely go along with that. They are no strangers to partnering with US capital to exploit mineral interests. And this would also shine light on the real antagonism between Europe and America right now. Because just imagine how the Europeans will feel if there's a peace deal made and the new Ukraine is friendly with both Russia and America, but not Europe. So Europe gets frozen out. Europe gets none of their war money paid back. Europe gets no prizes in Ukraine, but America is sitting pretty. America gets access to all of the minerals, most of which are already in Donetsk and the rest of it. But if America is given a green light to partner with Russia to exploit the mineral interests of Ukraine, and Europe gets left out and the UK gets left out, that is a really interesting development. And it seems to me that that's what's on the table at the moment. And that would also explain to me why there's so much butt hurt in Europe right now, and why they are refusing any peace negotiations where they're not at the table. because if they're not at the table, they don't get anything. And so I think that's something.
Hey, Toby, real quick, just real quick. Do you think the money laundering corruption angle still might come into play?
Absolutely it will, right? Because like everyone's been laundering a huge amount of money in Ukraine, primarily Trump's domestic enemies in the US, but also the Europeans. And one of the ways that the new Ukrainian state will get out from underneath its colossal debt to Europe is by saying that it's the proceeds of crime, right? Because if they can say we never even got the money, that it was just laundered straight through Switzerland as soon as it got here, and to the Ukrainian oligarchs like Zelensky, all of whom will flee the country in a likely peace deal with Russia, then they'll just repudiate all that debt. And without America pushing to have it repaid, they're never going to get it back. And so that's just going to be a net loss. And again, that would explain a lot of the butt hurt in Europe right now and why they're all saying, we have to be at the peace table, we have to be at the peace table. It also explains why Zelensky is still pushing, desperately. You see him at the Munich Peace Conference, right? He's talking to all of these Europeans as though, they're going to carry on the fight against Russia. He even talked about creating his own NATO. He's like, NATO's not good anymore. America's out of NATO, so we're going to make a bigger, better NATO, right, with Ukraine and all of our European friends. It's looking more and more like Trump is going to do a deal with Trump is going to do a deal with Russia where America recoups its investment in the conflict in partnership with Russia, and Europe gets left out in the cold. Paul.
I wanted to say that I think the minerals are a smoke screen because China have minerals not because they are rare, because the process to make and extract them is very difficult. So China has that industry. So that is a smoke screen for Trump to say, I will recuperate the money or recuperate the investment, and for Ukrainian to full European people to say we're gonna go to help Ukraine because our investment gonna go back. So we're gonna get some money. So I think that war with these rare metals, it's a smoke screen. If you Google it, you're gonna see they are not so rare. The problem is to process them, and China is the best in the world. So that's why I think it's.
What about now? What about now? Is my mic working, please?
Yes. So it's energy to process them is really, it's not even the complexity. Anyone could do it. They're very energy intensive, which is why, that's why UAE is what the third largest producer of finished aluminum. It's not because they have bauxite in UAE. They bring it in from Jamaica. And UAE has cheap energy. So what you need to process rare earths like lithium, you can process seawater if you have enough cheap energy.
Yeah.
So that's probably why United States is also going into investing a lot of electrical power stations and whatnot.
Yeah. On that note, if you want to know how insane the Australian government is, they're talking about running aluminium smelters with green energy. So, yeah, they don't understand basic physics or aluminium smelting.
Just on a historical note, I was just thinking because somebody was talking about the British interests in Ukraine there before. The city of Donetsk, I don't know if anybody knows this, but the city of Donetsk was previously called Stalino. And then before that, it was called Huzovka. And that was named, that was the initial, the first name of the city. And that was named after a man called John Hughes, who was from South Wales, which is where I'm from. And he, I think that under the Russian Tsarist Empire, he was sort of brought over to bring the steel industry to this part of Donbass to create a new steel industry because South Wales also had a big steel industry there. So that's it's just for me. I don't know. Historically, I think it's an interesting sort of little link to Donetsk.
So
What's the place name again? Sorry.
Hughes?
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's Hughes-ovka, or yeah. If you look up the history of Donetsk, no, Hughes, as in like the name of the guy was called John Hughes. He was the like an industrialist from South Wales, and he came from South Wales to the Donbass, and yeah, the first name of the city was, I think it's Hughes-ovka or something like that. It was named after him, and then after the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks kind of turfed them out, and then it was called Stalino, and then Donetsk.
What city gets renamed after Putin after all of this? Avdiivka?
Putingrad. Where would that be?
Bakhmut. Maybe Bakhmut.
Bakhmut, but I think Avdiivka is going to have to change its name. Maybe Bakhmut. Which one becomes Putingrad?
Paris starts with P, so it wouldn't be that much change.
I thought Bakhmut is going to rename as Wagner Land, so I'm not sure.
No. But this is important. No, Bakhmut was in the Soviet times was Artemovsk. So the Russians, that's what they call Bakhmut. They, in their sort of, Russian Soviet kind of narrative, they
call that now. They call that now.
Artemovsk.
They changed the name.
Yeah.
They changed the name. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. So it will be Bakhmut in the future.
It's not Sovietic time.
Yeah.
So
I think they should leave Bakhmut the name just because.
I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. Maybe Kiev.
I think it's time for us to change Texas.
Maybe Kiev.
Hey, what if we name Tunis? We'll name Tunis Trumpgrad.
What's Trump's next project?
No, imagine the peace negotiation. Putin suggests that one of the city will be renamed after Trump. It was like Novo Trumpivka or something like that. Novo Trumpivka. Like Trump will be like so happy. Like, sure, good.
Yesterday, John Bolton was everywhere in the British media, radio station, and TV channels, talking shit about Trump. That guy goes no fucking shame,
So we got a super chat here. Trump speaks like an illiterate teen and rarely makes a complete sentence. The Russians are playing to his ego, but there is no way they turn against China for current USA. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that Trump is a GOP president and he dances with those what brought him to the dance. And the reality is that there's a huge amount of GOP money already invested in Russia. The reality is that Russia's political economy was modeled on the US Constitution when they left communism. And Russian oligarchs and Russian elites, they want to be prosperous and secure. And the idea that they ally with China against the US rather than ally with the US against China, it's not such a hot deal for them. Particularly if they end up having to fight a war on the European front. I think Russia will do what's in Russia's interests. And I honestly think that this war is very far from over because I think that it's a global conflict.
Toby, I'm going to stop you right there. Trump is going to be there just for 4 years. These people.
Have you seen J.D. Vance? Did you see J.D. Vance?
Even if J.D. Vance is gonna be there for 8 years, after that,
Baron Trump.
Trust me, someone from this lunatic is gonna come back.
That's right.
It's not gonna be forever.
Donald Trump is going to be forever. He's going to be the
Russia
God
needs
Emperor.
to think about the future because when these people come back, trust me, they're gonna go after Russia again. And if Russia finger China, next time China gonna say "fuck you."
You can't.
No, you have to
So
understand,
the
Donald
U.S. is a
Trump-
democracy. You're gonna get Democrats and Republicans. You can't
doesn't
trust
matter
the
if
U.S.
it's-
China is always
Yeah,
gonna be China.
it doesn't matter if it's 20, 50 years. One day these people gonna come back.
So, Voz,
And
what
so
you're
that's me.
saying is we need King Trump. That's what you're saying.
No, it's like
To
Russia.
stop
just
the communists.
Keep keep both of them sweet.
Unless-
the same way
unless
India is doing
Trump
that.
turns-
India is
But if Trump turns the
He-
United
he-
States into like a total autocracy with him at the top, then Russia can deal because then they know they have certainty.
It won't be Trump. Trump is like the Dune story. It's like Paul Atreides. He really wanted to do it, but he can't. End up he give up. And then it is the son of Paul Atreides that actually did it and become the one. So he's going to be Baron Trump. He's going to be the last
This
president
is what
of
the
the United
gypsy
States.
women say.
I don't know what kind of news you're getting where you live, but here, every lefty news are united, against Trump, and he's going
No one cares.
everywhere in Europe. Yeah, no one cares.
one
But
cares.
one day,
No one
one day
cares.
they're gonna be in power again. One day they're gonna be in power again, and when
No,
that
I
happens,
mean, UK opinion doesn't matter. European opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, and
At
FEC,
the
I can
moment-
accept all that.
at
but
the
it's not in
moment
their long-term
doesn't. At
interest.
the moment it doesn't. But one day, these people are not gonna be in power forever.
Voz, you're
One
getting very
day.
excited here. Like this is only today's news. Like wait a few weeks, wait a few months. Europe will be broken up. Like there's a lot of governments in Europe that could take power, like the AfD, reform. There's a lot of potential for Europe to actually shift away from the pro EU, pro China stance towards America, and there's even more potential for Europe to be balkanized up. So I don't think that we should take too much notice of all the hysteria coming out of Europe.
Yeah.
It's like the squeals of a dying pig.
Who knows? Who knows? In a few months' time or next year, Donald Trump will come with his family to the UK, and then when Baron Trump stepped down the plane, then you will see all the British peasants. Listen now, guy. Listen now, guy.
They will. They will.
Look at Voz. He's shattered because King Charlie's on the way out. He can't handle it.
Yeah,
It's very sad.
That's
You
not
have
the way.
picture of sadness,
That's
Voz.
not the way of
Breaking
you
my
talk
heart.
of your. He's your head of state. Respect the guy. Come on.
Yeah, listen, there's going to be. I'm fascinated here, just to change topic a little bit. Listening to what JD Vance said about freedom of speech and American values. If you're an Australian, you've just had a whole bunch of laws passed here that basically outlaw political speech, mandatory jail sentences for causing offense through reckless use of language. So, our anti-freedom of speech laws make everybody else's look really tame. China, communist China is starting to look like a libertarian paradise to Australians.
That's right.
And
That's right.
It's real. It's real.
there's a big confrontation. Oh yeah, there's a massive confrontation shaping up in the South Pacific with New Zealand and Australia, because the reality is that the US has huge interests here. The US provides all of the military protection here, but the UK political influence is quite strong. Australia also has they call it Australian economic ties. The corporations that own Australia's interests, own Australia's minerals, do a lot of export to China. So how America deals with Australia and New Zealand is going to be an interesting development, and how we fit into the American situation.
Is it a hate crime yet? Is it a hate crime yet to call it Tasmania and Ayers Rock? I saw something with Tasmania. Now it's Ilua Wawawa land or something, and that's slash Tasmania. And I don't even know what you guys call Ayers Rock anymore, but I guess it's inappropriate to call it that anymore.
Who knows? You know, it's nonsense on stilts. At the moment, like everybody's like, we have these really big Jew fights going on in Australia where the Zionist Jews are fighting with the non-Zionist Jews, and so everyone else is saying charge them all with hate crimes, you know, and it's like that's not the point of these laws, you know.
They're hating
The point of
themselves.
these laws is to charge Muslims, and then the Muslims are also protected. So the only guy who's actually been charged is some white dude, an ex-military vet who was showing somebody his Nazi memorabilia from his historical collection. So he got sent to jail. So yeah, look, it's real nonsense.
He was sent to jail for killing Nazis.
No, for showing his friend in a pub a Nazi symbol.
But what Toby shared about the Australian. No, so what Toby shared about the Australian situation with all this the free and the anti freedom of speech kind of thing. It feels like Trump's administration is kind of giving heads up. It's a warning to Australia, and I'm quite sure the Australian politicians is like, holy shit, Trump is coming. They're all panicking and they do not know how to turn back.
I saw the boy's face when I mentioned King Charles. I can tell he's not fun. So Toby, you got a friend here.
There are no friends in the UK.
It doesn't like King Charles. So
maybe D-Boy. D-Boy seems all right.
Who likes that? Who likes that dude?
Yeah, you say that, Boz.
Who
But
likes the dude?
we all know you're smitten with Princess Meghan Markle.
We were going to have those same kind of crazy laws here in Canada where they were going to do this bill C-120 where they were going to stop you from saying anything against, you cannot say the Bible. Remember, they were going to say some certain parts of the Bible would be considered like a hate speech, and if you said that, you could go to jail. And there was a lot of pushback against that. So we had some crazy stuff, and as well about the internet, saying it on the internet as well. So yeah, it's not just Australia, like even Canada, and then in the UK, I know about that. People were going to jail for the Facebook posts or whatever. They would come up to your house and say, hey, you can't say that, especially if you were going against that little country in the Middle East that you're not allowed to say. You say something against them.
Yeah, don't even go there. Don't even go there. This is why every time you make a start in talking about that place, I say, let's move on. Because that's not good for me,
Yeah, let's fucking move on from that shit.
Why? You don't love them? You don't love them? Maybe they will knock on your door.
So Singapore.
So
Singapore
if you
used to-
Westerners want to know what a non-Westerner think about all these things happening, you guys are a joke.
The same here.
We
The
basically
same here.
discuss and it's like, those Europeans are crazy. Those Americans are crazy. That's how we talk. We're like, what the fuck? What the fuck they're doing? That's all we. That's how we discuss.
They look politically. They look more than Westerner than more Middle Eastern than Middle Easterns. They became more like us.
Oh yeah, just now I wanted to talk about China a little bit because it's like you guys saying that the anti-freedom of speech thing is crazy and make China look like like some kind of a liberal heaven. Is true. The Chinese government do not. They censor stuff on apps. That means they delete your stuff. Maybe they ban you from the app, but they don't catch you. They don't send you to jail just because you say something. China don't do that. China only send you to hell if you are politically challenging the Communist Party. You can say whatever you want. There's a lot of freedom in China as long as you don't go against the Communist Party. If you are just a nobody, they don't really give a damn about you. So but in comparison, in the UK,
what about
like
if
what
I
JD
say
Vance talk
pretty
about, praying for his own dead preborn baby 50 meters away, get sent to jail. That's crazy shit, man. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say free Tibet and Taiwan is a country?
Boz, if you say crispy pork is the best, you won't go to
I
jail.
think I think if you say free Tibet or what in China, the Chinese nationals will just think you're crazy.
So
They will look
how
at
is
you
it in
weird.
Singapore? Because like at least I remember as a kid we used to hear about Singapore is kind of I don't know. It was always this no man's land of like an elected dictator, you know, like you chew gum in the country, you get beaten with a cane. You know, I know you
Lovely
guys
times.
executed a guy with a pound and a half of weed the other day. So like how's your freedom of speech if you say your founding prime minister was you say something against him?
But what
Nothing
have
happens.
freedom of speech have to do with rules and regulation? What have
No,
what's
no.
the what's the
I
relationship?
understand I understand what Bubbles. So he's saying that our laws are quite stringent, but do we have freedom of speech? The answer is yes. We have total freedom of speech, but there's consequences to label. That means you cannot say the politicians are corrupted. So you can't say that. If you say that, they will charge. They will file charges against you, like silver charge. That means they sue you for defamation. So it's not from the government to you. It's from the minister themselves or the politicians themselves. They sue you personally for defamation, and if you cannot take out proof that of what you say, you're gonna pay. But the thing is, usually they do hold back. Like the politicians will hold back because they just want to clear their name. So they don't. Usually they will tell you to take back your words. They'll issue an apology on your blog. Usually because they wrote it on their own blog. So they tell you to issue an apology on your own blog. If you refuse, then they start to say, then we're going to press charges. Then they do the charge. They become a big hoo-ha in court, in the newspaper. And then even when the politician actually wins the case, the politician usually will just donate away all the winnings in the case. They will not take the money. So that happens, especially even with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong actually, press charges against one or two idiots that and he won the case clearly because they can't prove that he was corrupted. And then but he donated all the money. So it's because the politicians here values the purity of the incorruptibility more than anything, because they already paid, like their salary is in the millions. So why the hell they care about money? But there is still, of course, corruption, and we have the transport minister getting sacked because he took some gifts from the F1 boss in Singapore. So which is kind of dumb. Like he can afford all these things, but he wanted to feel like a big boss, and then then he got himself disgraced. Like he literally can afford all of this football tickets to I think Liverpool or Man United match, and then get like the room, the special suite during the F1. It's like stupid. He can't afford all of it.
Because the boy is here, let's talk about Swansea, Cardiff City.
Well, hang on. I wanted to talk about, like, there's an interesting video out by a guy called What If Alt History. He's on YouTube. He's a bit of a nutcase, but he's a very interesting dude. And he's just put a video out talking about totalitarianism in the West. And he makes a really interesting distinction. He talks about the distinction between an authoritarian government and a totalitarian regime. And the difference is this. An authoritarian government is like a feudal lord, where you have an authority that's absolute. You don't have any democracy. Like one person controls the law, the military, everything else, right? So think feudal Europe or a monarch. But although they're authoritarian, they only care about their political power, right? So this is like what Wyatt was talking about with China. If you threaten their political power, they will come against you. But the difference between that and a totalitarian regime, which would have been more like China under Mao, right, is a totalitarian regime is one that's driven by ideology, usually revolutionary ideology. They are trying to control every aspect of your life. They care what you say, what you think, whether your shoes are tied, what you wear. They care about your sexuality in your own bed. They care about every aspect of your life, and they regulate it to absolutely insane degrees. And there's no end of totalitarianism, because as C.S. Lewis said, a tyrant who thinks he's doing good deeds is the worst, because there's no end of it. He thinks he's doing good. And it's interesting because in the West, increasingly, we live under totalitarian democracy. In theory, we have the freedom of voting, but in practice, every aspect of our lives in the West is being dictated by this woke ideology. And this is what, you see this in Australia, you dare not sin against the ideology of the new pure human being. And so this is also interesting to America as well, because I think a lot of Americans would prefer an authoritarian regime under Trump to a totalitarian democracy under the Democrats. And so I thought it was an interesting video. It's what if Alt Hist goes off on tangents and speaks very quickly, and a lot of his ideas are sort of open to speculation, but he's an interesting dude. And I do think that it's kind of interesting to look at the way he analyzes different regimes in history. One of the things about a totalitarian regime compared to an authoritarian regime is that it's fundamentally unstable. Totalitarian regimes end up collapsing because they overreach. They by trying to control absolutely everything, they end up with crazy people in charge. It also usually ends in tears. It ends with mass killings, as in Maoist China, as in like the Nazi regime of Germany, and other totalitarian, nonsense regimes. Whereas authoritarian regimes, such as monarchies and feudalism, have often been very stable for very long periods of time. And again, if you have a look at the current Chinese government, authoritarian rather than totalitarian, they've created a lot of stability. And so I think that Trump represents authoritarian rule, but he's against totalitarian rule. And I think that in the West and in Europe as well, you're going to see this contest between those who support the woke totalitarian model, which calls itself a democracy and celebrates the purity of wonderful people. And on the other side, I think you're going to see people increasingly backing autocrats because they're willing to back a strong man as long as, the government stays out of their bedroom.
It doesn't matter. Both sides are controlled by the corporate autocracy. I've said it many times. It doesn't matter if you vote for the Democrats or the Republicans. They're both controlled by the 1%, both controlled by AIPAC, totally and fully funded by those corporations. Now look at Trump. Look who's in his cabinet. It's all full of the tech billionaires. It's a full-on oligarchy, just like in Russia. Remember back in the day when Russia was...
Yes, but Toronto, Brad, you're not listening, right? Like there's oligarchs in both autocracies and in totalitarian societies. The difference is that the oligarchs in an autocracy are not ideologically driven. They just want the money and the power. They don't want to control what goes on.
I'll put it in an easier way. Imagine Donald Trump put all those beggars and road sweepers as the minister or as this Secretary of State, as the Secretary for CIA. They are all like road sweepers, they construction workers. You will panic, man, if they put incapable people at the top. So you cannot say that they're tech oligarchs and whatnot. These are people who have proven themselves in society, in private sector. So that's why they have the place there. If they put unqualified people, then you'll be frightened. What you should be more frightened about is if they only put long time politicians. Those are scary because they have no real world understanding of how normal people live. They also have no capability of surviving outside of government. So all these lifelong politicians getting these kind of positions is the scary one. If you talk about so-called oligarchs or all these tech billionaires, just see what they do, and time will tell, whether they actually, self-serving, or are they really for the country? Because it's like, if I become super successful in my career, and then because I'm very successful, I'm banned from government. That's stupid, right? That's like totally destructive, right?
But the point is, here's the thing. The Democrats, same thing. The policies that they implement are policies that are going to further the interest of the corporate elite. So yes, you don't have to put in a billionaire. You can put in an administrator from a corporation. That's not a problem. But why? This is also, I guess, a function of the fact the United States has shifted
you
so much of the wealth to the
this
1% that these guys are all so rich now.
But you cannot do a policy that destroys your political elite or your corporate elites. That is also self-destructive, which is what the Democrats tends to do also. They are destroying they're destroying. It made it impossible to do business in the United States. That's what the Democrats do. So you cannot put it that way as well. No, you have to look at the policies, that what they do for the common people. Definitely, there will be policies that benefits the big corporations, because the big corporations is the people that hire the middle class, and then with the big corporations' existence, they will need suppliers, which is where you feed all the SMBs, or all the SMEs, depending on which country, like. So the small companies do all the small little businesses that feeds the larger corporations, and all of them all hire people. So as long as there is policies that help the bottom people, I think that those are good politicians. If you only focus on he's helping the billionaire to become richer, and that's all you focus on, I think that's going the wrong direction, because you will just mislead yourself.
What Elon and these guys are doing, that's exactly what they're doing. They're putting in the policies.
I can use another example why this is a fallacy. No, I can use another example why this is a fallacy. Because, for example, Donald Trump is going to expand the U.S. military. They're going to buy new weapons, come up with, and invest a lot in the military. But then people who are detractors will say, you see, this guy, he feeds the military-industrial complex. We cannot expect Donald Trump to say, because I don't want to be viewed as someone that feeds the military-industrial complex, so I don't expand my military. And you cause the United States to be weak militarily, and then they lose out and unable to defend their national interests. That's stupid, right? It's too PC. You're too Canadian. You cannot use the Canadianness to understand America. That doesn't work that way. Yeah, that's why you have Trudeau. Freaking Canadians.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting. If you have a look at the French Revolution, they turned the guillotine on their own people. Robespierre ended up going under the knife. One of the things about totalitarian regimes is they actually go after their own people. And if you have a look at Elon Musk, but not just him, also Jack Dorsey recently has been coming out speaking against the totalitarian nature of the tech companies. That's pretty full on. Jack Dorsey used to be the guy at Twitter, right? But even he recognizes that it's not cool, right? And so when you see people like Elon Musk turning against the left, another one is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan used to be a liberal. He used to be the left's guy, right? He's now massively pro-Trump. And increasingly, the Democrat movement is imploding. And the reason is it's because it's totalitarian and woke, right? It's inherently an unstable system. That's why China moved away from totalitarianism and towards authoritarianism. Authoritarian governments generally are inherently corrupt, and they are billionaires, and they look after their friends, and they use violence and lies and every kind of evil trick to retain power. And you dare not, challenge their power, right? We're talking about monarchs, right? But at the same time, they leave their hands off most of their economy. If you have a look at a lot of authoritarian governments in history, they had very little to do with most of the economy. And so small businesses and other businesses were able to keep going because they weren't trying to regulate every aspect of human life. This is the great danger of totalitarian societies. Government becomes so big and so powerful that it starts to choke the life out of everything, including the tech developers and the billionaires. And eventually this creates absolute social upheaval. Whereas a corrupt autocracy with a bunch of really despicable people in power, as long as they leave the folks alone, as long as they leave people alone with their church and their local communities and their local businesses, they're actually quite stable regimes. And so, I think it's really interesting in America right now. I think that there is going to be a love of autocracy if the alternative is democratic totalitarianism.
Look at China. Look at Singapore. You could call it altruistic. You could have people that are in power that are very altruistic. They actually care about the people in the middle and not just the people at the top. There's nothing to be like saying that I have to be against the people at the top because I care about the people in the middle. I want to raise everybody up. Look at China. They raised everybody up out of poverty. Look at the US, what's going on in the US. They're putting people into poverty. It's a totally different direction. Oh, because we cannot do anything to hurt the corporations, we're destroying the actual working people. You're fermenting what's going to become a possible rebellion in the future because people will be so fed up of what's going on, where all of the wealth is going to the top 1%. It's going to BlackRock and APAC and all these guys here, and the people in the middle are getting crushed, So I think it's possible to have a government that's altruistic. There was that guy from Austria, and he got rid of all of the oligarchs, he got rid of all the central bankers, and he brought the German people up. He rose them up, but he did some bad things, but he made the country prosperous, So somebody like that come in here and do that would be amazing, to be honest, to make everybody wealthy, like what's going on in China, like Singapore, where Wyatt's from. Don't have to kill the corporations to do that. You got some really good corporations that can benefit and help all of the people there as well.
No, you're wrong. Brad, listen, Hitler was not.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong, Toby. It's definitely not wrong.
Right? The Nazis wanted to shape every aspect of German life, including who bred with who. They were classic totalitarians, and the idea that they enriched Germany is a huge fallacy. They destroyed that country from within, and then after they'd finished destroying their country from within, they went on wars that ended up being the end of them. Hitler was not an autocrat; he was a totalitarian.
They brought down the inflation. They built the Autobahns. They built up these massive corporations like Siemens, Adidas. You can go all through Hugo Boss. Every corporation that's in Germany right now is because of those guys that we don't like, but we have to say that we don't like.
Toby, why are you against China for helping the people?
I'm not. I'm against Maoist China and the Cultural Revolution that killed like tens of millions of people. But as far as the autocratic Chinese regime that leaves people alone and just protects its own power base, I couldn't care less. Listen, if I could have
China we talked about now.
If I could have my guns and I could have the government out of my bedroom, and if I could have the secret police not policing my thoughts, I don't care which corrupt oligarch. If I can have my church, right? If I'm basically a free person as a poor person, I don't mind being poor. But what I really dislike is when a bunch of wide-eyed, insane people start taxing me into the ground to police what I'm thinking. At that stage, I will back any autocrat who's willing to put those people down. And I'm not alone. That is the path of history. Totalitarian regimes, ideological regimes go too far. They get drunk on this idea of power. They try and recreate the human condition to be perfect. And all they do is they destroy the economy because they start policing every little aspect of human life, which means it's impossible to do anything, right? I mean, it's literally impossible to do stuff in the US now. In the UK, I think you need like a license for a chicken. If you want to have a donkey in Australia, you've got to pay $2,000 a year as a license fee to the local council. In the name of wokeism, governments are just taxing more and more and more, and there's no end to it because they believe that they're improving people. It's ideological. And this kind of ideology is poison. It destroys the economy and it turns everybody against them. You're much better off with a bunch of corrupt autocrats who will murder their political opponents so long as they'll leave you alone. So that you can go to church, you can raise your family, you can run your business.
Don't talk like that. That's gonna give people ideas. We don't want revolution.
Revolution is coming, whether you like it or not, because
I
Donald
don't
Trump
want
is
one.
here, and he's gonna sanction everyone into a revolution.
I think everyone here at the moment on this panel is happy Donald Trump won.
But he's
I
gonna
believe-
tariff countries into revolutions.
I
No?
don't care who's gonna tariff who, but I'm just happy he won.
But they're going to
I
have to take the
have-
rainbow from your cold, dead hands, aren't they, Voz?
That fucking flag
Nika
that
is the
got
first one will
nothing
be
to do with me,
revolution.
so I don't fucking care.
Nika will be the
So-
first one to be revolution.
It wasn't here. I was talking about people that was here. It wasn't
So
here.
I like Trump, and I voted for Trump, and I have no problem admitting it, and I like 80% of what he's done. But the one word of caution I would say is you still have to judge everything he does and remember that the roles are going to be flipped at some point. So
Now-
you don't give him a free pass when he does mess up. But I do like him. I voted for him, and I support what he's trying to do now. That doesn't give him a free pass 3 years from now if he does something I disagree with.
I like Trump
that's
too.
the-
I like
that's the
Trump
right way to
because
deal
Trump
with
went
I
down.
don't care. I don't care what he's doing. I'm just happy he's there because the lunatics that was there before
I like-
him, they were
I like
proper
what-
nuts.
I like what-
They were fucking up the world.
I mean, I voted for Trump, and the way I see it is as long as he does what he says he's going to do, and it works out for the most part, and he's got his money and stuff, or we get our peace deals and stuff. I don't really care if he doesn't leave after 3 years. I mean, if he wants to stay and he's still functional, I'm fine with that. I mean, as long as he's performing and functional, I have no problem with him staying as long as he.
Guys like
I like that Elon dismantled.
guys like Vaughn scared me, because there's millions of Americans like that. You think the same way.
I like
Vaughn.
Trump. I like Elon.
This is scary.
I like Elon dismantling the deep state. I like that he took apart this U.S. aid. I like that they're taking apart all these government agencies. I love it too. I like Trump. I didn't realize how emboldened or owned by the 1% and Israel, the Democrats were, until I saw what was happening in the Middle East. And the hypocrisy when dealing with Russia was so crazy. So when Trump gets in there, I was so happy. And I'm glad that things are going to be taken down. And so it's more visible to the public when the U.S. is actually totally interfering in the politics of other countries and overthrowing governments and doing this. At least it's exposed. And now Trump is he's a very straightforward guy. That's what I like about him. He's just in your face. This is what we want. So, we're the United States. We want to take over all of North America. We want the Western Hemisphere to be under our control. We want Europe under Russia's control. And maybe we can let China control the South China Sea. I don't know. But there's some kind of reasoning there that I kind of understand, and I'm down with that.
I don't care about all these things, I'm just happy,
Real quick, to me, it doesn't really matter what Trump does. I mean, I don't really think he's out to do anything wrong or hurt America. So, as long as it's always America first, that's all it matters.
Yeah, Von, that's the issue. I don't think
Well, I live in
the thing is,
America.
I hope that's one thing. I hope that he will put American first and America first. If he did that, I will be happy he was elected. But the thing is, he's not putting the American benefit first. He's putting in some parts, yeah, he is. But in others, he puts Israel first.
Okay, we're not. I don't want to go back to Israel. Okay, I get that. Okay, but let me know when the rest of the world untangles from Israel first. I mean, seriously. I mean, I get what you're saying. It sucks.
No, but
it's the fucking.
If he's putting America first, even in that region, it will affect America. Don't forget that there's a lot of troops there. There's a lot of American business there. There's a lot of benefits that can come to America if they put America first. But he's not. He's putting Israel first. He's antagonizing the whole region to make the Israelis happy, and it affects even its policies, even its internal policies. That's the issue.
He's conquering Israeli land.
But
If as
isn't
far
he
as
putting
I'm
Israel
concerned,
second?
You cannot
and
conquer your
like,
own
I mean,
land, you know.
I get your
Arab
point of
Muslims
view,
are
dude. I'm just saying I'm willing to let that play out and see how it goes, and maybe it's not going to be as bad as you think. Maybe something good will come out of it. I mean, that's
anyway,
all. I'm not going to pretend that it's great and anything is more than likely. You're right. It's probably going to be horrible, but I'm at least hoping for a few. See how it goes. You know.
Anyway, super chat. America electing Trump just saved the world by ASCII66, which I agree.
One of the thing I like about Donald Trump winning the election was because before him, no one was talking about peace in Ukraine. People were
Yes.
dying, people were dying like rats. And that guy been there for 3 weeks already, spoke to Putin and bringing peace. Even if it's gonna take like 1 year or 2 years, at least he's talking peace. Something we didn't talk before. I'm happy with him because of that. Whatever happened, if he takes Canada or Greenland, I don't give a fuck.
Has there been any attackums fired since Trump's been sworn in?
Nope.
Any? What about storm shadows? Anything?
Nope.
Not
sure.
Yeah, because that's a good
I
thing.
think there's some
didn't-
strike.
that's
There's some
good.
good
That's
right?
good.
Because that's
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
golden shot
I'm
with.
agreeing. That's very good.
So if they're not shooting them, maybe they don't have assistance. I doubt they.
Maybe
They
New
don't.
Zealand now? Because New Zealand needs a voice on this fun forum. 'Cause they're very-
Needs a voice on what topic specifically?
Oh, you were going to speak. I assume you're going to talk about the coming liberation of the South
Oh,
Pacific
right,
for
yes.
American
On
values.
I completely agree with him. I think that, like, I saw the Munich forum, and they were talking about should Ukraine be in NATO or not in this peace deal or whatever. Before they weren't even having that discussion. Now at least they're having a conversation about should they be in NATO, should they not be. Biden, I don't think he met Putin once after the war started at all, right? I don't think they talked even. So at least now there's a conversation happening, and you might leak results, it might not, but at the very least they're having conversation, and that's the most important thing.
When Viktor Orban went to Moscow to talk to Putin, you see the way the EU talk about him. Everyone was pissed off with that guy. All he wants is to do business for his country. But no, you're not allowed to talk to Putin because he's a bad man. He kills
because.
babies and stuff. Yeah.
There's no reason that because.
Yeah. I'm happy Trump is there and Trump is doing something. People is stopping dying. It's gonna take long because I know it's not gonna be tomorrow. Even if they sign a deal, I'm sure there's still gonna be some people trying to cause trouble. But at least someone is trying. That's a good thing. And then Toronto Brad, be ready. You're gonna be Yankee soon.
Nika, D-Boy has been waiting.
I know.
Sorry.
No, Nika. Would you be willing to be American, like get annexed by America, if it means that Palestine get to keep its land in Gaza?
Yes, I will suffer for the benefit of my brothers. I can suffer for my brothers. Yeah, I will do it. Sadly, but I will do it. It's okay.
Voss is the only BBC we trust. Like Iranian Putin. I like your answer. I really like your answer.
No.
Like no joke. Because you are constant. You're consistent. I like it.
Yeah, one thing I
really.
Sorry. Then sorry.
All right. I'd like to say something about Trump from my perspective in the UK here. So to put my cards on the table, my politics, I suppose, domestically and whatever are sort of left of centre, I don't know, social democrat, something like that, right? So for me, Donald Trump is a very terrible person. You know, I don't want to go into like how everything we know is bad about Trump, but I find that it's absurd that even for me as somebody from like the left in politics in the UK, I have to sort of kind of end up warming to Trump because he's the only person that's actually saying, "Oh, maybe there should be some sort of peace in this war." It's crazy, and it's crazy that it takes that person to do it. You know?
Yeah. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm
Well,
a communist.
Supercar.
I'm a fucking communist. And
Okay,
I agree
right.
with Donald Trump.
Maybe all the stories aren't true, and he's not such a bad guy after all.
I find it
Well,
really interesting.
but
People
no,
say
Supercar,
he's
you're
a bad
forgetting
man.
Nika is a humble
he's a
man.
bad guy, man. He's a bad
People
guy.
say he's a
But
bad
Von,
guy,
Von,
right?
Von,
But compared to
Von,
what? He's not a
Von.
perfect man, but like, who are these perfect people that you're comparing Trump to? Von der Leyen? Dharma? Like, who are
But
these wonderful
yeah,
people?
Toby. He's
obviously.
he's more right wing than the Israeli right wing man. And that's a statement. You know the Israeli right wing. They even in their statement they weren't that extreme. That's the issue, man. He's
So you're
talking
saying
about a
that Trump is
population.
worse
If
than
a
that guy in
person,
Syria?
if a person talk about a population as a cheap as some sort of furniture or cheap or some lamb or I want to, it's you cannot even a horrible person have some limits, man. That's what I'm talking about. The fact that he's treating them, he's talking about them as furniture in his house and want to remove them and make them back, and it's like he's owning the thing. That's horrible, man. Let's say it. I hoped he didn't say that. I had some hope, but sadly
You're aware
it is
the
horrible.
president of a
Let's say
superpower,
what
right?
is need to be said.
You understand that Trump is the president of a superpower, and that no matter
Yeah,
what he decides, one way or another,
exactly.
he'll be
He's not
responsible
bound
for
to be.
certain things.
He's not bound to be like to lick as Israeli ass. He can
No, it's not a
say
question
fuck
of licking
no.
ass, Nico. It's a question of making decisions that have consequences either way. Right? If you're
You
going
know,
to be in charge,
The
can't
right
fix all the
wing
problems.
Israelis didn't came with this horrible idea. At least them, they wanted. Yeah, I am hearing.
Nika, you know, he can't fix all the problems. Trust me, I hate the guy because of what
Yeah,
he
but
said
at
about.
least no, but at least don't say horrible things.
Yeah. Now, I hate the guy on that matter about Palestine. That's wrong. I don't care what you guys think. That's not. It's a fucking no.
But the ability, no, what I'm saying, the ability to say that, whatever small country or big country, you are talking about human beings and talking about human beings as they are some sheep or some animals. That's sick, man. This is the issue. This is my issue. Whatever country you are and whatever country you are talking about, you don't talk about a human being as such. Even if they are my enemies, I will not talk about them like this. Even
so you're
Israelis, I will not
against
like
the river
them.
to the sea. You're against this idea of expelling the Israelis.
What it depends what they mean
You
by
want
the
an
river of the
Israeli
sea.
state, in other words, because you would never talk about Israelis like animals.
No, I didn't
I
talk
just want
about
to say,
Israeli as animals. I'm not.
I
I'm
think,
talking about them as
Okay, so
human
you
beings.
support Israel as a state, then, just to be clear.
If
So you're going to
I
stand
will
amongst
go,
all your Muslim brothers and say
listen,
Israel deserves to be there as a
Toby.
state.
Maybe I will surprise you. I am if you can say there's an Israeli state, but all population inside that state is guaranteed to have the same rights. Palestinians, Israelis, all of them the same rights. I'm with that state, okay? Even it's called Israel, I don't care. If the Palestinians they can get back to their homes and they have the same rights as Israelis, Yes, I will go with that state. I don't have
But it
any
wouldn't
issue
be
with it.
Jewish majority, no? It would be 50-50.
Huh?
It would be 50-50.
Yeah,
You know?
that's
That's
the
the whole
issue.
problem.
They don't want that. They want an ethnic state.
Forgive
They
me if I
want an
don't
ethnic
believe
state.
you.
Well, I'm. It's up to you. I'm saying this like in front of
No, I understand
everyone
what you're
here.
saying. It's just that I
No,
don't
but
believe it. I've seen the way that
yeah. I don't
Arab
believe it
Muslims
because
treat people.
they don't believe it. No. We don't have any issue. Listen, in Arab world, we don't have any issue with Jews or with Christians. We are living with them, and they are living with us, and for hundreds of years, and there is no issue. The issue is that European American came into my country and appropriated it and want to kick me out. That's the issue, man. This is the whole issue. If you
Which
want to
is
come
your
to my
country,
country and live with
America?
me, I don't have. Yeah, it's my country. I consider
Which
that
country?
my
Which
country.
is
I
your
consider it
country,
my
Nico?
country. Palestine,
Which one?
Egypt, Algeria, all of those are my country.
Well, pick one.
No, I don't
But
pick one.
anywhere
Why?
except where you
Who
live,
decided?
anywhere except Canada. It's like this is a real
Who
issue.
decided?
Like in Australia, we have these people that come to Australia and they start waving Palestinian flags, right? They're not even from Palestine.
So
right?
what?
It's like they will
If they
support
wave Israeli
any
flags,
regime, and
if they wave
and it's like,
Israeli,
okay,
Toby,
it's like they'll
Toby,
take
you
the
wave,
welfare
Toby,
from
Toby, you
Australia,
wave
right?
the American flag
They
here
will.
every fucking weekend. You wave the American flag. Are you fucking young?
be consistent. Be
Well, yeah,
consistent.
I am.
Yeah.
Like at heart, I'm a good American, right? And I'm waiting for Vaughan to come over here and liberate us from
Am I
the
wrong if
British
I
rule.
say?
But like this
Am I?
issue of
It is my land.
pan-Muslim,
I consider it my land.
militancy, Nico,
Yeah.
you don't
Yeah.
live there, right?
So
Maybe you should think about where you live.
Can I tie these things together a little bit? My understanding in 2014, when Russia liberated, conquered, little green men, whatever you want to call it, in Crimea, the citizens of Crimea had 1 year to apply for Russian citizenship or be deported. Okay, so everyone who stayed applied for Russian citizenship and became 100% Russian, whether they were Ukrainian, Russian, or Crimean Tatar, or Turk. They became a Russian citizen with 100% the rights. So if Israel did that with Gaza, let's say with Gaza, they have occupied Gaza and they said, everyone here in Gaza, you have 1 year to apply for Israeli citizenship, and we will grant it, provided you learn the language, or I don't, know what language, but if you learn the language, you sign up, you pay your taxes, you do your mandatory military service in the IDF, or you can relocate to Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Syria. Would you support that?
As I told you, if Israel considered all the Palestinians, everyone inside Palestine, inside Israel, as equals, as have the same rights, the same human beings, I will go with this state. No, I will have no problem
Everyone
with this
supports
state.
that. Come on. Everyone supports that.
My question would be,
yeah, but they don't.
But
they
that's
don't.
not the thing they do.
No,
Yes,
I
that's not the thing they
understand.
do.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that is a case in recent history that's honestly been the cleanest takeover of territory from another country in modern
I
history.
told you. The issue is they don't consider them as human as them. That's the issue.
I understand that.
issue. That's the problem. They kicked at least like half the population, or something like near a third or a half. I forget the number, and want to conquer the rest without even give them any rights. So that's the issue of the whole thing.
My question would be, what would you think of a Israel that combined these territories, but at the end of it, after granting citizenship to all the Palestinians, it was still Jewish majority, like 70%. Would you still accept that?
Yeah, but they will not. It's
no, but if it was still Jewish majority,
they will
what
not,
do you think?
They will not.
They are not doing that. They are not doing that, man.
Wait. Super
They
chat.
don't
Super chat.
even-
They
you don't-
Super chat. Super chat. Super chat.
Toby, every time you sound more like a post-UK lad.
More
And
racist.
UT say that, why does Toby leave Israel so much? Leave.
I think
there's one more.
women say love. Men to say love.
The Iranian Putin. Hold on. Toby said he wanted to be liberated by America. We accept your offer. Yeah.
So can I give you a couple other examples?
Just Buba, hold on. Something to Toby. Toby, you know that you got a good health system in Australia. Why do you wanna join these people who gonna charge you $2,000 for a fucking ambulance?
Okay. All right. Okay. Hang on. Listen. Wait.
It's very cheap to fly to Singapore. Don't worry.
Right? Like, I don't actually desire America to rule in Australia necessarily. I would take it in a heartbeat because it's so much better than what we have. I mean, if we're going to talk about what we want, I want a pony, and I want a nice Australia that is a sincere ally with America. But at the end of the day, America provides Australia's security. America already has a vested interest in this country, and the Pentagon has said they're going to defend those interests. So my position is, all right, have your interests, have your alliance. I'm all for it. Let's have a bit of that liberty as well. Can we please get rid of the totalitarian woke nonsense, right? That is my position. I live in a world where small countries like Australia don't get to have mythical independence. And if we're going to be a colony of the US, we may as well be a state, right? Because at least then we'd get some of the benefits that go along with being part of the American world. What I don't like is living in a colony where we are subject to woke tyranny at the same time as being utterly dependent on the US, right? So in any case, I with regard to Israel, look, it's like this. There have been Jews in Australia for over 100 years. I've never had a problem with them, right? All the Jews I know have been perfectly civil, right? I have never seen, until very recently, political turmoil from the Jewish population. I don't care that much about what goes on in the Middle East. I do know that if I was in a car accident in the Middle East, I'd want to be in Israel just for the cleanliness of the hospitals, right? When I see the way that people like Nika behave in this country, waving Palestinian flags, celebrating Muslim militancy, talking about those countries as though that's where their loyalty belongs, making no effort to assimilate into Australia, I'm inclined to side with Israel, right? Now, that doesn't mean that I agree with everything that Israel does. To be honest, I don't really care. But I don't want to see
the only reason you don't care is because you agree with them.
I agree with what?
What Israel is doing.
So,
I don't.
I'm gonna
it's
go
like
ahead
this
and
is the
say
thing.
that-
You're forcing me to take a position in a conflict on the other side of the world. I don't have to take a position on that conflict. I'm talking about what's happening in my neighborhood, Voz. And the bottom line is the Jews in Australia don't make the same kinds of problems as the Muslim militants do. Now, that is actually changing, and I'm getting a little bit sick of all the pro-Israeli nonsense that's going on in Australia at the moment. And so I'm kind of getting a bit sick of both sides, and I wish they'd all piss off. But when I see Nika talking about the fact that his loyalties lie on the other side of the world, and he never talks about integrating with his own country, my inclination is to think, well, why don't you piss off back there? Why don't you go put your boots on the ground where you care about and stop trying to ferment?
I'm not allowed to enter there. I'm not allowed to enter there.
That's my position on that.
I am not capable to enter there.
I don't have to take a side in that conflict. But the bottom line is, I've never had a problem with Jews in Australia. I just never have. And I don't see them fomenting sectarian violence.
Why would you? Because Australia was always with Israel in every move. That's why you don't have any issue with that. Any country will oppose what Israel is doing will have issue as Australia is now, because if you are already with their policies as the Americans, because you follow the Americans, you will never have an issue. You are already.
Nicky, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm talking about
I'm
my
listening.
part of the world. I'm
There
talking
is
about where
issue
I live.
now.
You still want
There
to
is
talk
issue
about
now.
what's going on over there. You keep telling me that I take
It doesn't
Israel's
mean
side. You're not
it
listening to what
doesn't.
I'm saying.
Okay, I will put it in this way. Doesn't mean that I have an allegiance to my where I was born and to my ethnic people, that I will betray this country or I will like do something bad to Canada. That doesn't mean that this and that is not like opposed. It doesn't mean
Yeah, it
that
is.
I'm
Yeah,
with.
it is, Nico. This
Can
is
I
what you
just
don't understand. This is what you don't
you
get,
spoke.
right?
I
If you
didn't
want to
interrupt
be
you.
so
I didn't
animated,
interrupt you. Please. I didn't interrupt you. For me, saying I support Palestinian right to be human, to have rights, doesn't mean I will betray Canada. That doesn't. This is not like the opposite of that. If I am a human being, a good human being, and I support another human being to have his own rights as a human being, that doesn't mean I will betray this country. In what world does that mean I will betray that country? Do you understand
in the
this?
real world.
It's not an opposition. It's not two things. It's not either this or that. If I will support Palestinian, I need to betray Canada. Why? Why?
I
Or
knew
the
this
media.
would. I knew this would
Superchat.
be.
Tubi, you base your opinion on your neighbor. Got it. And battles of the slapheads.
So I almost hate talking about the Israel-Palestine thing because it's such a mess. But you got to look at what some of these other things have happened through the years. So Croatia, and when it was formed in World War II, when Yugoslavia was invaded, their stated goal with Serbs was to kill 1/3 of the Serbs, force 1/3 of the Serbs to leave, and force 1/3 of the Serbs to convert to Catholicism with them. Okay, so that's one extreme. You have what happened to Königsberg or Kaliningrad, whatever you want to call it, the East Prussia. The Germans were not massacred, the civilians, but every last one of them was forcibly removed when the Soviet Union took that over. You have Crimea, where everybody got a choice, but that choice involved you becoming a Russian citizen, 100%. You're not Ukrainian Russian. You're not a Tatar Russian. You're a Russian with all the obligations that come with that and the privileges. I know Israel's system is not working. I just don't know what system can settle that down. And I'll admit that.
The difference between all those and Israel Palestine is that in war, the refugees want to run away from the war zone and escape to better life, to where they feel safer, or people they can identify with. The Palestinian is the sad people. The Middle East countries, the Arab countries, refuse to accept them and forever class them as refugees, because they cannot allow Palestine to disappear and allow Israel to conquer the whole of the land. So they refuse to accept. So when they come in, they are refugees. Until today, they are still refugees. Their descendants are still refugees. The same thing now, Egypt have a very powerful army just outside of Gaza. They're blocking and making sure that these Gazans cannot just enter and then be evacuated into Egypt and cannot return ever again.
And they never
same thing happening
granted
with Jordan.
citizenship. So
And Jordan also threatens war over the same thing, because it's like, if you push the Palestinians to us, we go to war. The same thing. Everybody is refusing the Palestinians so that they can keep that line in the sand and forever lock Israel in this situation. No other war zones in the world is like this.
It's
Only
a little
Palestine
bit worse
is unique.
than that.
It's very, very unique in this sense. But of course, Palestinians are not the only people that resulted in this stateless situation. The Rohingyas and the Banglas, basically they are Banglas, The same thing when they go into Myanmar because of the Bangladesh independence war. When they want to return, Bangladesh don't want to accept them. They said these are not our citizens. They got stuck there. They got stuck in Myanmar. And Myanmar is like, what the hell? We hosted your refugees and then you don't take them back. Same story.
So it's not,
Palestinians are not that special, honestly. To be
Why?
honest, the only difference is that they are very highly publicized because they are dealing with the Israelis, and there is this hatred between the two races. And also, super chat, Toby, you hate the entire population based on a few people. Yeah.
Why? Can I? Sorry.
Can we move on, please?
Cannot. Nika is stuck.
Can we talk about?
You
Can
know,
we talk about the Spice Girl?
Nika is not gonna let that
Sorry,
go.
guys. I don't mean to cut you guys off. Let me just say, it's good to see you guys all. Let me just go back with the judge gentleman. Wasn't it? What he was saying earlier, I think is nearly at the top. You know, the problem they are having in Palestine and Israel
Buba.
is first thing is a language barrier. So one of them have to learn other one language, adapt to the others. The same problem they are having there, we also have it back in Nigeria. They do have the same problem. They kill each other every day. Either Yoruba killing Hausa or Hausa killing Igbo. They just keep killing because the language is the first thing that always. That's the first thing that the
They
European force
created a language, man.
mix in the American.
They
That's the
came
first thing.
from all over the world. What language
Hold on.
are you talking about?
Sorry.
They are Russians, they are Americans, they are British.
Just hold on
They
1
came
minute,
from
please.
all over the world.
Let me make explanation. See, America, right? The first thing they face in United States is the language barrier. But everybody understanding each other in the United States make things much easier. Okay? Now they're bringing it back, but the first thing the early Americans, European settler first fix is the language barrier. By them, everybody speak one language, they understand each other. Even Canada, they think it's American. They don't even know the difference. They just see call the same. Nobody don't even know who's Canada, who's American, or who's British, or who's but because they understand each other. When people understand each other, it makes things much easier. That's the first thing, because all
That's
these things they are
nonsense.
doing that. And the funny thing is that this is the problem they are having right now. Is the Palestinian want to adapt because they thought they are the earlier, they are the most original there. They don't want to adapt Israel language. Okay, and then Israel don't want to, because they have the mighty power. They don't want to adapt Palestinian language, right? And this is a bigger problem. Somebody had to adapt one to fix that problem. Okay, because look at the United States. Yes, European came here. That's a Native American. What did they do? Everybody adapt English language. Then they understand each
Yeah,
other.
by
Blacks
dying,
and
by
others.
they adapt by dying, by being less aborigines. That's how they adapted.
See, when no, believe everybody in America.
Mike.
Stop
The
saying
British went
nonsense,
to
man.
America. The British went to America. They didn't adapt to Indians' language. They told their English to the Indians. They told them, "You better speak our English, or we're gonna kill you." Anyway, they killed them.
Yeah, you see, recently, right now, that's what I'm saying. Everybody adapt to English language in this country, right? Except they start to bring different language, adapt to turn United States to two language, which I'm keep saying that this is going to become a bigger problem for United States in the futures if they do not stop fixing that problem right now. Because some people think, oh, freedom of speech, let everybody express themselves, but the problem the early forefather already fixed. Now they are bringing that problem back again by trying to adapt to language in United States. So people don't know the consequence of that in the future. What is going to be bring in the future to United States, right? Because if Trump stand up, start to say everybody's going to hate him more, but he has to say do it. And let me just say something about it. You guys talking about Trump earlier about what he's doing is with the Ukraine. I think Ukrainian promised Trumps what they don't have. The mineral they don't have is what they promised Trump, because I hear some people on media and TV keep saying, "Oh, they canceled the deal" or something like that, right? The fact is that the mineral the Ukraine is offering to Trump, what they really have in abundance is not what United States needed. Lithium, almost every country in the world has a lithium. Okay, so code, let's just say have too much code. They don't even know what to do with code. So iron, so they do have a iron too. But the mineral United States wants, but what they say the Ukraine say they have, wait, they don't have. And this is they try to play trick on Trump.
What about all that Ukrainian poontang?
No, the Ukrainians are try to play trick on Trump, right? Like you know what they say. I'm about to say when they first started with this thing, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. So they try to lure United States into that war by telling them say they have all the rare elements that they can use to make magnets, where they don't even have.
They do have it, but it's on Russian side.
Yes, that's what I'm about to say. Russia are no, not on Russian side. The element they want is on the Russian, is a northern Russian, close to the
It's
east.
in Donbass. The thing they want is in Donbass, but it's under Russia. Yeah.
What is on the Russian side is a lithium. Okay, the element they really want is a northern Russia. That is why European really all the EU bet their everything on, so that way they can break Russia apart. Then when they break Russia apart, they can slice it. Then they can get their own pie. Poland will keep the Kaliningrad. German will have all the mineral rights that the British will hold on to the Greenland, because
Never
then
gonna
nobody
happen. Never gonna happen.
Yes, it's already been happening right now. British will hold on to Greenland because deal is this.
Motherfucker, Greenland's ours, bitch.
No, buddy. No. Greenland going to British. Okay? This is the thing.
How? Explain to me how. How?
This is a trick. This is
I can't believe 76,000.
That's what I'm about to explain to. That's what I'm about to explain to you. First of all, Trump gonna hijack the Greenland. Once he hijack the Greenland, now they go. Okay, now they have to buy it, and to buy the Greenland, British have the force to how would they say force to bid for it.
And you think that's enough? And you think that's enough to stop America?
They get first dibs, and then the United States.
Do you think that's enough to stop America?
Once that, because once Trump hijack it, nothing Denmark is gonna do, nothing. They cannot do anything anymore. So they will use that logic, right? Now British can say, okay, they buy from Denmark, then British own it. Okay, just take it like that. So in the Russian side, they want to slice Russia, and all the other Europeans will have all their pie out of it, right? Like I said, the Kaliningrad go to Poland. Poland will stay his own side. That is why Poland is pushing so much to that war, because their goal is that they're gonna have that Kaliningrad. And then all what Ukraine are doing from the beginning is just they are two. They want to use them to destroy Russia. Okay, everybody knew that, except I don't understand why some Ukrainians don't understand it. Sitting there,
I really,
and again, they've been playing game.
Mike, I really missed you. I'm glad you came back.
So they've been playing game with the Ukrainians. Keep telling all those guys, say, "Oh, we are fighting for the mineral." The mineral they are talking is not there. What they want is not in. I might be wrong, but I can.
Yeah, you are wrong.
What they want is not in Ukraine. The element they want is not there. It's in the Russian. Russia have it in a. And the fact is that the only few Russians knew that. I must say maybe.
I mean, if that's the case, I'm going to go with fail. Mission failed.
Okay, and it's probably more likely that Poland wants some part of Ukraine before Kaliningrad.
Sorry, I don't understand what you say there. Can you repeat, please?
So I wanted to talk about something Wyatt said earlier. Like, Wyatt makes the point that Egypt has put its army on the borders to stop
come on, Toby. Don't go there.
No, I'm going to go here, right? Because
like
you see, it's bad because of you.
Voz, listen, learn something, right? Hush now. So the point is, Jordan doesn't want the Palestinian refugees. Egypt doesn't want the Palestinian refugees, to the point where they're willing to go to war not to take these people in. Trump, on the other hand, has proposed putting in a buffer state there, right? Now, let's just strip this away, strip away all of your geopolitical convictions, and let's just talk about who wants what for whom, right? If what you want is peace and full bellies and education for the children in Palestine now, right? Who has got a plan for that? Because yes, the Palestinians will lose their ancestral homeland. Yes, the Palestinians will lose their state, but their children will live. If Trump's plan is put in place, the Palestinian children will have food and they will have peace and security. If Jordan and Egypt would take American support and facilitate this, then those children will have peaceful lives. If, however, no, shut up, Voz. Just shut up for a minute and let me finish. Then you can talk. If what you really want is an axe to grind, if you live to talk about the conflict with Israel, right? If you believe that the evil Jew is to blame for every bad thing, and if you really want to push hostile Muslim warmongering, if you really need the Israeli-Palestine conflict to fuel your existence for being, then you don't actually care about the children in Palestine. What you care is for a perpetual conflict so that you can raise your rabble, so that you can pander to your Muslim base, right? And you can get their political support by being the good guy in this holy crusade for the Holy Land. This is why I wash my hands of the pro-Palestinians. They don't care about the Palestinian children. And all these people, when Trump came out with his plan, Trump actually cares about the people. He doesn't care about their rights to their ancestral homeland. I don't think he particularly cares about their
That's
religion
funny when you
either.
say Trump cared about
You know, the Holy Land Amusement Park. It's the only answer. The Holy Land Amusement Park.
Right? And what I saw was, in Australia particularly, this caused outrage. The idea that those children would be provided with a secure future was outrageous because people could not handle the idea that the Palestine issue would go away. And this is why I am so sick and tired of all of these people that claim to be supporting the Palestinian people when really what they want is an axe to grind. They want a perpetual conflict because it makes them sound like a big deal. They get to claim for justice. Well, let me tell you, there is no justice in geopolitics. There is no justice in history. As Bubba said, you want to talk about justice for Königsberg, right? You want to talk about justice for Dresden or Nagasaki? There is no justice. There is either peace for the children or there isn't. And the reason I grow so tired of people like Nika in the West is their whole life, 24/7, is talking about the conflict. So much that if they actually absent-mindedly remember where they live, then they pay lip service to Western values. They pay lip service to peace in the place where they live. But there's only 24 hours in the day. And when 23 of them are spent grinding your axe in Palestine and one of them spent sleeping, your net contribution to the West is negative. So anyway, that's my point on that. Now,
Toby.
Okay, sorry.
Australia is a big country with no population. Maybe you can get 1.7 million
Palestinian to be deported.
Yeah,
guys?
Go ahead and
if
take
you think Trump's plan is good, you can have 1.7 million people.
Can I answer to that?
Okay,
please?
guys, sorry. Embassy say something. No matter where they put, no matter what, wherever they took the Palestinian people to, the problem would start all over again. It will never stop. Like I say, I will agree with Bobby. Whatever he say, let's Palestinians adapt to Israel. Okay? Take the Israel passport. That will be the best option. Because if they, no matter where they took Palestinians to, the problem gonna start all over again.
Yeah,
It
but
will never
they
stop.
don't want them to.
It's just going to be another cycle.
They don't want them to assimilate. They don't
But they
want
will
them to.
have to. They have
Who
no
gives
choice. They
anyone
have to.
the fucking
The
right?
best option for them is to
Let me
stimulate.
answer, please. Who the fuck gives the right anyone to enforce me or anyone else to move off my fucking land, my fucking house? And I'm not a cattle. I need to grass the land and be secure. And this is my all.
So
high.
You're
People
right.
don't understand. Some people
You're-
don't understand. There's like.
You're right, but it's
patriotism.
not reality.
People
In reality,
maybe,
the strong
no,
make the weird.
Can I finish my idea? People maybe don't understand what patriotism is, what to be patriotic to the people, to the culture. Maybe this is a difficult concept to a lot of you. Toby, exactly. Maybe that's a very difficult concept to understand, but a lot of people are patriotic. They love their land. They love their people.
Yeah, right. Nika, you gotta stop. You have to stop. You are beclowning yourself. You are a Tunisian Arab nationalist.
Yeah,
that's living in Canada with no nationalism whatsoever for Canada, with no nationalism, may I add, for Tunis itself. And rather, you only have nationalism, such as it is, for the Islamic nation as a whole. Okay, there's no concept of indigeneity. You are not a Berber. You are not a Carthaginian. You are not a Tunisian. You are a Muslim. And if you become a Canadian, you'll be a Muslim there because all of it is part of Dar al-Islam. Okay, and this is ultimately, Toby, I agree. I agree mostly with. I agree mostly.
Is that relevant to what I'm saying? So if someone chooses to live in another land, he's hypocritical because others don't want to? If Palestinians want to move there freely, I don't care.
You see, all the Native America have to adapt. Native America, they have to adapt. They have no other choice.
No, they didn't adapt. They died, man. They killed them. That's easy. They killed them. They put them in reserve as cattle, as sheep. That's the difference. They want to because
can I put an analogy? Sorry, let me put an analogy. We leave a house. We leave the house for 20 years. Then we start to fail to pay our mortgage, and then the bank repossess the house and kick us out.
I have a better analogy.
So that's one way. That's one way you lose your land. Okay, that's one way you lose your land. Another way you lose your land is you fight a war and you lost it, and then you lose control of your land. That's the problem. The thing is, the Israeli cannot do anything with the population because they don't want to absorb it. That's one big problem. Second thing, they cannot kick them out because no countries allow them to kick them out. So they're stuck. So they conquered the land, but they cannot take the land. They're stuck.
I would also say that real quick.
There is a super chat for you.
I
would say real quick that unfortunately the reality is that
has arrived at last.
Other countries had partition as well, like India and Pakistan had partition, and all the Indian refugees.
Come on, open mic, buddy.
They got
let's battle it out. Okay, go ahead.
And unfortunately, in Palestine, they did not get citizenship. But a refugee from India, a Muslim refugee from India, got citizenship first year, back in 1947, 1948. Unfortunately, the Arab countries, the Arab neighbors, even countries like Jordan, they didn't give the citizenship. That's unfortunate. I don't know why, because Pakistan did. And actually, an interesting point is that Pakistan accepted the partition plan and then launched the war. Meanwhile, Palestine rejected the partition plan, didn't get statehood, and started the war anyway, which is actually an interesting point. There's actually a lot of parallels as well. There are people that were stateless between the India-Pakistan partition, but it was much, much less, and they were like brides and spouses of war and stuff like that. But that was pretty settled pretty early on. Thing was, the Israel-Palestine one wasn't settled. And I just want to mention the demographic one as well. Point is that I think a couple years ago, Israeli Jews passed Muslims in Israel in fertility rate. So they're having more children now. And that means that the percentage of Jews in Israel is going to start increasing. maybe not now, but maybe in 10 years, maybe 15 years. And then the whole demographics are going to start changing when the Jews start increasing in percentage. And then you see Muslims start to decline. You're going to see more power of, ultra Orthodox. You're going to see more power of the Orthodox. And also in the West Bank, the West Bank is the clearest example. The Muslim fertility rate of Muslims in West Bank, I think it's around 3.5, maybe 4. But the fertility rate of settlers in the West Bank is like 5+. And that gap is, I think it's widening actually, because you're also having immigration
it's not
settlements.
the fertility rate. It's the fact that one from New York today, one from New York can claim he's Jewish, have Jewish ancestry, and take a land of a Palestinian, and we will condemn the Palestinian why he didn't adapt. That's what I don't understand. You are taking the victim and you are blaming the victim that he didn't cooperate with its if people want to fight to take their land back, they have the right to.
Nico.
This is everyone understand this, but
I agree with that.
It's very difficult.
Everyone has the right to fight for anything they want, right? These things can only ultimately be decided by violence, right? So this is where I agree with.
They are doing that. They are fighting back.
Nika.
Right.
No
I
one
agree
say that the Palestinians cannot fight back.
No, but
everybody accepted.
Now,
Everybody. Wrong. Nika, you got it wrong. The thing is, everybody accepted Palestinians can fight back, and they will fight back, and everybody expected them to fight. The problem is people cannot accept that Palestinians refuse to accept the consequence of attacking Israel. That is the problem that people like me or Toby, the neutrals, cannot accept. Don't talk about pro-Israel.
Toby is not neutral.
Me and Toby is neutral. No, because we don't give a damn about the region. Then you have the pro-Israelis will have a totally different perspective. The pro-Israeli will be very brutal about the position of the Israeli position. They will feel like they are the real winners, and they don't give a damn about the Palestinians. I don't know. Pro-Israel views is a bit weird, but the pro-Muslim view or the pro-Palestinian view, that is very clear. It's everywhere. The propaganda and the messaging is everywhere. Like what you said, what Nika said is not new. I read this every day. What me and Toby say is the neutral view. Like if you ask my mom would not give a damn about the line in the sand. They would just say that no, move to somewhere safer. That's a natural thing if you ask a neutral. The problem is now that once you conflate that all this hatred over the 80, 100 years,
we really need
with
to move
places
on from that.
With the line in the sand, they
We
cannot
really
go somewhere
need
else
to
because they need
move
to
on
protect the
from
place.
that.
Then there's a problem.
I don't understand why it's difficult for someone to protect its land. It's very difficult concept. On the human,
No, they can.
human history.
Go ahead
But
and
it's not
protect.
protecting it, bro.
Yeah,
It's just the
listen,
demographic decline.
Throughout the human history, people were against invaders, and this was something staple in human history. Throughout the history, I don't know why it's difficult to understand that concept. If people didn't resist occupation throughout the history, there would be only occupiers. There would be only one race. Practically, there would be only one race. Throughout the generation, yeah. But why it's difficult to understand that people will resist the occupation and we will struggle.
It's
Palestinians
not.
didn't ask.
It's not.
That's not
We're
the
not
point.
blaming the Palestinians.
No, people say why Palestinians don't adapt. Why should they? If they choose to fight,
It's not a question of
Because they
should.
lose the war. They're losing.
But bro, they shouldn't. They don't
why.
have
They're
to.
not
But the
crying
fact
to
is
you.
that in 20, 30 years, there's
No,
going
it's
to be
the-
demographic decline.
Just like
Yeah,
everybody is talking
It's
about
def-
Ukraine, like we all agree that Ukraine should surrender or at least have peace,
But Ukraine,
cut
if
their
Ukraine
losses.
surrender
Cut their
now,
losses. No, the thing
if
is cut
Ukraine-
their losses.
No,
Palestinians do not cut their losses.
If
That's the
Ukraine-
problem. They
let
do
me
not
explain
accept
to you
anything
why.
lesser.
Why?
It's
The
not
difference
just the
between Ukraine-
Palestinians.
The difference between Ukraine and Russia, the conflict between the Ukraine and
It would have
Russia,
been very
the
interesting if Palestine
And,
did what Pakistan did and accepted the partition and then launched an attack anyway. At least they would have been better
That's
off.
an illusion.
But
That's an
they
excuse
didn't even do
that
that.
Zionists use. That's an excuse that Zionists use. That's an excuse, man. They
Or
will
what
never,
if they are not?
will never,
No, it's
they
not
will
excuse.
go-
What if there's
listen,
truth?
No, it's not truth. It's like I'm invading a country and then say let's put.
Not invading. They already conquered the place. They already conquered. They have soldiers. They have soldiers controlling all the places, including Gaza.
No problem.
So it's the conquered. They conquered the place. They have occupied the place, but they just don't absorb the population. They don't want to give the citizenship as per what you said. That is the difference. That's the only thing.
As I said before, if they considered the Palestinians as a human being, as equals, and give everyone the same rights, but no Palestinian will resist because they will live their land, they will live their culture. But the idea of Zionism, the idea of the state of Israel is only an ethnic state. They need to conquer the land. It's not only Palestine.
So
it will not even if Palestinians lived in Gaza, lived in Sinai, or lived in Jordania, they will keep expanding. The Jewish land is from the Euphrates to the Nile, and this is what they are saying.
But anyway, Super Chat, no condoms forever, or whatever Black Panther said. But okay, I put it another way. So let's say what you said you can accept is that no, they offer Israeli citizenship to all Palestinians, same right, everything same. Okay, they offer all the Palestinians become Israelis, but then the Palestinians continue to launch terrorist attacks to try to make Israel into Palestine. Will you still support the Palestinians?
No.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
Because this is an apartheid state. Let's put it under like what's happening. It is an apartheid state. It's not like what's Russian doing in Ukraine. That's why I needed to Russian are not like the goal of Russian is not like to conquer and remove the local population and remove them and erase their identity.
The Ukrainians can remove themselves. They can move out and go to European Union. The Palestinians cannot. That is the big difference between the two.
Man, they
no,
don't
they
want
can't.
Listen,
they cannot.
I will give you
which Arab state accepts
they cannot
Palestinians?
because,
No,
they
don't.
Egypt have, as a sovereign state, Egypt can refuse that. If American refuse refugees, why Egypt cannot refuse it? Let's talk like as a state.
Correct. So that is Egypt's fault.
If American refuse refugees and asylum seeker, why cannot any other
any countries can refuse.
This is incredibly rich coming from you, Nika. Okay, it's the Egyptians and Jordanians that are refusing to take in the Gazans, right? Whereas, if you look at of course, everybody can refuse. You're just begging for sympathy. You're begging to point the West as hypocrites. You're begging for compassion. That's all you're doing.
Am I wrong about this, or were Palestinians in East Jerusalem allowed to get Israeli citizenship or not? And they largely rejected that.
Well, even if they did get Israeli citizenship, they wouldn't be treated. They wouldn't be treated the way that Jews are, right? It's true. Israel is a two-tier system. That's the reality.
There's certain laws that applies only to Jews, and there's on your ID. If you are in Israel, you will be your religion will be put if you are Christian, Muslim, or Jews, and different laws will apply on you. If you are a Christian or in Israel, you will be treated differently.
Pakistan puts religion on their identity as well, though, no?
But do they treat it differently?
Yes, they fucking do. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Of course they do.
They fucking do.
Oh my god, are you serious? See, this shows your cognitive dissonance. Yeah, good one.
If there is a Muslim country that don't talk about is Pakistan.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's wrong.
But
I want to
make a point.
Pakistan was made out of partition as well.
That's right. I want to make a point for a little while. But okay, well, look, let me respond to that now because there's sort of a interesting cognitive dissonance that I see from people, or not cognitive dissonance, just an intertwined pair of misconceptions where people will say on the India-Pakistan issue, they'll say, oh well, the Muslims and Hindus lived in peace for thousands of years until the evil British came in and partitioned them, and that's when all the trouble started. And then, on the other hand, they'll talk about the Middle East, and they'll look at this and they'll say, oh, look at this. What can you do? The Jews and Muslims have been fighting for thousands of years. They're just always going to be fighting forever. And in fact, it's the complete reverse on both counts, right? Because in the case of India, and I don't want to get too much into this, it's not the main topic. Actually, the fight between Muslims and Hindus has been going on for 1,000 years. Okay, and Pakistan is explicitly sort of a recreation of a future kernel of a Mughal empire. Okay, and it's a hotbed of terrorist training and basically Islamist revolutionary vanguardism is what's going on in Pakistan. So and that's something that has long preceded the creation of Pakistan. Pakistan is just the modern manifestation of that. Now, in the case of the Middle East, right, all of this really did start, with the decline of the Ottoman Empire. They actually did live in peace. The Ottomans who ruled over most of this land were there was Arabs, there was Turks, there was Muslims, there were Sunnis and Shias and Jews and Christians and Druze and Alawites and Kurds and Iraqis and everybody else. And there was very different concepts of nationalism than we have of these countries of Jordan and Saudi Arabia and Palestine and Israel. None of these places existed. The British took it over, and then you have this whole Zionist movement going on, post World War I, where you have Jews going over there, and you have a lot of power of those people in internal Western politics, of course. So, and that's really where the problem starts. And so the point I want to make about, I think that the real main misframing of this whole conversation about the Palestinians, and I think that, even though I mostly agree with Toby's perspective on this, I think he's also mistaking this, is that the point is there is not a Palestinian nation, okay? Palestinians are just the name that you give to Arab Muslims that live in a place called Palestine, which has not existed for thousands of years. Palestine is a region of an administrative division of the Ottoman Empire that became the British Mandate of Palestine, along with other places like Syria and Iraq that did not exist as nations. Okay, they were sort of regional descriptions, like, there's other regional descriptions like Jazeera for certain parts of Iraq. That doesn't mean there's a Jazeeran people, like the Levant or, various different places, the Fertile Crescent. You can't define yourself in those terms. These are just regional places. What these people are Arabs. They're not Palestinians. They're not they're not the, completion of a Palestinian nation. Okay. And so what that means is that, ultimately, well, it means a few things. It depends on what perspective you want to look at it from, right? But that's the main point that I want to emphasize here. There is no Palestinian nation. You're not going to just remove the Palestinians and get rid of Palestine as a whole. These Palestinians will just be Arabs in other Arab countries instead of the Arab country in Palestine, if they are removed. And whether or not they should be removed or shouldn't be removed is totally irrelevant. And anybody talking about should and shouldn't is completely misguided, because ultimately the stuff does not come down to should or should not. Okay, it's about what really happens. It's the right of conquest. That's the only right that exists. There's these frameworks that you try to apply never work. Okay, so there you go. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, I just want to add on a bit on what Archimedes said. The label is a weaponization of the people there. The same thing as Rohingyas. Rohingyas are just Banglas. They're just Bangladeshi. They're Chittagonians. Their language is literally the same as Chittagonian. It's the same language. But they weaponize it by giving them a label, a name, and then suddenly they become a special people. It's just like this. And imagine before the 6-Day War, if maybe they are a Palestinian or Arab there was a trader. For that very weekend, he decided that, let's move to the other side of the river and see if we can find better pastures to farm. And then suddenly he's Jordanian now. He's no longer Palestinian.
That's why I consider Palestinians as my homeland too. That's why I consider Algeria, Palestine, Iraq, all those areas as my land too, because I don't consider a white guy came in a 1 year and decided I will put that line in the sand and call it this X country, this Y country. I consider all Arab country. This is one thing that people here maybe the concept is different for them, because those borders are imaginary. They were created for the benefits of the. They were created for the benefit of the European, to better manage the areas here. And what I'm saying, no one, for example, talk about Vietnamese and say, oh, they shouldn't like fought the French, and they shouldn't fought the Americans, and they shouldn't fought the Japanese, because they fought them. They suffered, but they are free now. They are independent. American fought the British. Why American fought the British?
No,
why they killed themselves?
No, so the problem now with the panel, or at least with me. No, the contradiction now is what?
These America were British in the first place.
No. The contradiction now is that if you use that as the reasoning, then you cannot accept Israel as a state to exist. All these white Jews should get back to Europe, as per what many of the pro-Palestinians say. And I can tell you, I understand their feelings. I totally understand the feelings. The thing is, that is exactly the point that you have no more sound. Do you mute yourself, Nika?
Sorry. No, I mean to settle the deal, because I know we will have if let's say in an imaginary timeline, Palestinian can integrate can get back to their homeland and can have the same right. Yeah, but as a settlement, we can it's okay. We can live together. There's no issue, but everyone need to follow the same rules. They don't want that.
Yeah, so that's where the Israelis' position came in, because the Israelis' position was that they agreed with the partition plan. They agreed to live together.
Of course, yes, they didn't have anything, and they have 70% of the land. Of course, they will agree.
No. Before that,
who
they
will
only
not
have.
Agree, man.
They have
if a thief
no. I'm talking about
inside my
the
house.
UN.
Listen,
original UN mandate before the first war started. I'm talking about the original.
If a thief,
the original plan, because you cannot talk about once the war broke out. The moment the war break out, there hatred on both sides. It's gone. Before the war break out, they already not very happy with each other. There's already attacks on each other from both sides.
Why? That's exaggerated. That hate, that's exaggerated. You see, there is a lot of testimony from a lot of Jews.
How much longer are we gonna talk about that bullshit?
Another hour.
Until you fed up.
Boss, another hour.
Boss, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have. Nobody's forcing you to be here. You know.
His chair. We can continue to talk for another hour on this.
Slavery is over, boss. You can do whatever you want, man.
I know, but it's been 6 hours,
man. What? So what?
Nika, if I can interject here, like what Wyatt said, like there's more than a grain of truth in this. If you take this campaign of justice against the evil Israelis to its ultimate conclusion, then you get the river to the sea, and then you get the reestablishment of Palestine, and the injustice of Israel is cured. The problem is, right, that this idea of a peaceful Islam, it has real problems when you start to look at the real world. Like, if you have a look at the fate of Lebanese Christians and how they fared under the tender hand of their Muslim brothers, right? That's not a pretty story.
The president,
shut up, Nika. Please shut up
the
for a minute. You talk constantly. Nika, please just shut your mouth for a minute, right?
The dog got scared away. The dog ran away.
The Lebanese Christian story is not very happy, right? This idea that the Muslims take an inch and then don't go for a mile, it's betrayed by history. Muhammad was a warlord. Islam spreads. Islam is particularly militant, and Nika is a really good example of this. Nika lives in the West, right? Nika lives on the other side of the globe, and 24/7, all he thinks about is war for Islam. This is starting to be a real issue in Australia, right? Australians are getting really freaked out and sick of the Muslim population in Australia constantly preaching war for their religion, right? Now, I don't say that Christians have never preached war for their religion, and I certainly don't say that, Israel is this entirely peaceful state. But let's leave the whataboutism and the cultural equivalence to one side. The reality is that the Islamic policy of domination and complete domination and Sharia law, this is starting to be a real issue in the West. The lack of integration between the Muslim societies in the UK and the indigenous population in the UK, such as they are, that's starting to flare up as an issue.
No,
it's starting to flare up in Australia. It's like, where is the peace? Where is the peace? The Israelis understand the peace means no more Israel. But it's not just no more Israel. It's no more India. It's no more UK. It's no more Australia. It's no more America, right? When you have a virulent theocratic ideology that preaches total domination and the extermination of any competing relationship, that's not sectarian, right? That is a really hostile, warlike, theocratic ideology. Now, I don't say that that is the only ideology within Islam. And I'm perfectly prepared to sit down with peaceful Islamic folks. But, Nika, you are not one of them, right? I don't know what you think you are.
Why is that? What's
Because
so horrible?
You subscribe to this
what
idea.
Is so horrible? I say
Islam,
that what is so horrible? I'm saying, and
because
I'm preaching,
your vision
that
is
make you
the
crazy.
war.
What's that?
I've heard what you've said about Syria. I've seen your valuation of human
what's
life.
this thing that
I've seen
uphold
your,
you? You're talking
loyalty
nonsense.
to the
You're
country
talking
that
just
feeds
nonsense.
you where
You're
you
just
live now.
spreading hate.
Right?
That's it.
Your vision is one of perpetual jihad, right? Your vision is endless war and the
That's nonsense,
extermination
man.
of everybody who
That's nonsense. You
is
can say whatever you want.
Don't tell him what his vision is.
Yeah, he's decided that.
Look, I wouldn't go so far, Toby. But what I would say, what I would say is that the Arabs as a nation, what I would say is that the Arab nation does feel that the land that is currently occupied by the state called Israel is part of the Arab nation. Okay, they certainly feel that way, and in that context, the contest is between the Israelis and their American dogs and the Arabs. Okay, it's not between the Israelis and the Palestinians. All right, so that's all I wanted to jump in and say. So if you kick out the Palestinians out of the Arab countries, it doesn't solve the problem at all. Okay, I mean it would be like kicking out Ukrainians from Zaporizhia and putting them into Kherson. Okay, they're still Ukrainian. You know what I'm saying? It's one province to another. Ultimately, it's still part of the same overall picture, the same civilization, the same nation of Arab Muslims. Okay. And they will fight together if they have the opportunity to. Right now, there's various political reasons why they aren't, but they will, and they do. The people certainly support it. The people in all the Arab countries, from Iraq all the way to Tunis, all the way to Canada, they certainly all stand together as one, even though there are political machinations in the way of their unity. And that's ultimately, the great fear of the West is Arab, that was one of the big stories of the 20th century, was the fear that the West had of Arab unity, of pan-Arabism, right? And that was avoided through, it's a long story, but it may come back, right? And ultimately, that is the force that will destroy Israel, ultimately, if that does come together, if the Arabs get out from under the control of the various oligarchs that control them. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I have no dog in this race, except I don't like either side, okay? And so, yeah.
I'm wondering why that hatred. I think it's just pure hatred, because this is nonsense. Because you're
so simplistic. Oh, it's just pure hatred.
I'm not to talk about your comedians. I'm talking about Toby. It's just.
Toby. He's a low IQ hater. That's all he is, right? Look at the super chat by Madeline saying that Toby hasn't read a book in his life. I mean, come on. Toby as usual hasn't read anything. I mean, is this really the best you guys can do, right? This is ridiculous. You guys are going to say, he's just hatred. It's just illiteracy. I mean, come up with better arguments, please. Thank you.
Toby on the super chats. So it also applies for Jews to the country. Toby, as usual, haven't bothered reading anything. And Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Yugoslavia, Vietnam. Even though when I press this immediately, I do not know what's the context. And Madeline said that I need to read her email. Only things keeping Israel alive are Palestinians. We'll explain the email, but it's fucking tragic listening to me while trying to read. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to respond to Toby's.
I see that we're not gonna move on, so bye bye for me. Good night.
No, please.
Night, boss.
I need.
Hope you enjoyed our passionate debate on a very important place. Voss is like going to have nightmare tonight. He's like, he will wake up pissed. Why am I having dreams about Israel?
So Toby's bigotry, I think he's just repeating the Zionist talk points literally verbatim. I don't think why he's thinking I'm a militant because I want the native people.
Because every time you open your mouth, you're pushing the Palestinian issue.
Yeah,
I've never
yeah.
heard
So what's wrong with that?
Canada.
What's wrong with that?
Because we live in Canada.
If I think,
If
I think the Palestinians have the right to live in their own land, I am bigot. I'm colonialist. I'm sick. This is like very difficult idea? Maybe you have a problem in your head because I don't understand why defending people who are living in their land, defending people who are living in their land, in their own fucking land, is fucking difficult thing to understand. But the Zionists are not the issue here. The Palestinians who want to defend them land, to want to stay in their fucking land, are the issue, and the people who support them are jihadis and whatever you called us.
Nico, the world is a big, mysterious place, and there's a lot you don't understand. It's amazing.
You too, man. There's a lot of things you don't understand.
Yeah, well, maybe you could explain it.
No, we've heard enough explaining.
He's gonna repeat himself over again.
What the fuck is wrong?
Yeah,
what the fuck
right?
Those people.
No,
the poor Palestinians. The poor Palestinians.
Look, now that Voss is gone, I think we should get off this topic. I think that'd be hilarious.
No, I sum up in
But
a
if we don't talk about
simple way.
Palestine, Nico will have nothing to say.
I can sum up in simple ways the three positions. No, the Israelis basically feel threatened. They totally moved on from the wars in the past. They continue to live on, and they feel like now we are being threatened by all these terror groups that is constantly firing rockets to them, and then suddenly October 7th launched a major offensive, and then this Gaza is totally self-governed, and they decided to go to war, so they go to war and then they fought. That's an Israeli position. That's a totally pro-Israeli position. That is not my position. So that is a pro-Israeli position. The pro-Palestinian position is that this thing go all the way back to the mandate of Palestine, and then they got pissed off that all these white European Jews came in and take the land, buy up all the land, and then they fought a war that they lost. They fought again and they lost again. They fought the war again and they lost again, but they still refuse to accept that they lost the war, and they feel like this is the rightful place for the Palestinians and they must have it back, and they cannot take all these refugees because if we take them back, they will never be able to go back, and then that's why they refuse to accept even the refugees that is already living decades in all these various countries all around Palestine. So that is the pro-Palestine position. The neutral position is that we don't give a damn about the land. As long as the people live and and there's peace, that's fine. We don't give a damn about Gaza or West Bank or Israeli or whatnot. As long as the people move and live in a good place, and then all the refugees get absorbed by all these various countries, have a normal life, have passport, they can go and have fun and have a job and go to university. That's fine. That's a neutral position. That's what Toby actually is talking about.
Maybe
I'm getting called a Nazi in the chat, right?
Maybe
I'm
Palestinian
anti-Islamic by a guy who's a communist and is against all religion. This is full on. This is how much people are invested in the whole
Palestinians should go.
This is what happens with Western liberals, right? They love Islam because Islam is such a beautiful little toy for them to look at and say, "Oh yeah, the Muslims, we need to protect them because they're really oppressed, and we feel really bad about what we did. So we're going to look at the Muslims and make them the protagonists of everything that we look at in history, right? And this is ultimately where you get a misunderstanding between Western liberals and Indians. And this is why you have such a big problem between the Indian left and the Indian right. The Indian right, who is actually indigenous, if you want to look at if you want to frame things in terms of indigeneity, which I don't think you should, and the Indian left, which is very deeply influenced by Western liberalism, they're looking at things from the Western liberal perspective in which Muslims are the victim class. But if you look at the history of India, it's absolutely not the case. The Muslims are the oppressor class. The Hindus are the victim class, if you want to look at things in those terms. And, a lot of people do. And so that's why you have this complete cognitive dissonance going on in India. And, all it takes is to familiarize yourself a little bit with the discourse and the history and the politics of India to get away from this perspective of that you have from the West looking at Islam. If you want to get out of it, just read some Indian news and some Indian discourse for a while. It'll help.
Because it's the same position, the same three positions is exactly almost copy and paste into the Russian-Ukrainian situation. The Ukrainians feel like they are being oppressed by these Soviet people, these Russian people, and then they want their own country. Then they have been suppressed like for 100 years or 200 years or 400 years. They have always been there. They are the indigenous. The Russians feel like these are all just Russian people. They feel like they have now becoming a threat to themselves, and they feel like they need to stamp out this threat, which is what Israeli thinks, when they look at the Palestinians, like, these are threats. So the neutrals, again, don't give a fucking damn about the line in the sand. We just want the war to stop. We want people to not die, and then just make peace. The side that cannot win the war, just freaking cut your losses, and just so the people can live. Same thing, when we look at Palestine, we feel like you can't beat them. Cut your losses now. Let the people leave. And I want to add one more thing. The neutrals don't give a damn about whether the Palestinians will attack Israel next time or not. In fact, neutrals will feel like, go ahead. 50 years from now, after you rebuild, become super advanced, Israel collapse from the internal politics, go ahead, conquer them, kick them out. The neutrals don't give a fucking damn. The thing is, now you're fighting a losing battle. It's like people just die. You kill one Israeli, so what? You're going to die 100 Palestinians. You feel that it's worth it. The neutrals think that it's stupid. The same thing as now we are looking at the Ukrainians storming, fighting with the Russians, going to Kursk for fuck. But the thing is, the NAFOs, the pro-Ukrainians, will feel that is rightful. They have right to defend their lands. They should not accept no concessions to the Russians. It's exactly the same thing to me as a neutral. It's exactly the same thing. Those people in the chat, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Because a neutral is a neutral.
Wyatt.
Yes.
To be neutral. Now, if a Ukrainian living in the West, try now, like let's say he was living in Mariupol, now wanted to go back to Mariupol and went to Russia and entered, and he didn't kill Russians or whatever. Will he allowed to get back to his home in Mariupol, for example?
We don't know yet.
We do. A lot of people came back to their cities from Ukrainian who were living abroad, who came back. Do you think Palestinians who were kicked out of a village can go back to it?
Man, you have to stop applying generalities. You have to stop saying, this happened in this case, or this happened in this case. There are no rules, Nika. There are no rules, okay?
Listen to me.
Every single situation is sui generis based on explicitly the power balance of who wins in the fight, okay? That's all that matters.
Why I said that? I said that because Wyatt gave the example. He did the comparison between this war and that war. I didn't give the comparison. Why give the comparison? I give him what's different. I know they are not the same conflict. I know it's not the same conflict. This is why you cannot compare the Israel-Palestinian conflict.
No, I'm not comparing. I'm saying
conflict.
I'm not comparing. I'm telling you the neutral position is always the same. We don't give a damn about the line in the sand. I can look at Myanmar, I can say exactly the same thing. I can look at Sudan and can tell you exactly the same thing.
Yeah, why?
In fact, I would say that Sudan just split into two countries. Don't fight for fuck. Two countries. One is the Arab side, one is the the local, the other race. I don't know what is it called. Just split into two countries. Why be one country? Stop dying, stop fighting. But the thing is, the people will still fight. The thing is, the neutral position is always just don't fight and everybody leave.
Yeah,
we don't give a damn about the sign.
Wait. Listen to my point. What I want to say, I know Palestinians are the weakest part. I know the Arabs are the weaker part. but all the resistant movement throughout the history are the weaker parts. Americans, when they fought the British, were the weaker part. Algerian, when they fought the French, were the weaker part. Vietnamese, when they fought the American, the French, the Japanese, were the weaker part. Every resistant movement, by definition, is the weaker part. It is known. It's something known. And they fought. For example, Algeria fought there for 120 years. It wasn't continuous. And it did go up and down. They fought for 120 years.
Can I share you the gospel of the communist Chinese? You know what happened with them? They were the losing side. They were doing guerrilla warfare, and they are losing against the nationalists. But what they do? They play the politics. They know how to plot. They make peace. They build their strength. They make the nationalists go and fight other wars, fight against the Japanese. And then they build their forces. They did not contribute to the war effort against the Japanese. And by the time the Japanese lost the war in World War II, they have built up such a huge force, and then they destroyed the nationalist army.
Yeah,
not just that. The nationalists was supported by the Germans, and then by Soviet Union as well, by the Americans as well. But because the way how they plotted, the nationalists betrayed the Soviet Union. And then the communists get the Soviet Union's blessing, and then they managed to play around and win the war. And they went from a small guerrilla group and defeated a much powerful enemy. Yeah. That's the problem. What the Palestinians are not doing.
Listen to me. Okay. Let me have a conversation with you. Let me have a conversation.
They just do frontal attacks and die.
No, listen. They don't do frontal attacks and die. This is this is a way. This is one way.
Literally.
Yeah. This is one way that war happened, because that conditions. You don't have someone else attacking Israel now, and Palestinians didn't take the bait and didn't take the opportunity. This is a war, a liberation, a guerrilla war that happened in those conditions.
The PLO did try the same thing. They tried to overthrow Jordan. They infiltrate into Lebanon. They did exactly the same thing, but they just didn't work out. It didn't work out their way. They did.
Yeah. So what? They will continue. They will continue in another way. It's not.
I'm just saying that
one way. Only all countries have the same way. I'm sure that Singapore didn't have the same way to take their independence. There is maybe they used like political power or something else, but those conditions that you are talking about, those conditions that happened in China in that period are not the same condition that happening now. That's what I'm saying.
So what I'm pointing out is that the Palestinians have a lot of various, very different situations across the decades. And in every different situation, they have different opportunities to do things differently to reach a much better result. But of course, the earlier days is not really up to the Palestinians. The Palestinians are not the one in control.
Even then. Don't forget something. Don't forget, Israel was never alone in all these periods. Israel were never alone in its battles against. Don't forget when they've been attacked by 2 or 3 countries combined. They have like a continuous flow weapon flow from Westerners. I forget it.
From Czechoslovakia. They bought it from
Czechoslovakia. They had a continuous flow of weapons. And I'm not saying that the Arabs, they did terrible mistakes. They had corruption. They had terrible mistakes. We have a lot of horrible mistakes, and the history. Those who will read the history will read about them. But what I say, there will be losses. There will be mistakes done. They will suffer for those losses, for those mistakes. But to deny them their right to be against occupation is the thing that I cannot accept. It's like denying.
Nobody denies them.
No, but why they don't like surrender and accept their fate and give their ass to be fucked by Israelis and so on and so forth? No,
Can I
it
read
doesn't work like that.
Okay, so Madeline
just a
has written
small
an
question would be
interesting super chat.
looking back after
Hang
the
on,
past
Nev,
25
Nev,
years,
Nev,
would you,
Nev,
if you,
Nev,
if
Nev.
you were in the
Wait, super chat,
position,
super
would
chat.
you pick the 2000 partition plan? Sorry.
Hang on, Nav. There's a super chat. It's interesting. Madeline writes, Muslims are children of Christ like real Christians. Those that pretend to be Christian but don't follow the New Testament are heretics. There is only one way to salvation for Zionists and heretics. Purification through fire. So that's kind of an interesting statement. I'm not
I don't know who is
exactly
the real
sure.
Christian now. I'm so confused.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting idea, and you know, one of the reasons that I want to be careful about what I say about Islam is because it's a fact that, like, the Quran says that Jesus was a true prophet, and that everybody should respect what Jesus said. To me, this is fascinating because Jesus said a lot of things, right? And it's very difficult to reconcile hatred between Christians and Muslims when you look at this reality, which is that they're supposed to both believe in the same Christian teaching. So the question becomes, what is a real Christian? And is it possible to perceive a Muslim as a real Christian? After all, if a good Muslim is obeying the Quran and respecting Jesus as a prophet, are they not a good Christian? Does the Quran not say to be a good Christian, to respect Jesus as a prophet? And so the question is, well, what's a real Muslim? What's a real Christian? What's a real Muslim?
You need to
This is a
understand the
fascinating
point
point.
of view of
Hush,
Islam.
Nika, hush, Nika, hush. Listen,
You
what
are
is a
cutting
real
me when I
Muslim?
speak. You're cutting me.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
cutting when I speak, so I will cut you when
Yeah,
you speak.
yeah.
If you
So
don't
the
behave,
thing
I
is,
will not
what I
behave.
would say is, one of the things that Jesus does preach is a love of man, and you know, to seek peace, and to try and be a loving, peaceful human being. And in this sense, this is what gives me hope that good Muslims, what I would call a real Muslim, and real Christians would be essentially the same people. They would live by what is best in their religious philosophies, try and promote their church or their sect above all others. You know, I get really depressed with most Christians these days on X because it seems that, like, to be a Christian means to, like, tell everybody else that they're a false Christian or that they're possessed by demons or something. It's like that seems to be what Christians do with most of their day. They're not actually living as good people or good Christians. And I think that there's just as much criticism for fake Christians as there is for, like, bad Muslims. And so this is why I do think that there's a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for agreement between the two faiths. I don't see a genuine desire for peace on either side of the conflict in Israel and Palestine. That's why I often describe that whole region as very un-Christian, right? And I can totally appreciate why a Muslim would say it's very un-Muslim as well, right? And I would commend that kind of commentary. The sad situation there is that we would probably be better off if Trump did go in and create a buffer zone, just because it would bring some kind of peace through the power of the American military. I am very critical of the way Israel has handled that region, right? And I think that there's legitimate criticisms about their theology and their theocracy insofar as, in order to fuel sectarian support for their regime, they have discarded peace as an objective and that they have fomented war. They certainly haven't won hearts and minds in the region. And that's why I really do support Trump's plan. And I support any Muslim that is also genuinely looking for peace. And I really lament the fact that so many Muslims get so much political capital out of the conflict in that region. And I'm looking at Egypt and Jordan and Iran, right? And basically everywhere, because it's very easy political capital to make. You just point to a conflict and you say, the other side's bad, we must have war, God wills it, and then off you go. And the voices for peace are drowned out. But the other thing I will say is there are a lot of Jews calling for peace. If you can't find a moderate Jew in this world, you're just not looking very hard. There's a lot of Jews being persecuted by Zionists at the moment because they're telling the truth about the horrors that are occurring in Palestine. There are good Jews, there are good Muslims, and there are good Christians. And unfortunately, they're being drowned out by everybody that wants to fight a holy war. And it's really interesting in the chat that we see the atheists and the communists, they want to fight the holy war, despite being godless people. And I think that's revealing. It would be interesting to hear Madeline's views if she came on the OM about what she means by real Christians.
Because I feel like people took a side, so that's the main thing. The I think real neutrals will support Trump's plan because we don't give a damn about the line in the sand. But the pro-Israel, the real Zionists, they wouldn't like the plan because they really wouldn't want the United States to really invade into their territory. Of course, the pro-Palestinian people will assume that there is actually a plan to give the land to the Israelis.
A question.
So
I want to ask a question. Do you believe it's normal for a human for Trump to say, okay, we will build the area and fix everything and make it beautiful and allow everyone come into that region? And when they asked about Palestinian, no, they will not come back. Don't you think that's taken the Israeli side?
No, I don't think they talk much. I don't think he talked much about the Israelis per se.
He said that,
but he's largely saying that the Arab countries
he will not allow Palestinians to get back to Gaza.
He didn't say literally. He didn't say don't come back. He said that they will he don't believe that they will come back. He said that they will be given much better place to live in and to live that. They don't feel the need
everyone else have the right to go back. That's
what exactly he said. He said he don't believe because the real thing is that he didn't know what is the final plan is going to be. So he had this idea. He proposed to the Arab countries. The Arab countries have to figure out how to get it done. That's actually what happened. He actually just said a general idea, and he forced the Saudis and the Egyptians to go and make a plan that it fits to what Trump's idea is. He actually is not. He have his team, of course, working with the Egyptians and whatnot to create something. But Trump is just saying a general idea that this entire Gaza Strip. So this is Trump's perspective. I'm not talking about me. Gaza Strip is totally bombed out. It's super dangerous for anyone to just continue to live there. So he wants these people to move to somewhere safer and have a life. This entire
Israeli more bombs. So he gave Israeli more bombs.
Israel is an ally of the.
Man.
That is a separate issue altogether. It's a separate issue altogether. You have to understand that it's a separate issue. If you look from a geopolitical perspective of the United States, Israel cannot fall because that is the main entrance for the United States into the region.
That's the myth, man. It's a myth.
That is. You think it's a myth. It doesn't matter if it's a myth, is fallacy, or is what.
Yeah, that's what Americans believe.
It's a national. This is what they believe. So
that's what the Zionist, AIPAC, and so on make the American politicians say, and what make them believe.
You can think that is the case. I'm telling you from America. Let's say I'm playing a computer game right now. I will want Israel to continue to be there. If I'm playing United States as a game, because that is my way. But the thing is, Israel is still a separate country, which is why if they annex Gaza and I think they might secretly decided to build a military base there, then they will firmly have a real US territory in the region to protect all these satellite states that is under US protection. That's what I think might happen. Not will, but might happen. The thing is, I personally think the Israelis don't like the plan because with the Americans in the region, they lose agency, they lose sovereignty, they lose the ability to do whatever they want. You have to understand that from the Israeli perspective, let's say all the conspiracy is true, the Israeli is controlling United States. Donald Trump is actually not that kind of Zionist, and suddenly United States decided to conquer one land there. Then the Israeli lose the ability to decide their own foreign policy because the United States will say that no. We will handle it. You don't do it. We will handle it. Then Israel can never, let's say, conquer more land in the Golan Heights.
But they're happy about what he said. The right, the Israelis. Are you aware what the right?
Correct, because they believe what you believe. They believe that one day the United States will give the land to Israel. That's what they think too. The
That's what-
pro-Palestinian think the same thing. So I'm telling you, as a neutral, I don't think that's the case. I think the United States is doing it for themselves. They're going to conquer the place, and you see,
I agree.
you can't. They tell the Arab states to invest in it for a good reason, and he put it clear because once all the Arab countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, all invest in Gaza Strip, how are you going to annex it to the Israelis? The Israeli cannot take it because it's now
believe me,
property
they
of
can.
all the different Arab countries.
They can.
No,
They
the
can.
thing is, if they can, if they
Yeah,
do
they
it,
can.
then it will be war. The thing is, it will be war with the entire region.
No, they
That's
will
why.
not. No.
It's almost
No,
like the mineral thing with Ukraine.
Wait.
You're giving them a stake.
So this is
Wait, you think they have like total? They will
because
go-
this is you're having a pro-Palestinian position, so you always have the worst expectation for what Israel is going to do. I totally understand your point of view. I'm just telling you that you have this is the other perspective that
you think-
Trump is setting up the
honestly-
stage to permanently resolve the Gaza Strip problem. And it will not be. It's not the way how Israel will love it. It will not be. The pro-Palestinian side or the Palestinian would like it at all. I don't think the Palestinians like it at all. Some maybe they are just sick of the war. Maybe they will love it, but there are others that are more nationalists, or they really cherish their Palestinian identity. They will hate it. I totally understand. But the thing is, the Americans is going to do it for their own good. It's not for the Israelis' good. Although what good for America might be good for the Israelis, but the thing is, this is actually not doing just for Israel. It's doing it for the Saudi Arabians. It's doing it for the Egyptians, because if there is a major military air base over there for the Americans and a naval port over there,
of air base. They have tens
yes,
of air bases there.
the thing is, you do
They
not
have
know
air
when
bases.
they will be overthrown.
Wyatt.
No, I tell you what is
Open the map and see the airfields and air bases they have. They have air base in Qatar. They have base in Iraq, in Syria.
Correct.
And Jordan.
Every country, all the citizens hate Americans, right?
Of course, they will hate them more if they
Exactly.
do that. They will hate them
That's my
more
point.
if they did that to Gaza.
That's the danger for America. If one day there is a new Arab Spring, suddenly all these Arab monarchies get overthrown, or more or less at the same time, like what happened to the French in the Sahel region.
An air base in Gaza will not help.
And the entire region will be lost to the Americans.
Yeah, I think, Nico, the point is that I think that the Americans are concerned that Israel is managing the situation so badly that it will unite that whole region against them. And so I think that Trump's idea is for a buffer zone and to kind of like take Israel off the board to some extent, to put a buffer between Israel.
I would say
and,
it's a leash.
Jordan
It's a
and
leash on Israel. The
also
Gaza Strip will become a leash.
huge anti-Israel feeling in America at the moment, because there's this widespread thought that Israel is the tail wagging the dog, that Israel actually controls America. I personally don't agree with that. I think if you have a look at the amount of funding that Israel receives from America, Israel is totally beholden to America as a matter of practical fact. So I think that, like, the problem for America is that Israel is handling the region very badly. And I think that this is the idea of creating a buffer state, is that then they can put Israel into the rear position, right? And tell Israel to settle down and basically contain Israel, right? And so I think that's the idea behind this, is that America will be more popular if there's an American Palestine, like that will have the support of the Saudis, right? And just the fact that it's not Israeli and not Zionist, right? It will be way more acceptable to the Arabs in the region. Now, as far as the Israeli support for this goes, Israel is not a monoculture, and there's a lot of Israelis that would welcome this as well. There's a lot of Israelis, believe it or not, who don't want perpetual war and expansion of the state, and they would really like a buffer zone in between little Israel and the greater Arab world if it would bring peace. Now, I don't necessarily think that this is a fait accompli. This is not necessarily guaranteed for success. But as far as like the future of the people in the region, if it would bring peace, it would be desirable, in my view.
I will add on to that as well.
One thing. if you see that in maybe in isolation, we can like I can grant you this. I don't know the intention of what Trump's inside him want. No one knows, but I can grant you this. But what I cannot like, maybe you guys forgetting something, but you need they see the bigger picture. What Trump's position in his first term and now, and what he did to Israel, and what position he took in all the conflict. He gave recognition to as for Jerusalem as a capital. He gave he removed the sanction on the Israeli settlers. He gave them weapons that the other president didn't give them. He punished the court. Forget the name. The court for them sake. But as what I mean is, you need to see the whole picture. What he did to the Israelis, and tell me, don't take that into a vacuum. Don't take that position of Gaza into a vacuum. I see the whole picture. I see how he's treating the Israelis and how treated the whole conflict, and I know based on that, it's not honest and it's not like against the Israelis. That's what you guys. I want you to open your eyes about the whole situation, how he treat the whole situation.
I agree with you. It doesn't seem like it's pro-Israeli.
No, for me, I disagree because they give a lot to the Egyptian military as well. They give a lot to the Jordanian military as well.
That's by treaty. That's by treaty, White.
Yeah.
That's what you. No. The treaty, what he gives to the military, and that's upon the treaty that was signed between the Israelis and Egyptian. It's not like from vacuum. Israelis have a safe border now because that treaty.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
So you asked
money,
me what Trump did, right? So Trump's
Yeah.
core
He
policy
didn't do
for
it.
his
He's
first
not
term.
doing it.
No, his first term core policy is the Abraham Accord. So that was the first step to normalize relationship between all the Arab states with Israel, and to bring just basically peace, at least first among all the countries.
That's more beneficial to the Israelis than the Palestinians. I see it.
Of course, because it's country to
so
country. Palestine is not a country. You have to understand first.
I
haven't finished. Let me finish.
Sorry.
They haven't finished. So that is the first term. Because you first have to have that first before then you can solve the Palestinian issue, because it's a much more complicated situation. And you can see that the Saudis actually held back because they want to see some resolution in terms of the Palestinian issue. Then, which is why you see Hamas find it so dangerous, because once all this Abraham Accord is settled, then the Palestinian will be so-called isolated in a way. So that's why Hamas launched the attack to make sure that they break the deal. So it has been very successful. So this time round, I think that this is his second term. He's trying to now solve the Palestinian issue. The Abraham Accord, according to Trump, is everything is still valid. So this now they are trying to solve the Palestinian issue. But I think that it's going to go the way that the Palestinians or the pro-Palestinians is not going to be happy about. The way, because generally in terms of geopolitics for the Americans, Israel is super important. It's more important than Jordan and Egypt, because it's like a Western country right in the middle of Middle East, which is why they fully support it. So, but that's now. I forgot what the other point I want to say, but I originally have another point before you spoke. But I wanted to say, but I forgot about. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you remove all this history and whatnot, you look purely from a geopolitical perspective, United States support Israel have a real purpose. Unless something very drastically changed. Oh yeah, I remember. Because of the October 7th, the reaction by the Israelis, they basically they basically destroyed all the diplomacy that they have, all the goodwill. They have put themselves into a corner, which Hamas basically won. Basically they won the war in that sense. And that's why Donald Trump cannot continue with what they used to do in the first term. Because Israel basically have walked themselves into the corner where there is no way out. There is basically no win for Israel anymore. So that's why, he came in and totally changed the whole picture, saying that, okay, the Americans are going to come in. The Gaza Strip is no longer your problem. It's an American problem right now. They took over the problem. and then try to find a totally different solution, and then hopefully save Israel from their own undoing. And this is also why I keep saying that I don't think the Israel as a state really likes the plan, because it basically eats into what they actually conquered. They haven't found a way to annex the full place. They conquered the place, but they haven't annexed the place. So, but then they haven't annexed, and it's taken by the Americans. That's why I wrote it's robbery. You see, they robbed it from the.
Why? Don't forget something. We are forgetting something here. Don't forget that the Israelis had the opportunity for like at least 20 years to show the whole Palestinian, the whole Arab countries, they can like achieve peace, because you have in the West Bank, you have a very obedient authority that were like doing whatever Israel is asking them, and they were non-violent, and how they treat them. We have those. This is the issue. The Israelis didn't even treat the Palestinians who were wanting peace, and they're like cooperating with them 100%. You see how they treat them. They removed their authority bit by bit. They increased the settlements. So the Israeli,
You don't have to explain to me this, because I'm not pro-Israel. I didn't justify what Israel do in West Bank.
I'm not only talking to you, White. I'm talking like in general to the whole population. But it's not like the all Palestinians were fighting Israel 24/7, and not all to Toby, also not only Arab thinking only about Israelis 24/7, like in Palestinian issue 24/7. We need to go to work, we need to sleep, we need to eat, we need to do a lot of things. So what I mean is what example that Israel gave in the West Bank to the Arabs, to the Palestinians. They tell them, even if you submit to us, even when you give your freedom, when you give your loyalty to us, we will treat you badly. We will kick you out. We will like terrorize you.
I think that's fair, Nika. I think that's a fair comment. I'd actually agree with you there. And
so
this is kind of the point. No, but this is the point that White is making.
What you let them? You let them.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is the point that White is making. Israel has been a very, very bad manager of the situation. And I'd make the distinction. The greater Israeli Zionists, people like Netanyahu, they have failed. They have failed to make peace in the region. And as you rightly said,
because
they've had decades and they had the power. You're right. You're absolutely right. I agree with you here, right? And this is the point, right? Israel has shit the bed. Israel is not doing its job. Israel is a very, very bad landlord of the region.
I will ask you something.
And this is why I think Trump's position is we're going to go in and we're going to take over because Israel cannot get the job done. Yeah,
Toby and Wyatt. I know. You're not like pro-Zionist, or I know that you have a kind heart. You want the best for the population. Each person like see it differently, but see it in the Palestinian way. Imagine now if the Israelis like cooperated with the West Bank and like give them more authority and make their life easier and help them and did what needed to be done to enforce the security and enforce the viability of that land. Do you think that Hamas or even the people inside Gaza will be very, even if Hamas is like opposite to them, do you think that the population will support it? You will have a more population. Even the Arabs will not like. You understand what I mean?
I think the Palestinians could support an American-led colony there.
They don't trust them. They don't trust.
Well, Americans. They might come to learn to trust them, right? Like I understand that they don't trust the Israelis, and I understand what you're saying about the West
because
Bank.
American Toby, I will not. Sorry, but because American was always with the Israelis, whatever the situation is. They didn't give the Palestinians a reason to trust them. They went oppose them in the international scene. They were opposed them in armament. They were opposed them in every way. There wasn't one thing that was American was with the Palestinian. They were always in every situation against the Palestinians and with the Israelis. So I don't think that anyone can blame them not to trust their
Well,
ways.
listen, if what you're saying is that America goes in and uses its military power to expand Greater Israel, then I think you're right. But if America goes in and creates a buffer state and contains Israel, right, and contains Zionism, and uses its alliances, America has very solid alliances with Saudi Arabia. It does provide a lot of funding to Jordan and Egypt. If America goes in and plays fair and equitably with the Palestinians and contains Israel, I think that it has a chance of success. No, I don't honestly. I hope that is the case. I hope that
Do
is
you
the
see
case.
the
I don't know
flags?
for a
That
fact.
the only flags in the White House are the Israeli flags. The only like foreign flags on the White House are Israeli fucking flags.
Yeah, you're not going to get America. Listen, Mika, you're not going to get America to turn against Israel. You're not going to get America to do a 180-degree
That's what we understand.
pivot. But if America is willing to go in and create a buffer zone, and if America is willing to call a halt to Greater Israel and to the Zionist project there, then that is a potential for peace and equity in the region. Now, I hope for that. And I also hope that the Palestinians and that the other Arabs would take advantage of that as well. But this is a hope. It's a dream, like it's not necessarily certain. But I think that, I do think it should be given some credibility as a potential. Because, like, what other
Hold on, dude. I want to say something.
I can't believe Voss is still
you're
watching.
right. You're right about America's ties to Israel and all the shit in the past. I mean, but the thing is you've got a new administration, some new ideas. He's Trump, the guy from before, but he's a different Trump this time. He's got a lot less leashes on him and a lot less people in his fucking way. So instead of shitting on it for the last 5 hours, why don't you fucking wait and see what happens? It's a crazy idea. It's probably not going to work.
I'm seeing what happens,
But at least for right now, it put Israel on a leash and nobody can do
what
shit
happens.
until you see it works out. I mean, I know you don't trust them, but goddamn, dude, it's like fucking 15 days and you act like we're supposed to fucking solve your goddamn problems. It's been going on for 1,000 years.
Can I? America is one of the causes of the fucking issue. If America is not supporting adamantly Israelis will not do all of that shit. Because of
yeah,
America
dude,
is supporting
they're all
Israel.
up in our shit, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They're all up in our shit. It's going to take a long time to unwind it.
You know when's the closest time Palestine will get a state? It was during the first term of the Trump's administration. Because, yeah, they have the peace deal, they have the peace plan, they drew the map, everything.
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Did you read? There's no details. No one knows the details.
No,
of
the map is good enough. No, that's why I say the Palestinians don't know how to play politics. You agree first. The Israelis would never expect the Palestinians to agree to anything.
West Bank agreed, man. West Bank, you see the West Bank, what's happening? That's Palestinian agreeing to whatever Israelis say.
No, yes, the thing is, there is a plan all the way linking to Gaza and everything, and then there's also the desert they're going to redevelop into cities. No, the thing is, you would have taken land off Israel.
You cannot.
They never accepted it.
You cannot. You see what happened in West Bank, man.
You cannot say cannot.
They are crunching the land bit by bit, man. And they have supposed to be like agreeing.
I mean, I think Wyatt's right. Palestine doesn't know how to do politics, and they get fucked because of it. Every time.
No, it's just,
they don't know how to play the game.
Israeli is supported by the most powerful country.
If you know who you're going against, then how come you keep getting fucked if you know they're all up to the same dirty tricks every time? Like Wyatt said, throw a curveball and accept the deal, and throw a fucking curveball.
You guys.
I mean, think about it. The Israelis are counting on the Palestinians fucking up this Trump idea.
American went against the most powerful country in the most powerful empire in that period and fought them. But it takes time. I understand, Jim.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can't stay long. Much appreciate. Follow your channel and all the time as much as I can. I've been here a couple of times before. I just want to basically say the following. My mate, Toby, he's also Australian, fellow Australian. I generally tend to agree with him, but on this Israeli point of view, I do not. I'd like to make 2 or 3 points. First point, 33 AD, Jesus crucified. 70 AD, all the Jews were dispersed throughout the world. There wasn't an Israel, a state from 70 AD till 1948 under Balfour Declaration. And I'm going to just let me finish. I'm arguing this from a historical point. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. Just let me finish.
Balfour Declaration was 1920 something.
34.
Yeah,
But bravo, all right, great. Well, what's the point? Let me finish, please. Okay, I have to get off. I've got other commitments, preparing for court tomorrow. But let's go. First thing, from a historical argument, please understand me. I'm not trying to jump in and take sides and, and put shit on anyone else. Everyone's got views, objective, subjective, blah, blah, blah. Let's go on. First of all, so there was no things. What I'm afraid about is I always keep it simple and stupid, my arguments. You remember when you were young, you lived in a house with your mum and dad, and now you grew up, you got a family, you moved 2 or 3 houses, and then you drive your grandkids or whatever and say, hello, see this house? When I was 7 years of old, I used to play in that yard. That was our mums and dads. And you knock on the door and you say, hello, who are you? And they say, who are you? Says, I used to live there. My parents used to live there. Get the F out. And that's what happened in 1948, from a legalistic point of view and from a historical point of view. Okay, that's where I'm coming from. Okay, no other nation, no other people. Let's reverse. Let's go against the Muslims as a Catholic and as a Christian and as a white European living in Sydney, Australia. Okay, let's go. All Palestine, we're talking Israel today, including Alexandria, Egypt, Turkey, used to be Christian till the rise of Islam in 5th century. Okay, all the way. Can I say, or can the Vatican or Eastern Orthodox Church, Greeks or I don't know, Russians or Eurythanians say, hello, knock on, get out. Hey, Muslim, piss off. Maybe they can. Now, what I do not agree with Toby. Toby's arguing might is right. Now, if that's so there's all international law, all morality is off the table. Simple as that. Keep it simple and effing stupid. That's first point. So legalistically point of view, now I'm going on. I can't help myself. I'm trained. Got a stupid legal mind. Legalistically, from a legalistic point of view, absolutely founded illegally. And I'm not going to go the bequeathing of Balfour and the United Nations and how the British fucked up. And they fucked up a lot of countries in Africa. They, unilaterally in India drew borders, divide and rule. The old Roman thing, and that's what they've been doing. You divide and conquer, and that's the remnants and repercussions which we are suffering. In a way, I'm anti-British. What you sow, you shall reap. Again. That's looking at outside the box. I probably overstepped. God, I talk too much. I'll shut up. If you want me to talk, put the money on the fridge.
The funny thing is, I think Toby will agree with most of your points, actually.
Well, the thing is, there's an interesting point about might being right. Because, Jim, you're a legal scholar. You know that, one of the definitions of law is having a monopoly on the use of force. Whoever has a monopoly on the use of force is
reasonable force. Reasonable, legitimate force.
Well, nevertheless, force.
Well, that's international law, but no one's following that. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about domestic law. If you don't have a monopoly on the use of force in a jurisdiction, then you're in a state of civil war. Law comes from a monopoly on force. And so in this sense, there is no law in international affairs. And it's not that might is right. It's that might has consequences. And so lamenting might is not the same as being mighty. And, being mighty has consequences. So it's not that I think that might is morally right. It's just that, might is a reality. And my genuine concern is for the people of the region, and particularly for the children. And if peace could be brought about through Trump's plan, through the creation of a buffer state, I don't care what the Israelis think, and I don't care what the Muslims think. You know, if peace could be brought about, it would be such a novelty for that little region that it's got to be worth entertaining as a possibility. Plus, also ice cream and ponies in Bourne's amusement park of Gaza. I'm all for it. Be wild.
Well, can I? It's the use of etymology, language. Just one point. I agree with that. 43 square kilometers is Gaza Strip. 2.3 million people. As we know, from 7th of October, there's no one journo, Western, American, whatever. It's your shot. First choice of assassinations is journo. Doesn't matter which country you come from. So that's one thing. It's the biggest concentration camp as we speak. Nobody, because they cannot, just let me finish, for so many years, since 67, they cannot go out. They can't get a job. If you want to get a job as a cleaner or a toilet, they've got to ask permission at the border to go to Israel and clean their shit. And that is a fact. The sea, the Mediterranean Sea, they cannot fish more than 3 miles because they're locked in. It's a big concept. No one wants to call it out. And that's what pisses me off. Now, 2.3, allegedly, nobody knows. Now, Trump is talking, there's 1.7, 1.8. My question to you, to Trump, and everybody, what happened to 500,000 people? Are they dead? Huh? Hello? It's called genocide as we speak. And no one's got the balls or the guts to call it out. We're all being sort of virtuous and virtue signaling and talking. Come on, 21st century, 2025, and but we're going to be doxxed. Oh no, well it's inconvenient truths. We shan't talk. We shan't go there. Nothing to see here, and that hypocrisy pisses me off. Okay, pisses me off. Okay, really pisses me off, and I'm going for myself. No, but we can talk, and I'm not here to predict what Trump's going to do with your fortune telling. History cannot be predicted. Okay, and one of my hobbies is history, modern history, but I won't go there. But I'm not going to go into that debate. What Trump or the other administration is going to do or whatever. Geopolitics is very interesting, but it comes down like soothsaying, predicting. I'm not there. I'm talking about what is and what has happened. And what is, and apparently nobody knows. Nobody's so skipped, 2.3 million, 40 big concentration camp. Where's 500,000 people? Hello, nobody's asked that. No media, none of you. I never heard anybody say what happened. Nobody took them in. Egypt didn't take 500,000. Did they kill him? I don't know. You tell me, and I'll shut up everybody, or I'll talk too much.
So I want to do closing soon because we're reaching 7 hours. But there's a number of super chats I didn't manage to read just now. So don't worry if the Palestinian leave, the Christian will come in and create a car park made of black glass. What is black glass? So where are we? Sorry, so I'm lost in a second. Okay, found it. Madeline, does Wyatt realize what a Jew, Zionist, and American is? Of course I do not know. What do I know? Then no, she haven't got a fucking idea. There's not a single Jew in Israel by definition. Spent last Saturday at temple with church. I'm not sure if that's true, but yeah, whatever. Vor said Nika managed to get Toby to agree with him. The surprising thing is not Nika getting Toby to agree with him. That Voss is still watching. From the legalistic point of view, my husband always gets his lawyers to explain to the judge, we have you children, wife, and pets. And yeah, the Yanks have never given a fuck about humanity. And the Holy Land Amusement Park and Spa, I will definitely visit it if it ever happened. I will support the Holy Land, to fund the maintenance of the temple. So
ice cream and ponies.
So let's do some closing because it's 7 hours. As much as I want to keep this going, because it's fun. I like to see the world burn, but I have to close it. So D-Boy, our new guy today, closing statement.
Well, thanks for everything, and I couldn't really get involved with the Israel-Palestine thing because to me it's a shit show that it's too much is too much, really. And one rule I do have is that if I don't feel I have enough knowledge on a situation or something that I'm not going to have a strong opinion on it. I do have opinions, but I'm not going to get into that. The Russo-Ukrainian war, yes, definitely. And I'd just like to say that on that subject, much respect to DPA, because again, seriously, it's kept me sane. I mean that, from the UK, with the media and everything that we have here, it's kept me sane throughout these 3 years now. So and I look forward to everything and more.
Thank you, D-Boy. See you in the lounge. No, check out the email. Yeah. And Nika, closing.
Hello. So I need just to address some points, and I will do it quickly. My point of view is consistent and clear. You don't have the right to displace about the Palestinian issue. You don't have the right to displace a native population, wherever it is, from its fucking land, from its fucking house, and then blame it, and then say why you do this and do that. By international law, by human logic, by human law, anyone who is attacked and have the right to defend himself. So Palestinian, by international law, by human law, by all the Christianity law, by Islamic law, they have the right to defend themselves. This is one thing. The fact that American is with them or they are not doesn't prevent the Vietnamese to defend their land and die by the hundreds of thousands. Doesn't prevent it the Algerian, the Africans to defend their land. It's not something weird or magical that happened, and we shouldn't if people want to stay, we shouldn't be upset about them why you're choosing to resist. It's their right to choose. If they die, they know the risk. This is one thing. The thing that about it's complicated. It's not complicated. It's European and Westerner try with a certain ethnicity, with certain religion, try to take a land and say it's ours because in our book that we wrote, it said it's ours. So it's not that complicated. And those people resisted, and they are resistant until now. The fact that they think people think that Muslim in Arab in Saudi Arabia went all over the Arab land and killed and kicked out all the Christians. That didn't happen. History didn't happen like that. It's not like what you guys did in Australia or in America. Native people converted to Islam. So Berbers, and I'm North African. The majority of North Africans still in North Africa when Muslims came to preach the Islam. Actual North African went to Andalusia to fight there and so on. There's Christians from even before the time of Jesus are still living in the Holy Land and in Syria and wherever. So we don't have an issue with Christians or with Jews or with whatever ethnicity or belief you have. It didn't Islam didn't happen like that. There is some crazy people who used force and stuff, but we weren't as barbaric as the Christians who went and killed everyone, even Christians. So this is one thing I needed to about Ukraine. Ukraine is as I said before, it's a close deal. Before even months ago we were talking about Ukraine. It's a close deal. Russian will decide and will draw the border as they like and will do the agreement as they like. American don't have any stick to. They can only offer a carrot. They don't have any stick to. Yeah. So even Christians suffer inside Israel. So it's not only Muslim. Even Christians are treated horribly. The people who are like Christianity. Yeah, look for your brother Christians inside like Palestine. So that's it, and I hope peace will rule over the world. But we will have like bloody years waiting for us, especially with Trump, the warmonger Trump, who is not warmonger but who want to conquer a lot of lands. Toby.
Wait. Just super chat. Yes, I'm gonna screw the Ukrainians for 500 billion by Roth. And Utis, why doesn't Israel take them? Because it's an ethno state. I just want to say this stream is 100% going to be demonetized. Like for sure, 100% is going to be demonetized. The last time we have Israel talked for so much, it was demonetized. Like I didn't even bother to challenge it. Oh, I did challenge it, but it still got demonetized. Toby, final statement.
I'd observe that an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. I want to congratulate Jim. Jim's actually being a lot braver than you might understand. What he has said could give him a mandatory jail sentence because someone might take offense at his reckless use of language. Such is the state of the law in Australia right now.
It is ridiculous, absolutely correct. Yeah. And this is what I'm saying. Sorry, you're absolutely right there.
But it'd be interesting to hear your views on that in your closing. But this brings me back to the position that Vance took in his, really quite amazing speech to Europe, which I recommend everybody should listen to. He talked about the threat to the West coming from within rather than outside. And, we see it very clearly in Australia now. This totalitarianism, this absolute control of thought, and the over-regulation of the West, it really does invite all kinds of extremism. And one of the things that is threatened is freedom of religion. And, we're talking about these conflicts in Israel and elsewhere as though they're purely religious. They're not. They're about land. They're about money. They're about political power. It's up to each person of faith to try and find their way to some kind of ecumenical peace with others. That's why I always invite good Muslims to speak about their love of Christ as a prophet, without necessarily being apostate and rejecting their own faith. But I do think that if we don't have our freedom of religion and our freedom to find peace inside our own family lives and to love one another, because the totalitarian state run by a bunch of Marxist scamps is forcing us to engage in hateful positions, then all is lost. And so I really support Vance's position on the freedom of speech, which is the freedom of thought. And hopefully Jim will talk about the absolutely ridiculous state of play in Australia just now. Thanks, Wyatt, for the stream. It was kind of interesting. And God bless everybody. Ciao. Even you, Nick.
Thank you, Toby. So next is Vaughn then.
Yeah, I just want to thank Wyatt for providing the platform every week. Like, subscribe, and share. It was good open mic. It was long. I mean, obviously the Middle Eastern thing is going to be a complex problem to solve, and we could spend days going round and round about it. With Trump, I don't know what, every day is a new adventure with what he says and what his administration says, and then how the world reacts. And, sometimes there's deals that come out of it. Sometimes it's just rhetoric back and forth. So I assume that'll continue. I don't really expect a whole lot of movement on the peace deal other than they'll just continue talking about wanting peace and working towards peace. And I'm sure people will throw out ideas and suggestions and complain about who's involved and not involved. But I don't expect the Russians to stop on the ground, and I would keep watching the backside of Pokrovsk. I think that's, the Ukrainians spent a lot to get in there and push the Russians back just a little bit, so that might be time for a pushback. And then, you know, I think Kursk is closing up. I don't know how much longer it's going to be, but I mean, every day it gets tighter and tighter up there. And, you know, there's lots of places where stuff's going on. I mean, around Seversk, east of that, there's a place called Verko-Mayorsky. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not sure on the time of the video, but there's a chance the Russians may have actually gotten to the tip of that village in a small foothold, which isn't a big deal because, you know, like you're talking maybe 10 or 12 guys, and I don't know if they stayed, but that might be something that's developing up there. But, you know, you've got all the hot spots like Kupiansk and everything. And there's one of the guys that super chatted, Anders. You know, I know you want to hear more about the front line, so we'll try to do more about that. You know, another thing you could do is come on the open mic. Then you can be in the voice chat and you'll get your fill of the front lines, probably more than you'll ever want. But again, it's good to see everybody. Nice to see the new people. Hopefully things work out, and, you know, the trends towards peace and settling things and what appears to be, at least for the major players, friendly relations keep going in the right direction. And y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Desi, we are doing closing statement. Yeah. Do you have any closing?
Yeah, I just wanted to add just small bit of in the closing regarding Toby's thing. So Toby said that the Palestinians did not do a very good job of handling the whole situation, and I completely agree with Toby. But the reason for that is the Palestinian movements, the Palestinians never got the opportunity to, you know, organize. You need a basic level of civilian societal development for a proper level of organization for peaceful protests to take place. And it was there, it was present once upon a time in Palestine back in the 70s, 80s in the PA, but all of them were finished off. Majority of them finished off. Some of them who are left are now just like Israeli puppets. So there is the only people who are there in the Gaza Strip to do, to take care of political demonstrations and everything is Hamas, and it's Hamas. It's a terrorist organization. So, like, they are freedom fighters. They have a just cause, maybe, but that is who they are, and you cannot expect them to, you know, uh, take care of, act the same way that a normal independence movement from, say, India or South Africa will do. But at the same time, I also agree with Toby that it wasn't a very good, reaction from Israel. Was one of the worst, in fact, after since World War II. And I think both Israel and Palestine can learn something from the Indian violent communist movement, which was completely crushed because and pacified. Now there are communists in India, but they are all peaceful and they take part in democratic elections. And if the Palestinians look at this, this thing, this communist movement in India, violent communist movement, they will realize that the opportunity that Trump is providing right now, it's an opportunity. They should make the most of it. Yes, it is a occupation by a foreign power, but it is also inevitable. It is also reality. So if I don't know like how many Palestinian resistance fighters was this, but my advice to them would be to make the most of this. Find ways to, bring up your political issues, to be in the limelight. Use this, U.S. presence in the Gaza Strip for your own benefit, to highlight your own struggles and all. So that's all. I don't think this is necessarily so. It's technically is a bad thing. It's not morally right, but it can be turned around. Trump's occupation can be turned around, and it can be beneficial. I think there is hope. I am also being positive like Toby. So yeah,
Thank you,
that's it.
Desi. Thank you, Desi. Yeah, I totally agree. No, be more smart with politics. No, that's very important. That's what Palestine has been lacking this decade. Jim, closing statement.
I hope this channel continues. I hope you're not, demonetized. The reason is it's an open discussion, and veritas, which is Latin, you all know, for truth, hurts. A lot of people don't, it's inconvenient to hear truth. Even your friends and family sometimes tell you the truth, the way you talk or behave, and you don't like it. You go through the cognitive dissonance of hearing something, which hits you in the face. Transplanting that to the issue at hand, what's happening in Australia, as Toby has said, is just horrendous in terms of law and legislation. George Orwell, that's nothing. I would combine George Orwell with Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, and this is where it's a dystopian world which we are heading, particularly Australia, in terms of things. The reason I'm trying to say is you cannot legislate feelings. Words like "I am offended," hate speech. You are hating. It's a feeling. I love. I hate. I'm jealous. It's a human emotion. It's like wind. You feel the wind, but you can't take a picture of it. You can't paint wind. How can you legislate? Just common sense. Just common bloody sense. And our so-called politicians, PhD in law and professors, all bullshit artists. And it's all people control. And that's where, Australia's heading. That's where the West is heading. Which tells me they're afraid. They're losing the moral high ground. Once the truth has gotten out, they don't control, mainstream media, for example. I don't know what it's like. I know in Australia, in America, nobody watches it. So they're shaking in their hands, in their pants, so to speak. But again, I hope this sort of constructive, critical, sometimes very funny discourse, arguments, debates in a Socratic manner continue. I hope I'll catch all of you next week, and the discussion continues. All the best, anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Super chat by Nika. Desi seeking peace by political means already happened in the West Bank, and the result speaks for itself. Yeah. Okay. Nev, closing statement.
Oh my God. First of all, like, share, subscribe, because I think DPA might need it after today, after the stream. He's been on here for over 7 hours. This man is a trooper. This man does not give up. He's just been sitting there for 7 hours, the same position. I've not seen him get up once, and I've been here for
one time. I go to toilet once.
Just once. Oh my God. I would also say that it's unfortunate that the whole time I've been here, it's just been Israel-Palestine. I would like to be talking about something else, but that's how it is, I guess, unfortunately. I wanted to address a couple points. Didn't get some time, but there was the guy before me. I forgot his name. Australian guy. He mentioned the point about the Gaza population. I just think that there's no estimate. There's no census. We just don't know the population there. It could be 1.7. It could be 2.3. We don't know. We don't know the fertility rate. We don't know the birth rate. I have an interest in demographics, and I can't tell you what's going on there with the numbers. We won't know until like they're all deported or something. Or they're all counted. Somehow they get a census, but I don't think a census is even possible in that kind of condition. I would also say, like, I've family that were partition refugees from India, Pakistan, so that's quite dear to my heart. And we're not getting the house back. I'm not getting the house back. My grandfather, he died and he never got it back. And there's a lot of refugees from 48 that are still living in Palestine and even Israel. And they're almost dying. I mean, a lot of these people were children born around 1930s, 1940s, early 1940s. These people are at the tail end of their lives. They're at mid 80s, 90s, 100. So you're going to see, this group become smaller and smaller and smaller. And then you're going to have a whole nation of Palestinians that have not known what it's like to be in a pre-party, and you're going to get further and further away basically every single year from that connection. And with the demographics, you see Israeli Jews, they have more for decades, from independence to now, independence to just 4 or 5 years ago. Muslims were having more children than Israeli Jews in Israel proper, and now it's flipped. And before, Yasser Arafat, he used to talk about the demographic advantage that we're going to have more children, we're going to take over Palestine. That's not going to be the case anymore. And you also have 10,000, 20,000 people moving in every year into Israel. It just seems like that Israel is going to start turning the demographic corner. And you're going to see maybe in 20, 30 years, I think it's just going to get worse. I think it's just going to get more demographic advantage for the Jews. And you're going to see in West Bank with the settlers, you're going to get a higher population. I don't know in my lifetime or our lifetime, but I think sometime you might see, if this continues, you're going to see more settlers than actual Palestinians in the West Bank. That just might be the case. And yeah, I mean, you're just going to see that. I think Israel could technically take either the West Bank or Gaza, but they can't take both. Demographically, they just can't do it. They could take West Bank, and I think Jews would be around 60, 65% maybe. But if they take Gaza, it's going to go down to 50-50, and they can't do that. And also Gaza is much more radicalized. It just seems like a shit show. Yeah, that's just the demographic reality that I see. I don't know about the Gaza plan. I haven't researched it. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't say anything for that. Even if it's 1.7 million, if we take the low estimate, that's still too much for Israel. And yeah, it's unfortunate. With Russia, Ukraine, hopefully they get a peace deal, because it seems like they actually could hammer something out. Hope for the best,
Thank you, Nev. There's actually no plan for the Gaza yet. No, everything is just Trump saying his ideas. There's zero plans. The Egyptians are now discussing with the friends, all the Arab countries, on that. Yeah, and I think you made a good point. Suddenly, maybe they might actually absorb West Bank into Israel. By the way you describe it, maybe. But anyway, Baba, closing statement.
So I just enjoyed it, but I don't think I've ever been on this long with one of these. I normally jump in and out. So Ukraine and Palestine and all of that, and a million other conflicts all around the world. In the end, you just want the people, as much peace as can be had. Ukraine's not going to end well for them. I hope it ends soon. And I think really for both Israel and the Palestinians, something being worked out is better than what's going on now. So you can appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Baba. And Coping just woke up, I think.
Yes, I listened in for the first hour or two, and then you guys were talking about Israel and Gaza, and I thought, like, okay, you guys, by what I could pick up from the closing, it would be like, oh, there was some religion, oh, that's a black hole. Oh, it was wokeism, oh, that's another black hole. And then you have the Gaza thing, so yeah, you can add like 1 to 2 hours for each black hole, and that makes sense that we are 7 hours. But I get the impression you guys have you just stayed more or less on the Did you guys stay on the, really?
All the way Gaza.
Okay.
No,
You guys must have gone. I don't know how many times you guys have gone in circle, but that is definite. You have definitely gone in circle. No way you can be talking about that for 5 hours without going in circles. I'm sure
we talked about Ukraine. We talked about Ukraine. We talked about Ukraine, and yeah, of course.
Thank God. You can't believe it. I mean, I like black holes, but I thought there would be like, some economics or something like that. But now it's just like, not even religion. I mean, religion would actually be kind of, I mean, it's not a black hole we have often, so maybe we should delve into it. I mean, Toby is pretty keen on it.
That's dangerous, Coping. That's dangerous.
Well, but Toby is in the live chat. He's in for a firebrand preaching, so that could maybe be well, anyways, whatever. I mean, damn, 5 hours got me cut. Oh, okay, okay. I'm starting to get what's happening. Okay, okay. Very well. Anyways, for the folks watching, I hope you have enjoyed the open mic, that it was entertaining. I'm sure everyone was very respectful and everything went orderly. Nobody was shouting over each other. Everybody could agree to disagree and move on, so the topic could be constructive and progressive for 5 to 6 hours or whatever, how long you guys have been going on. Yeah. Good thing I can watch this on X2 speed tomorrow, I guess. So yeah, for those of you who press the like button, you know, we like you too. Don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on. If you came on something here, I mean, from all this circle jerking that has been going on for 5 to 6, 7 hours, you must have been finding something that was like, this is worth a gem. This is something that Wyatt should make a clip out of and put on the YouTube or something. You know, make the logistics a little bit easier, right? Because Wyatt doesn't have time to be going through all these hours again, right? But you have already spent the hours. You've already watched. There must be something you thought like, there were some really good points made in this one. Like, Wyatt, roughly around that time, there was some constructive discussion going on. Something, you know, be a part of it. Even if you don't join in here on the open mic, which we always encourage you to do. I see we have a new face here. D-Boy, welcome to the open mic. I guess I'll find out more about you when I watch the stream tomorrow, and then we get to talk next open mic, because you are going to return, I'm sure, so if you are here by the closing. So yeah. I hope that was a nice one, more or less, that you guys, and you got a lot of super chats rolling in by Wyatt. That would be for 7 hours. I hope you got plenty of super chats, because that's some Herculean task. You just went for the bathroom one time, 7 hours. That's what I'm saying.
Once.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe this shit about you being a human. It's all a pretense. You just pretend to get tired. You put on a mask sometimes like, oh yeah, that's right, humans need to take a piss. Don't, I'll be back. And then you go, and then you kind of, you know, probably do some other AI thing. Who knows? But anyways, thank you very much for being such a sport, and thank you all for watching the open mic. Hit that like.
Thank you, Coping. So thank you everyone for participating. I'll see you guys in the lounge or next week. Bye guys. Thank you guys. So it's my turn to do closing statement. I got to pull you guys off, bro. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 116, which is a massive scam. The title is Europe in Massive Identity and Directional Crisis after USA jump ship. And then we immediately jump ship after maybe 1.5 hour discussion about Europe, and then we just went all into Gaza, and yeah, we just keep drawing that circle in many different ways. Like, you know, when you try drawing circle on the paper, you realize that you will never trace back the same line, but it's still a circle. You still just trace and trace, and I saw the comments though, like, no, it's not that I don't understand. I just don't agree with that position. I fully understand the point of view of the pro-Palestinian side. No, I read so much. Come on, I fully understand the point of view, the psychological, the emotional perspective, even the anger and everything. I fully understand. I also understand the pro-Israeli side, or the Israelis or the Zionist perspective on the situation. I 100% disagree with how the Israelis have managed the whole situation, but I also disagree with how the Palestinians are unable to realize that they are getting gamed by literally everyone, including their own leaders, which they did not choose. So yeah, this is just a shit show, and hopefully, like as I said, there's a difference between neutral position versus pro-Israel or pro-Palestinian position. It's just different. And I hope that with this Trump's intervention, maybe something can come out of it. I'm not sure, because there's nothing concrete. Trump basically just throw out some ideas, and the other people will propose the ideas to him, and then he will decide what are the better ideas. If you watch the Apprentice, you probably will see it. You see how that works. That's how high level decision makers decide. Like even for ministers, the civil servants will decide. You'll create various plans, and policies, and the ministers will discuss with them and decide which one is the one. So something like that. So I think that's what is happening. Don't expect Trump to come out with the details. He's not going to do that. He's tasking people to do it. So let's wait, and hopefully that we have some good news. And I did suddenly realize that if just now about the demographic thing mentioned by Nev, if they really relocated all the Gazans, then, and if the West Bank population will maintain the Jewish majority, there's a very high chance that they might just annex the entire West Bank and make them part of Israel. That could, but of course I honestly don't think that is likely, because the bad blood is just really bad. So so quick quiz for Wyatt. Who are the Neture Carta? No, I never heard of these two words before. So yeah, so Neture Carta. Carta is don't know. So I don't dig into things that I know. It's not relevant to my life generally. For this kind of thing, like Israeli issues is really boring for me. But yeah, I will probably Google that later. But yeah, someone says it's the fifth Ninja Turtle. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, but I also recommend people don't get too obsessed with the history, because it's not this the history never decides what's happening today. Like that's it's all it unfortunately tends to be power makes the call, and of course sometimes power fail because Israel, as powerful as their military is, diplomatically they are not powerful enough. They cannot convince any of the Arab states to do anything. So but then in Russia's case, they are able to use power and force Ukraine into some kind of concession eventually. Now not yet, because there is backing for Ukraine, and I did report on it. So that's what it is. Yeah. So, but ultimately, I just want people to stop dying unnecessarily. If you look through history, countries come and go. People move here and there. Wars happen, and it's just normal. As angry and frustrating, certain things are. There are a lot of tragedies throughout history, human history. You don't even need to go too far. Within many of the people's lifetime, we already saw a lot. Like even Vietnam War is a good example. It's atrocious. Whatever happened in Cambodia with the Khmer Rouge, that's even worse than the Vietnam War. And I cannot agree with many of the countries during those times that they are afraid of Vietnam, so they were super not supportive of Vietnam's invasion into Cambodia to save the Cambodian people from the Khmer Rouge, genocide. That's a literal genocide, So yeah, but that is the injustice. And then today, the countries, during those days, which were against the Vietnamese, are still against Vietnamese action, that they still maintain the same position. So it's ridiculous. For me, it's unacceptable. So, and to me, it's also unacceptable that whatever happening with Palestine, it's unacceptable. But there's a reality. That's just how it works. So, and hopefully, there is a proper solution that resolve the things and stop this stupid Palestinian saga that go on for. Let's not let it go on to 100 years. Let's try to resolve it, and hopefully that works. But yeah, not sure. The only positive thing is that Trump is in charge in the United States, and so far he's proven to be a very action-packed person. He really makes decisions. He really do what he says he wants to do. Maybe it's not in the way how you imagine it. It may not literally be what he say per se, but in the general direction. So I have hopes that maybe he can resolve the things, but hard to say. But so far so good. Over the past 3 weeks, he put pressure on Europe to stop being so authoritarian or totalitarian. You know, he tried to speak to Putin. He tried to stop the nonsense in Gaza. So, no, a lot of positives, but how everything will play out, you know, remains to be seen. So anyway, so thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. So very, very long session of the DPA Open Mic today. So unexpected. I thought I just going to do like 5 hours, but yeah, shit happens. So anyway, that's it. No, see you guys. Have a great Sunday. Have a great week ahead. And I think I'm going to do a frontline changes report right now after this. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys, you know, in the next update. Outro.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table